I, Zhao Jin, should have been enjoying the comfortable life of a rich girl, but now I am forced to live disguised as a man. When I was just born, I was abandoned by my biological mother. When I was 7 years old, my adoptive father owed a huge debt. In order to pay off the debt, they decided to help me find my rich biological father, hoping to get some financial help from him. They were worried that my biological father would dislike me because I was a girl and refused to help them. So they decided to dress me up as a boy and constantly instilled in me the idea that if my father found out that I was a girl, I would be abandoned. I believed it when I was young, and I lived a cautious life as a fake boy. Despite this, my biological father, Zhao Ming, still hates me. Now, my father accused me of giving my brother Zhao Xiaolong sleeping pills, causing his flight to be delayed. But I clearly didn't do it, so how could I easily admit my mistake? My father punished me to kneel on the ground. At that moment, the accusation was like a heavy yoke. I tried desperately to defend myself, full of determination and unyielding. But the rebuttal was still fruitless. Seeing my attitude, my father became even angrier and waved the cane in his hand fiercely. I frowned and quietly moved back, fearing that the cane would accidentally hit me. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. In my opinion, my father's accusation was ridiculous. I had trouble sleeping and neurasthenia, so what if I always had sleeping pills in my drawer? Could it be that because of this, I became the murderer who framed my brother? I glanced at Zhao Xiaolong sitting at the dining table, and my heart was full of disgust. This guy, who had been fighting with me all the time, now used such a despicable means to frame me. My father refused to give in and insisted that I was the one who did it. I never expected that my father would be so heartless. Without any solid evidence, he resolutely decided to send me to boarding school without giving me any room for negotiation. At that moment, my heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, cold and helpless. I stood at the door of the villa with my suitcase in hand, feeling as bad as the dark weather. The driver handed me a business card with the 3 characters Zhou Shihong written on it, saying it was the address of the school and asking me to find a way to get to the school. I looked at this desolate place, feeling helpless. There is no taxi here, and I have to walk at least 2 kilometers with my suitcase before a driver is willing to take the order. I knew that my father must have been deliberately making fun of me. I held back my anger, asked the driver for an umbrella, and then walked out of the house resolutely. Along the way, the rain hit my body, and the road mixed with mud made my shoes dirty. I was full of grievances and anger, but I told myself that I couldn't just give in. After finally walking out of this private area, I waited for another half an hour before I got a taxi. He looked at me, who lived in this area that was either rich or noble, with a puzzled look on his face, as if he was looking at a strange species. When I confessed that I entered Jiangxi No. 1 middle school through the back door, the driver's expression made me feel extremely embarrassed. But that was not the worst. After arriving at the school, I had to face the scrutiny of the principal. The atmosphere in the principal's office was solemn. I stood there like a prisoner awaiting trial. However, even though I seemed to be a bad boy, I showed unexpected courtesy in front of the principal. I bowed my head slightly and greeted the principal respectfully. Although I was splashed with a lot of rain and my bangs were wet and hung on my face, it did not affect my elegance and composure at all. When I arrived at the school, I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, but I didn't expect that there were more challenges waiting for me. The principal looked at me with doubts in his eyes. He originally thought that I was an unruly bad boy, but he didn't expect me to be so polite. I know that in front of others, I must maintain the decency and etiquette I should have. Even though I am in a mess now, my body is splashed with rain, and my hair is wet and sticking to my face. The principal talked to me about the entrance examination, and I accepted the challenge without hesitation. I want to prove myself with my strength and let them know that I, Zhao Jin, am not someone who is so easily defeated. An hour later, I handed in the paper, looking at the surprised eyes of the dean of teaching, and my heart was full of confidence. Although my answers to the subjective questions were not very good, I believe that my grades are enough to allow me to enter a good class. However, things did not go so smoothly. I forgot my suitcase downstairs in the dormitory, and I didn't have a campus card, so I couldn't eat in the cafeteria. When I decided to go to the ATM to withdraw money for dinner, I found that my card was frozen. Despair surged in my heart. I was full of helplessness. Why did my father treat me like this? I was just a student. What should I do? Chapter 4. Internet Cafe Incident. By the way, find a place to exchange the money in Chaoxin. Although I am a girl, I have been raised as a boy for many years, and I am 1.75 meters tall. It is so easy to climb over the wall. I found a place without security patrols and climbed over the wall easily. I wore a mask and didn't care if there were cameras. I thought to myself, as long as I didn't get caught, who would care about these things? Even if I was caught, I would just deny it. Leaving school, I packed a bowl of fried rice and walked into the internet cafe next door. As soon as I stepped into the internet cafe, I was overwhelmed by the chaotic environment, with all kinds of noisy keyboard sounds and shouting, the smell of cigarettes and sweat, and the air was not circulating. Although I smoke occasionally, I really don't like this kind of smoky environment. I wanted to quietly go into the internet cafe to exchange some cash and leave, but I heard a conversation not far away. "Brother Long, this is all the money I have. I've given it all to you." The boy who was talking was not far from me. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel the deep fear in his tone. I frowned and stood a little further away, not wanting to be affected by the dispute. However, things did not go as I wished. "I told you last week that I wanted 300, but you only gave me 200. What do you mean? Do you look down on us brothers?" The man with yellow hair and two younger brothers followed him. "No, I really have no money. I gave you all my meal money. Please let me go." The boy's voice was already filled with tears. Seeing the yellow-haired guy kicking me, I had no intention of interfering, but fate always seemed to like to play tricks on people. Just when I took out my phone to exchange money with the boss, I attracted the attention of the yellow-haired guy and his men. After I got the money, the yellow-haired guy looked at the money in my hand with golden eyes and surrounded me. "Classmate, can you lend us some money to spend? We know each other?" I looked up, not panicking. There were only 3 of us, and it just so happened that I was very angry today, and my hands were itching. "Don't we know each other if I lend you some money?" The yellow-haired guy wiped his nose, lifted his hair, and made an expression that he thought was handsome. I looked at the shiny forehead, which fully exposed the defect of baldness. I felt it was so hot that I couldn't help but turn my head away. Do you know Su Sure once wrote a poem called, "Before leaving the courtyard for 3 or 5 steps, the forehead has reached the front of the painting hall." I think it is particularly suitable for you. Huang Mao was stunned by this. He was an unemployed vagrant who had been hanging around internet cafes for years to collect protection fees. He couldn't stand these flowery words. After the younger brother reminded him, he realized that Zhao Jin was saying that he was ugly. "Fuck, you little bastard, you dare to call me ugly?" Huang Mao was furious. "Isn't his forehead just a little big? You two take a closer look at me. Am I ugly?" Huang Mao tried to overturn Zhao Jin's judgment by relying on the advantage of numbers. "Not ugly, not ugly. Even the eldest brother is our Jiangqing Peng Yuyan. How can he be ugly?" The yellow-haired man was a little flattered by the flattery. Just when he regained some confidence, I crossed my arms and said lightly, "For ugly people, a close look is actually a kind of cruelty. Looking like an abstract painting, you still call it not ugly if it were in an art exhibition. It would be sold for millions at most." "Fuck you." The yellow-haired man exploded. He has been collecting protection fees for so many years, and this is the first time he's been called ugly. His young heart was greatly hurt. "I'm telling you, if you honestly give all the money and your mobile phone to us brothers today, we can consider being merciful and letting you walk out of this internet cafe upright. Otherwise, your fate will definitely be worse than that guy." The yellow-haired man grabbed Zhao Jin's collar. "You know what, this dress of mine is actually quite expensive, nearly 50,000. You can't afford to pay for it if it is damaged. And I particularly hate people touching my clothes, especially those who are ugly." Before I finished speaking, I grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist with one hand without martial ethics and punched him in the face. The yellow-haired man didn't react at all, and his head was still buzzing. Then the whole person was spinning around and was thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder. I stepped on the yellow-haired man's face with my foot very ungracefully and twisted the man with one hand, making him unable to move. Unfortunately, I acted too quickly, and the 2 younger brothers of the yellow-haired man didn't react at all, and their eldest brother was already lying on the ground howling. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The yellow-haired man's whole face was twisted in pain, and he looked even uglier. "Asshole, you dare to hit my eldest brother." The 2 younger brothers rolled up their sleeves and were about to attack. The strength in Zhao Jin's hands increased a bit. The yellow-haired man screamed even more miserably. "Stop! Stop! I don't want to make it so ugly, but your younger brothers are looking for trouble with me. I'm afraid I can't beat them, so I can only make up for it on you in advance." I looked at the 2 men with a faint smile, and their expressions were harmless. "Stop, you too," the yellow-haired man ordered. "Don't be afraid, big brother. We are here to save you." "Ush, stop it. You two get out of here." "Don't worry, big brother. We won't abandon you." The younger brother was very excited, and there was a little personal grudge in it. Ping, ping. I have practiced boxing for 8 years, and this level of shrimp soldiers and crab generals can be defeated with just 2 kicks. The younger brother fell to the ground, put on a mask of pain, and accused me in disbelief. "Didn't you say that you couldn't beat the 2 of us?" "I just said it casually, and you took it seriously." I laughed dumbly. The younger brother. Puff. I was so angry that I vomited blood. "Hey, I found you. You are uneducated and you are ugly like others. You are not smart and you are unpopular like others. What do you think?" I turned my eyes to the yellow-haired man again and began to sow discord in a mean way. The yellow-haired man, he was about to cry. "Actually, I don't mind spending money on beauties, but your face is as ugly as a case of injustice, and your facial features are all different. No one is convinced. If I spend money on you, can you tell me if it is a waste of money?" Zhao Jin gently patted Huang Mao's face with the 800 yuan in his hand. Huang Mao. He has become autistic and began to doubt his life. Is he really that ugly? "What do you want?" Huang Mao admitted defeat. "Do what you want to do just now." Question mark. "Lend me your money. Just like you said. After the loan, we are friends. Naturally, I won't embarrass my friends." I was wearing a mask, so Huang Mao couldn't see my expression, but my squinting eyes would probably make that kid remember it for a lifetime. In the end, Huang Mao and the other 2 fled. The boss looked at me strangely. He thought that I had offended the wrong person and was probably in trouble. However, my action attracted the favor of other people in the internet cafe, so I got to watch a show for free. Chapter 5, Rocket Class. I stood at the door of the classroom, holding the book tightly in my hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Lu Xinyan, the head teacher of the rocket class, walked in front, and the noise in the classroom gradually quieted down, and all eyes were focused on me. I remembered that just now downstairs, the boy grabbed my clothes and insisted that I stay and wait for others to come back. I just casually said that whoever doesn't come is a grandson, but I didn't expect them to take it seriously. I shrugged, shook off his hand, and left in a hurry. Zhao Ming on the other end of the phone joked as usual. "You took the initiative to call your father. What's the matter? Do you feel guilty, or do you have no money?" I silently held my phone, poked the lunchbox with my chopsticks, and couldn't help rolling my eyes. I had no money. What else could I do? But I still endured it. I was wrong. "Don't even think about unfreezing your bank card." He hung up the phone calmly, but a message popped up on the screen. "Zhao Xiaolong. This month's living expenses. Just call me brother, and I'll give it to you. Humph, living expenses? Wishful thinking. I blocked him in an instant and refused to talk to him anymore. Zhao Jin's face darkened. Without thinking, I blocked and deleted the entire set. Zhao Xiaolong tapped the desktop with one hand, looking at the chat history with Zhao Jin on his phone, and couldn't help but sigh. What a rare good mood. After waiting for a long time without any response, I found out that I had been blocked. "You little bastard, you're still so angry." Zhao Xiaolong was not angry. It was Zhao Jin himself who blocked him, not because he, as his brother, did not give him living expenses. Zhao Xiaolong was not worried at all that Zhao Jin would starve to death. In Zhao Xiaolong's eyes, Zhao Jin was actually quite strange. He looked arrogant and didn't obey anyone, but in many cases, he was quite shameless. At least Zhao Xiaolong didn't think this guy would starve to death. The next day, rocket class. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, the noise in the whole classroom suddenly became quiet. Holding the book, I tried to make myself look relaxed and natural. Teacher Lu Xinyan walked in front and introduced me, the new transfer student, to the whole class. Suddenly, I heard a few classmates whispering. I heard that the new transfer student is very handsome. One of the voices was particularly excited. It was the loudspeaker named Chao-like, who always liked to spread some unfounded gossip. I subconsciously tugged at the corner of my clothes, feeling a little helpless. "Monitor, do you have any inside information?" Chao-like in the front row turned directly to Jiang Qiuo, the boy sitting by the window, the cool monitor of the rocket class. Jiang Qiuo pushed up his glasses. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "How much inside do you want to know?" Before he could finish, Jiang Zhaoqing, the girl known for her violent temper, suddenly stood up from the back row, grabbed Jiang Qiuo by the collar, and asked in a rude but teasing way, "Hurry up and tell me, Monitor. is the new student related to you? I listened to them and couldn't help but laugh. These guys are really good at gossiping. Jiang Qiu obviously didn't expect to be attacked so directly and was a little embarrassed for a moment, but he still maintained an indifferent look and continued. The new classmate is very handsome, just barely inferior to me. However, I have more exciting news. His eyes suddenly drifted towards me, and the smile on the corners of his mouth deepened. My heartbeat quickened instantly. Interesting. Looks like this semester won't be boring. Chapter 6. Are you unhappy sitting at the same table with me? When I walked into the classroom, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me. As a new transfer student, I was used to such scenes, but I still felt a little uncomfortable. I looked up at the back of the classroom and saw Jiangsua, the boy sitting by the window, leaning back in his chair with dissatisfaction, obviously not interested in this arrangement. I looked around, but my eyes were attracted by Jiang Zhaoqing's shouting. She kicked Jiang Qiu's chair, almost making him fall to the ground. Oh my god, he's really a handsome guy. Jiang Zhaoqing's voice was so loud that I couldn't help but frown, and Jiang Qiu finally came back to his senses, looking at me with a dull look. I suddenly felt that his face looked familiar, and when he touched his forehead covered by his hair, I instantly remembered him, the guy who left me with a small scar. Jiang Sua obviously recognized me, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was not willing to face this past. Class monitor, why didn't you react? Could it be that the new classmate's beauty threatens your status as the school hunk? Jiang Zhaoqing continued to joke, while Jiang Qiu still had an indifferent expression and said slowly, "This guy, I know him." Hearing this, Jiang Zhaoqing was stunned, then shook her head and laughed. Bullshit. I don't believe you. She obviously didn't believe Jiang Qiu's words. After all, the monitor's words were always unreliable. But I knew that what Jiang Qiu said was true. Just as the two of us were observing each other, our head teacher, Lu Xinyan, finally spoke. "Students, please be quiet. We have a new student in our class today." He spoke in a health-preserving tone mixed with milk tea and wolfberries. I couldn't help but complain silently in my heart. I didn't expect that this young teacher would be so keen on health preservation. "Zhao Jin, please introduce yourself briefly." The teacher pointed at me. I smiled and said, "Hello everyone. I am Zhao Jin from Jiangcheng. I like painting and reading. I hope to get along well with everyone in the coming year." As soon as he finished speaking, there was warm applause in the classroom, especially from the loudspeaker named Chao, who took the lead in clapping the loudest. I smiled politely, but found that Jiang Qiu in the corner still looked disdainful. Next, the teacher arranged for me to sit next to Jiang Sua, which happened to be an empty seat next to him. I threw my book on the table and asked him with a smile, "Does sitting at the same table with me make you unhappy?" Jiang Sua squinted at me, as if trying to see something from my face. "Is it so obvious?" He raised his head and stared at my face with a complicated expression. A few years ago, our eyes were full of hostility, but now, he seemed to be trying to hide something. "You were not like this before," Jiang Qiu whispered, but I just smiled and didn't respond. I am no longer the impulsive Zhao Jin before. During our brief conversation, Jiang Zhaoqing next to me suddenly came over, looked at the marks on my face, and asked, "What's wrong with your face?" She was obviously curious about my scars. "Oh well, I was beaten up," I answered casually, and without thinking too much, I put the blame on an innocent yellow-haired guy. "Ah, why did I hit you?" Jiang Zhaoqing was surprised. I thought about it and continued to make up a story. Because I asked him to borrow money, he refused and beat me. Seeing Jiang Zhaoqing's shocked expression, I almost couldn't help laughing. Jiang Zhaoqing was indignant. This man has no moral principles. I smiled and nodded, thinking that what he said was absolutely right. Jiang Qiu, who was sitting next to me, couldn't help but interrupt and said, "You deserve it." When the teacher came over to remind us to be quiet, I finally stopped smiling and prepared to concentrate on the class. But not long after it started, Jiansua couldn't hold on any longer. He whispered to me, "Keep an eye on the teacher. I need to sleep for a while." "Okay, go to sleep," I replied calmly, but the scene of that year emerged in my mind. I knew that the next year would never be peaceful. Chapter 7. For this question, choose C. When he heard Zhao Jin as promised before going to bed. When did this guy become so easy to talk to? I don't know how long I slept, but Jiang Qiu was woken up by the pain when Zhao Jin kicked him on the calf. "Jiang Qiu, tell me what to fill in the third question." Jiang Qiu stood up hurriedly, looked at the gloomy face of his chemistry teacher, Lao Zhou, and then looked at the Chinese textbook on his desk. He could only look at Zhao Jin beside him for help. He lowered his voice and asked, "What do you want to fill in the third question?" "Choose C." Zhao Jin's light voice sounded like heavenly music to Jiang Qiuo's ears. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, Jiang Qiuo still believes in Zhao Jin's achievements. After all, he was once a genius in the junior class. But he never expected that Zhao Jin would take the wrong book. Chemistry teacher Lao Zhou's face suddenly changed, and he roared with suppressed anger. "Fill in the blanks. Tell me you chose C?" Jiang Qiuo was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Jin to be so unreliable. He chose C for the fill-in-the-blank question. It would be better not to tell him the answer. He knew that this guy was up to no good. I wanted to help Jiang Sua, but I gave the wrong answer because I took the wrong book. When the chemistry teacher roared angrily, I realized my mistake. Seeing his expression suddenly turn into despair, I couldn't help but feel worried for myself. Jiang Qiuo made a prompt decision and reported me directly. "Teacher, it was Zhao Jin who told me." Mr. Zhou immediately turned his gaze to me, and I knew he was going to get angry. Before he could get angry, I looked around in confusion and said doubtfully, "Isn't this class biology?" The classroom was dead silent, and then burst into suppressed laughter. Lao Zhou's face darkened, and he pointed at the two of us angrily. "You, and you, both of you, stand outside." We walked to the classroom door one after the other, and the two student masters in the rocket class instantly became a joke in everyone's eyes. I leaned against the wall, closed my eyes, and thought about what had happened in the past few years. I felt a little complicated. "You did it on purpose." Jiang Qiuo couldn't help but complain in a low voice. I looked up at him and coughed lightly, pretending to be nonchalant. "It was an accident. In fact, I really didn't mean to do it, I just happened to remember it wrong." Jiang Sua was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Why are you here? I remember you were in the junior class. Why didn't you go to college?" His words touched the pain point in my heart. I suddenly got angry and glared at him fiercely. "It's none of your business." My voice was harsh and sharp. Jiang Qiuo was stunned. He obviously didn't expect me to have such a big reaction, but he didn't continue to ask questions. He just lowered his head and kept silent. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. After the punishment, the rocket class forum went wild. The photo of Jiang Qiuo and I standing at the door of the classroom was circulated everywhere, and the handsome duo of Zhao Jin and Jiang Qiuo became a hot topic in the school. At the same time, I stood at the canteen window, holding my newly issued meal card, and was still unsure of what to order. The canteen auntie behind me was impatient and was banging her spoon on the table to urge me. I hesitated for a long time and finally just randomly picked two dishes. After getting the plate, I sat in the corner and forced the food into my mouth. I really had no appetite. At this time, Jiang Sua appeared from nowhere and sat down opposite me. "I remember you don't like garlic." I was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the things on the plate. My expression instantly stiffened. "Is this garlic?" I didn't care at first, but after knowing it was garlic, the pungent smell rushed to my head and almost made me vomit. Jiang Qiuo looked at my embarrassed look and laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. He also mocked me and said, "We have fried tomatoes and fried corn and grapes in the cafeteria. Do you want to try them?" I rolled my eyes helplessly and stood up to leave. But Jiang Qiuo held me back and said, "I know there's a barbecue restaurant outside the school that's really delicious. Do you want to try it?" "No money," I said briefly, not in the mood to waste time talking to him. Jiang Qiuo was surprised. "Aren't you a rich second generation? How could you be without money?" I sneered and replied, "Do you live in Dunhuang? How can you paint murals so well?" Then, without waiting for him to react, I left the cafeteria. Although Jiang Sua often talks too much and makes people annoyed, I know that this person has not changed. But at least he has changed his bad habit of getting into fights when he disagrees with others and has changed his swearing. This is progress, albeit small. Chapter 8. Half-Childhood Sweethearts. When Jiang Qiuo leaned closer to me, I almost couldn't help laughing. "Can you be less aggressive? We are childhood sweethearts. Why are you so mean to me?" "Childhood sweethearts?" I sneered and hit back mercilessly. "Have you ever seen two men described as childhood sweethearts? At most, we are mortal enemies." Jiang Qiuo lifted up the strands of hair on his forehead, revealing the light pink scar, and said with a playful smile, "Look at you. Why are you still holding a grudge? It was you who hit me, and my face was disfigured, but I haven't blamed you yet." I glanced at the scar on his forehead and retorted mercilessly, "You deserve it. Who told you to be a slut first?" When he disobeyed me, I simply hit him with a brick. I was not kidding. The story dates back to when Zhao Ming first took me back to the Ji family. That welcome ceremony was more like an outsider show to me. I had no interest in dealing with anyone, especially that idiot Jiang Qiuo. He insisted on revealing my gender and tried to pull off my pants. As a result, I simply picked up a brick and taught him a lesson. Since then, no one dared to question my identity. Okay. I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken off your pants. Jiang Qiuo hadn't finished speaking when I covered his mouth. If you say another word, I'll make sure you can't utter a word anymore. He was glared at by me. His expression was a little unconvinced, and he continued to tease. We are all men. What's the big deal? Why are you so stingy? You really care about every little thing. During our conversation, another talkative guy in the class, Chow, like the fat guy nicknamed Big Loudspeaker, sat down next to Jiang Qiuo and said with a smile, "So you were here, class monitor. I was wondering why you disappeared after class. It turns out you came here to flirt with the new students." Jiang Qiuo rolled his eyes at him. "What do you mean by hooking up? I call this building relationships. You want to find someone to help you stand guard?" Chow looked as if he could see through his thoughts. Jiang Qiuo smiled, too lazy to explain, and just raised his eyebrows at me, as if he wanted to say something. Just then, Chow came over to me and asked me, "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" I looked at him puzzledly, frowned, and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Jiang Qiuo immediately hugged Chow's neck and lowered his voice. "Don't scare the new students. You're asking like a pervert." "That's not what I wanted to ask. My female classmates asked me to ask. Don't treat me as a pervert." Chow hurriedly explained. I shook my head and responded coldly, "No. I did think about having a normal relationship in my heart, but my identity and my situation made everything impossible." While we were chatting casually, there was another disturbance outside. I had fooled the yellow-haired guy before, and this time he brought a group of people to look for me everywhere, but they still came up empty-handed. They angrily scolded me for not following the code of conduct and being a coward. Unfortunately, these were just wind in my ears, and I was too lazy to pay attention. In the afternoon class, Jiangsuo lay on the table and fell asleep as usual. Although I was also very sleepy, I forced myself to stay awake and pretended to be listening carefully. Jiangsuo watched me nod off little by little and suddenly laughed. This guy is quite interesting. However, his smile was soon interrupted. The head teacher, Lu Xinyan, looked at him fiercely and roared, "Jiang Qiuo." Jiang Qiuo raised his head lazily. He knew that he was about to be criticized by the teacher, but he still looked indifferent. He was a recommended student of Beijing University, but now he came back here to repeat his studies. Lu Xinyan could only turn a blind eye to him. But today, he obviously couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 9, Apology is a Science. When Jiang Qiuo stood up, I was still half asleep and half awake, and I had no idea that he was talking to the class teacher, Lu Xinyan. "Does it look good?" Lu Xinyan glanced back and forth at Jiang Qiuo and me, and the teasing in his eyes made me nervous. I didn't sleep very deeply to begin with, and was woken up by the noise. I opened my eyes and saw Jiangsuo's face so close to me, and I couldn't help but frown. My eyes were not fully awake yet, and I looked a little dazed, completely losing my usual calmness. "Ah, not bad, just a little worse than me," Jiang Qiuo replied lazily, looking up at the clock on the wall. There were only 2 minutes left before the end of the get-out of class, but he was quite calm, as if he didn't feel that he had any problems the whole time. "Zhao Jin, did you sleep well?" Lu Xinyan's tone was full of sarcasm. Only then did I realize that the fact that I fell asleep in class had been completely exposed. I stood up dazedly and answered directly. "It's okay, but my neck hurts a little." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyan sneered and continued to attack. "Of course it hurts. You were like a chicken pecking at rice for the whole class, and I was afraid that you would bang your head on the table. Jiang Qiuo has been watching you for most of the class, and you didn't react at all." I instantly felt my face burning, and I couldn't help but glare at Jiang Qiuo. He actually stared at me for the entire class without reminding me, "Is he mentally ill?" Jiang Qiuo saw me glaring at him, and he glared back at me without showing any weakness. The bell for the end of class finally rang, and Lu Xinyan said with a stern face, "Zhao Jin, come to my office." He held his textbook under his arm, picked up his water cup, and walked out. I was a little annoyed. I thought I would be scolded for falling asleep in class, but I had to go to the office? What did the head teacher mean? Could it be that scolding in the office would be more powerful? After entering the office, Lu Xinyan motioned for me to sit down. I glanced at the sofa and said reluctantly, "I'll just stand." "Sit down." He was calm, took a glass of water and handed it to me, and didn't seem to be in a hurry to criticize me. Looking at his smiling face, I felt a little uneasy. "Drink some water. Don't be nervous." He put the water on the coffee table and said, "I just ordered takeout. It will be here soon. Let's eat and talk." I was stunned. Takeout? Chatting while eating? This was totally different from what I expected. Helpless, I sat down and began to perfunctorily say, "It was wrong of me to sleep in class. I will try my best to correct it." I've become very skilled at taking the initiative to admit my mistakes and take the initiative. But Lu Xinyan did not reveal the matter immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "It can be seen that you have tried very hard to control yourself." I was stunned and didn't know how to respond, so I just nodded dryly. "Are you still not used to the new school?" he continued to ask, his tone quite kind. "Not really. It's mainly because the bed at school is too hard, and I didn't sleep well last night." I made up an excuse, hoping to get away with it. Lu Xinyan frowned and seemed to think seriously. "Is the bed too hard? Is the quilt too thin?" "No, quilts were given out." I answered nonchalantly. He was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "You didn't sleep on the bed last night?" "Yeah." I shrugged. "I actually wanted to buy a quilt yesterday, but I gave up because I thought it would be inconvenient to carry the quilt over the wall." Lu Xinyan sighed. "I'll write you a note of leave later. You don't have to go to the evening self-study class. Go buy some blankets and other things nearby. Don't catch a cold later." I was surprised. This head teacher is so considerate. "Thank you, teacher," I whispered. He smiled, took out another enrollment information form, and asked me, "I see there are a lot of blanks on your information form. Why don't you fill them in?" I looked at the form and found that there were indeed many blank items, especially the one about family situation. I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, so I just said vaguely, "These are unnecessary." "How can it be unnecessary? I will have to visit your home in the future." Lu Xinyan said, as if it was a matter of course. "Home visits?" I almost jumped up in shock. "Aren't home visits something that only happen in elementary school besides? Home visits are a nightmare to me." I tried to persuade him. "There's no need for a home visit. If you have any questions, just ask me directly." He shook his head and said seriously, "No, I need to learn about your situation from your parents so that I can better help you." My heart skipped a beat. If I visited my father's house, he would definitely tell me all the embarrassing things. So I sneered and said, "My father is a playboy. He falls in love with every beautiful woman he sees. My mother ran away after I was born. I have an older brother who was born to my father's ex-wife. Now he has fallen for another woman and sent me here to hide away." These words were half true and half false, but Lu Xinyan obviously believed them, and his expression was somewhat helpless. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief and successfully fooled him. But at this moment, Lu Xinyan was speechless. Chapter 10. I advise you not to be too ridiculous. I stood in front of Lu Xinyan, and all the excuses and words I had prepared suddenly got stuck in my throat. My mind was racing, but I didn't know how to continue. "Really? I really didn't expect your family would be in this situation," Lu Xinyan said awkwardly, obviously caught off guard by what I said. "I'm used to it." I pretended to be aggrieved and continued. "So, are you still going to visit my home?" "Of course. In your situation, I need to understand it better." Lu Xinyan looked righteous and had obviously made up his mind. "Don't worry, I will definitely have a good talk with your father to make sure your studies will not be affected by your family." Seeing him cheering himself up so seriously, I secretly sighed in my heart. Sure enough, this level is not easy to pass. Since the teacher insists, I have nothing to say. However, my father is not in the country now. I am afraid I have to wait for him to come back before I can arrange a home visit. "Is your dad on a business trip?" Lu Xinyan obviously didn't intend to give up. "When will he be back?" "He went on a trip to Europe with his new girlfriend." I lowered my head in embarrassment and continued to make up a half-true story. "He told me not to contact him unless necessary." I didn't dare to disturb him. Lu Xinyan's heart softened after hearing these words. He looked at me with a complicated expression, as if he felt sorry for me. I knew that this trick worked. "Then wait until your father comes back, and then I will go to visit your home." I breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully tricked a note for evening self-study. But I knew in my heart that the home visit issue had not been completely resolved. I thought that I had time tonight, so I had to prepare more things to avoid such trouble in the future. So I called a truck and planned to go home to move some things. An hour later, I stood at the school gate, waiting for the truck to take me straight to Ji's house. When I got home, Zhao Xiaolong was sitting in the restaurant enjoying dinner. He looked up and saw me. and his face immediately turned unhappy. Why are you back? He was obviously a little unhappy, and obviously didn't expect me to come back so soon. Do I need to report to you? I replied indifferently, ignored him, and went straight upstairs with the movers. Zhao Xiaolong looked at me, very angry, but he had no choice but to follow me upstairs. When I moved 6 28-inch suitcases out of the room, his face froze. Are you moving these things to school? Can the dormitory hold them all? I sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. I opened the refrigerator and stuffed the drinks and fruits into my backpack. Zhao Xiaolong watched me do this and finally couldn't help it. Are you a bandit entering the village? You almost emptied the refrigerator. I shrugged, took the drink from his hand, and said casually, You don't want to drink this bottle, right? I'll take it. After that, I continued to do my thing. Just as Zhao Xiaolong was about to continue complaining in frustration, the movers had already dismantled my bed and were ready to carry it downstairs. He was completely furious. Zhao Jin's school is not your home. Don't be so ridiculous. I calmly replied, The bed is detachable. I measured it and it can be moved in diagonally. Zhao Xiaolong was speechless and could only shake his head helplessly. Just when he thought I would be stopped by the dormitory manager, I had already called Dalaba. Dalaba, help me get the dormitory manager away for a while, and I'll treat you to barbecue later. Within a few minutes, I successfully entered the dormitory with my bed and successfully transformed the 4-person dormitory into my own private little world. The weekend is here, and most of the students at Jiangshan No. 1 Middle School stay in school, busy with their homework. However, my plan is completely different from theirs. Besides studying, I have a little-known hobby, boxing. Chapter 11. Rongxing Boxing Gym. I stood at the door of the boxing gym, breathing the familiar air, and felt inexplicably relaxed. Rongxing Boxing Gym, where I practice boxing, and also the starting point of my boxing practice. 8 years of boxing training has made me no longer the ignorant little girl. Although I have never participated in a formal competition, it does not mean that I am not ready. In the past, I boxed to protect myself and to vent, but now it's different. I'm already 17 years old, and I'll be an adult in a few months. Then, I can return to being a girl, and who can do anything to me? In this world, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, so at worst I won't turn back. I walked into the gym with a men's travel bag, declined the warm greeting from the front desk lady, and went straight into the dressing room. After changing into a tight boxing suit, I used a waterproof eyebrow pencil to slightly adjust the shape of my eyebrows to make my facial features softer. I couldn't wear makeup, but I had to make sure I was different from boy Zhao Jin. After changing, I walked out the door and headed straight to the training ground for professional athletes on the second floor. Rongxing Boxing Gym is a membership-based gym, and customer information is kept very confidential. Only here can I be myself to the greatest extent without having to pretend my gender. As soon as I walked up the stairs, I heard a familiar voice. Zhao Jin, why are you here? Chi Ai, the coach's daughter, is 3 years older than me and has a forthright personality. We once trained together here. Sister Xiao Ai, long time no see. I responded with a smile. The membership fee of this boxing gym is ridiculously expensive, 80,000 yuan a year, but I hardly come here, so Chi Ai naturally joked about it. You are really willing to spend such an expensive membership fee. If you ask me, you are a money-spending kid. I won't do that from now on, I said calmly. Now that I live on campus, I have full control over my weekends and am finally no longer restricted by my family. I want to play the game, I said straight to the point. Competition? Chi Ai was obviously shocked. Don't you never play in competitions? No matter what my dad said before, you refused to play, which made him very angry. Why do you suddenly come to your senses now? I've come to terms with it. I responded casually without intending to explain further. Okay, come on, I'll take you to meet my dad. Chi Ai smiled and led me upstairs to find Chi Rongxing, my coach and the owner of Rongxing Boxing Gym. Chi Rongxing was instructing a student on his movements. When he heard Chi Ai calling him, he looked up at me with a cold expression. What is she doing here? If she wants to practice boxing, go downstairs. His words were full of displeasure. I ignored him and said, Coach, I want to play. Chi Rongxing paused, turned around, and looked me up and down, obviously a little surprised. You were unwilling to do it before? Why do you change your mind now? I took a deep breath and was about to explain when Chi Ai nudged me with his elbow, reminding me to be careful with my words. I like boxing and I want to achieve results. Although I refused before, I regretted it. In the past 2 years, I have never given up training and have been boxing almost every day. Coach, please give me a chance, okay? I said sincerely. Qi Rongxing didn't buy it. He sneered. You want me to give you a chance? It's not something you can do with just a few words. You have to rely on your strength. He pointed at a 1.80-meter tall boy on the boxing ring and said coldly, he is my new apprentice, the same age as you, and has only been practicing boxing for half a year. He has good talent and is very hardworking. Best of 3, I will be the referee. If you can beat him, I will give you a chance. Okay. I jumped onto the boxing ring without hesitation. The boy opposite seemed a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, my name is Zhou Yulong. Please give me your guidance. My name is Zhao Jin. Thank you for your guidance. I smiled, but without any hesitation, I raised my leg and gave a flying kick, followed by a straight punch. My movements were swift and clean, leaving no time for the opponent to react. Zhou Yulong obviously didn't expect me to attack so quickly, and he retreated repeatedly and was almost knocked down by me several times. Qi Rongxing's face became more and more ugly. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to dampen my spirit, but in the end, his own apprentice was suppressed by me in public. The match wasn't over yet, but Qi Rongxing could see that I hadn't been lazy. The 2 years of training had not been in vain, and I was even stronger than before. My fighting style was not limited to routines, but every punch and kick was extremely aggressive, far beyond the ordinary level. Zhou Yulong, if you can't beat her, you have to practice for 3 more hours tonight, Qi Rongxing said angrily with a dark face. I smiled. Chapter 12. Fighting in the Boxing Ring. The Secret Challenge of the Genius Girl. Zhou Yulong looked at Qi Rongxing standing beside him, then glanced at me, as if he had made up his mind. Excuse me, if I hurt you, you can always stop me. His tone was a little timid, and he was obviously afraid of hurting me. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yulong collapsed on the boxing ring like a dog that had lost its fighting spirit, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. Qi Rongxing's eyes widened, his face numb. His words to encourage Zhou Yulong just now seemed to have become a booster for me to beat him harder and harder. 3 minutes? He only lasted 3 minutes. Qi Rongxing's face turned pale. Zhou Yulong half paralyzed on the ground, looking at my legs with a dazed look. Just now, this pair of beautiful long legs had kicked him hard more than once, leaving him no chance to even fall down. Get up! You can't even beat a non-professional player, Zhou Yulong. I think all your training over the past few months has been wasted. Qi Rongxing was so angry that his face turned black and he lost his usual calmness. Zhou Yulong was exhausted and lay on the ground, refusing to move. Master, you tricked me. You didn't tell me she was such a good fighter. The pain on his face was obvious, as if he was still savoring the beating. Best of 3? Come on. I can't get up. Stand up. I can't get up. Zhou Yulong simply threw a tantrum. I'll just lie down. Her beating hurts so much. Qi Rongxing's face was as dark as it could be, and he finally shouted helplessly, Get off. You are embarrassing yourself. He climbed onto the boxing ring, his face filled with helplessness. Zhao Jin, your punches are just as fast and heavy as ever. You beat me so hard that I don't even have the courage to fight again. You taught me well. I smiled in response, but I knew in my heart that Qi Rongxing was my teacher, but I also learned from several other masters. Today, Zhou Yulong looked down on me because I am a woman. If it were normal, I wouldn't have to be so harsh. Qi Rongxing frowned. Do you think it's great to beat him? His level is not even good enough to be a substitute. What I need is someone who is passionate about boxing and willing to work hard, not someone who does it on impulse. Zhao Jin, do you understand? I could hear the disappointment in his voice. He always knew that I didn't love boxing from the bottom of my heart, but use it more as a way to vent. Dad, you said you would give Zhao Jin a chance if she won. Qi AI couldn't help but speak for me. Qi Rongxing's face became even more unsightly when his own daughter ruined his plans. I admit that I didn't expect Zhou Yulong to be so useless, but I can't easily agree to Zhao Jin just because he's not good enough. Put it wherever you want. You're just looking for an excuse to bully people. Qi AI continued to attack mercilessly. Qi Rongxing shook his head helplessly. How about this? Let's play for 3 minutes. If you can still stand after 3 minutes, I will take you to play the game. How about it? Dad, aren't you bullying the weak? How shameless. Qi AI was anxious. Qi Rongxing smiled slyly. If you want to compete, but you don't even dare to accept this challenge, what kind of boxer are you? Okay, I knew he wouldn't let me pass easily. This challenge was inevitable. But I have one condition. I raised a finger. Don't hit me in the face. Qi Rongxing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Do you still care about your face when boxing? I'm still in school, and it's hard to explain the injury on my face, I explained. Qi Rongxing was silent for a while and seemed to realize my concerns in reality. You're still in school? High school? Then how can you play in the game? I want to play some small games first and then strive for a professional substitute position if I perform well. I will come for physical fitness tests every week and will not miss training. I made my plan clear and knew that it was not realistic to achieve success overnight. You are a senior year in high school this year? Qi Rongxing asked. Right. Have you thought it through during such a crucial time in senior year of high school? What if you haven't mastered your boxing skills and your studies are also delayed? Qi Rongxing was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to balance both. I have learned everything in high school a long time ago, and I have read it over and over again. Getting into a key university is not a problem for me. I answered frankly. Zhou Yulong couldn't help but frown as he listened. This sounded like Versailles. He himself was a poor student, so it hurt him no matter how he listened to it. Qi AI added with a smile. Zhao Jin was a genius in the junior class back then, and he almost got admitted to Beijing University at the age of 13. Qi Rongxing frowned and said, You have such good grades. Why do you want to practice boxing? People who practice boxing don't use their brains very well. I smiled and didn't answer, but just got into position, my eyes fixed on Qi Rongxing. I knew that this duel would never be easy. Although Qi Rongxing is old, he was once an international boxing champion. My only strategy is one word: hide. Chapter 13, Apprenticeship. Qi Rongxing's attacks missed one after another, and I quickly dodged, trying to delay time. Obviously, Qi Rongxing realized that his series of moves did not work, so he began to provoke me with words. Why, you don't dare to fight? You still want to play a game with this little courage? You are a cowardly piece of trash. I sneered, completely unmoved. Your provocation has no effect on me. If I can drag it out for 3 minutes, you will have to accept me as your disciple. There is no need for me to show off my bravery. Qi Rongxing's face suddenly darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect me to be so rational. But he nodded secretly in his heart. Staying calm and having a clear goal are important qualities for an excellent boxer. Too many players lose their composure due to the provocation of their opponents and eventually lose. Then let me tell you today, cleverness is useless in the face of absolute strength. Qi Rongxing became serious. His decades of boxing experience were enough to put me in trouble. Although I was fast, the boxing ring was only so big that I couldn't dodge for long. Sure enough, he hit me hard in the abdomen with a punch. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach and couldn't help but step back a few steps. Before I could stand firm, his foot had already pressed towards my shoulder. I barely dodged the blow, but soon, a whip kick hit my lower back and I was knocked down on the ropes of the boxing ring. Zhou Yulong was stunned watching from the side and couldn't help but gasp. This is too cruel. Qi Rongxing didn't give me a chance to breathe, and he swung his fists at me one after another. I could only block them with my arms. Fists hit my arms one after another, and the pain was so severe that I almost lost feeling. What do you think? Do you want to admit defeat? Qi Rongxing's voice came coldly. You wish. I suppressed the pain and responded coldly. He seemed to admire my calmness and still addressed me respectfully. Even when the situation was not favorable to me, I could analyze the situation calmly, remain patient, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. This kind of calmness is something that many boxers cannot maintain under pressure. Qi Rongxing pointed out my shortcomings while fighting. Your lower body is not stable. Your waist and abdomen are not strong enough. Your arms are not exerting force from the right point. Every time he pointed out a problem, I quickly adjusted it. The onlookers around me began to talk about it. This girl has a really strong learning ability. Every time the coach gives her some pointers, she can improve immediately. Although she was completely suppressed just now, she can now defend against many attacks. However, Qi Rongxing didn't give me a chance to breathe. Suddenly, he threw me heavily onto the boxing ring with a back throw, and I felt my bones almost fall apart. Can you still get up? It's okay. I gritted my teeth and got up from the ground, sweating all over. There are still 30 seconds left. Zhao Jin, come on. Qi AI cheered me on from the side. I stood up shakily and looked at Qi Rongxing. Coach, I bet I can still stand here in 30 seconds. Qi Rongxing obviously didn't think much of my condition. He smiled coldly, flexed his fist, and punched me in the stomach. I had no way to dodge and was knocked back onto the ropes. Just as Qi Rongxing was about to give me the final blow, my eyes suddenly changed. I used the reaction force of the ropes to quickly hug his arms and used my flexibility to wrap my legs around his neck. Wow! People around exclaimed. Chi Rongxing quickly realized that my embarrassment and weakness just now were all just acting. I deliberately took a few of his punches to make him relax his guard and finally seized the opportunity to fight back. However, I underestimated his lower body stability. Even though I tried my best, I still couldn't knock him down. Chi Rongxing grabbed my calf and threw me to the ground. I rolled on the ground twice and almost passed out. Time's up, Chi AI announced weakly. I lost. Chi AI quickly climbed onto the stage to help me up and glared at Chi Rongxing fiercely. Dad, you're too harsh. Zhao Jin is a girl. Chi Rongxing didn't care. Once she's on the field, her opponent won't show mercy just because she's a girl. I don't accept it. I struggled to stand up from the ground, looking disheveled, but with determination in my eyes. Chi Rongxing looked at me coldly and finally turned around and said, "Go apply the medicine first and come back for a physical fitness test in 2 days." "Thank you, master," I said sincerely. Chi AI looked at me, then looked at Chi Rongxing's receding back. "I don't understand. How do you know he will accept you?" I smiled calmly, because he said on the field. "If they don't accept me, how can I go to the field?" Chi AI was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. "Awesome. You have a really good brain." Chapter 14. Only those who are good-looking are called green tea. On Monday morning, the medicine Chi AI gave me was indeed effective, but the bruises on my body still hadn't completely disappeared. I gathered my clothes and yawned loudly. The tiredness of waking up early filled my whole body with negative energy, and even the people in the corridor could feel my resentment. Just then, a loud noise came from not far away. "Wang Ji, I've told you so many times that I don't like you at all." Li Meiyue's voice was mixed with anger and helplessness. "Meiyue, why don't you like me? My family donated money to the school library. Who else but me is worthy of you?" Wang Ji roared unwillingly. I passed the corner of the stairs and heard their argument, and I couldn't help but stop. "I just don't like your nouveau riche behavior. Besides, I already have someone I like." Li Meiyue hit back without hesitation. "Who? Who dares to snatch a woman from me?" Wang Ji was furious. "Who I like is none of your business, right? You're too nosy." Wang Ji sneered. "Oh, I see. It's the new pretty boy in the rocket class, right? I heard that you've been hanging out in the rocket class recently. Could it be him? The new pretty boy in the rocket class? Was he talking about me?" I looked up and saw Li Meiyue with her back to the stairs, totally unaware of my approach. Li Meiyue answered without hesitation. "Yes. I just like him. What's wrong? He is prettier than you and has better grades. Why should I like you instead of him?" This made me stunned for a moment. I laughed in my heart, but at the same time, I was curious about what would happen next. Wang Ji's expression became even uglier, and he belittled me harshly. "Him? He looks like a woman. Who knows if he was born in the wrong womb? I don't think his grades are that good. He got into the rocket class because his family is rich." I walked closer and interrupted. "Are you talking about me?" Li Meiyue turned around suddenly, and her face turned red instantly when she saw me. "Hey, is this the new kid in the rocket class? He doesn't look that great." Wang Ji looked me up and down provocatively, his tone full of disdain. I shrugged and said calmly, "He's okay, just a little more handsome than you." Then I smiled at Li Meiyue and said, "Classmate, you have good taste." Li Meiyue's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look me in the face. "You!" Wang Ji was shaking with anger. He grabbed my collar and seemed ready to attack me at any time. At this moment, an angry shout broke the tense atmosphere. "Stop! You two are not going to class, and you are pulling each other in the corridor. How can you do that?" The head teacher Wu Ligong happened to see this scene. "Hello, director." Li Meiyue and I greeted him in unison, but Wang Ji reluctantly whispered, "Director, you two, come with me to the office." Wu Ligong glared at us with a dark face, turned, and left. Li Meiyue looked at me with an apologetic look on her face, as if she felt that this was all her fault. I smiled and comforted her. "It's okay. It has nothing to do with you, don't worry." Li Meiyue nodded with emotion and watched me leave with Director Wu. Wang Ji walked beside me, his lips trembling with anger. He glared at me and cursed in a low voice. "Green tea." I leaned closer to him with a smile on my face and said slowly, "That's right, but only good-looking people like me are called green tea, and you probably can only be called green bean." Wang Ji's face instantly turned red. "You." "Wang Ji." Wu Ligong's voice rang out again, scaring him so much that he dared not take any action. It's okay, director. He's just a little excited, I said lightly. Wang Ji clenched his teeth, his eyes full of anger. But he obviously couldn't do anything to me. He felt so frustrated that he was about to explode. Chapter 15. Are you still feeling wronged? School life is always more dramatic than you think. As an ordinary high school student, my life is not very dramatic, but certain moments, puzzling things always happen. That day, the argument between Wang Ji and I seemed like a meaningless war. How can you call me ugly? Wang Ji asked angrily. I spread my hands innocently and said, Wang Ji, you said I looked like a woman and that I was born in the wrong family. I just retaliated. I won't do it again next time. Although I apologized, it was not sincere. Wang Ji was furious, like a chicken that was about to be driven crazy. Teacher Wu Ligong couldn't stand it any longer and waved his hand to stop the farce. All right, we are already in the 3rd year of high school. Why are you still making such a fuss? This matter ends here. I thought the matter had come to an end, but apparently, these quarrels were not the main focus today. Zhao Jin, I just want to check the dormitories. Why did I see such a big bed in your dormitory? Can't the beds in school accommodate you? Teacher Wu Ligong's voice suddenly rose. Well, it was my turn now. The thing was, as someone who had never lived on campus, I had no idea there was such a thing as dormitory inspections. So I naively thought that it would be more comfortable to move my big bed from home to the dormitory. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was such a thing as dormitory inspections. I tried to defend myself, but this obviously did not calm Teacher Wu's anger. Don't you know how to check the dormitories? Why don't you bring all the pots and pans from home? Teacher Wu asked angrily. There is a power limit in the dormitory, so we can't use high-power electrical appliances. I answered honestly. Teacher Wu was completely speechless. She was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Put the 800-word self-criticism on my desk tomorrow. Move the bed out within a week. After leaving the office, I was so angry that I couldn't accept it. I lost my beloved bed and had to write a self-criticism. This series of unfortunate events filled me with resentment. After class, Wang Ji and I parted ways. He threatened me at the stairs. Boy, be careful when you go out next time. I turned around and replied expressionlessly. Are you going to bite me? Wang Ji was furious at this and he shouted. Zhao Jin, you and I cannot coexist. But I ignored it and walked straight to the classroom. I was late and ran into Jiang Sua, my desk mate, at the door of the classroom. Being late seemed to be a common occurrence for him. When he saw me, he asked cheerfully, Are you late too? Not at first. I answered helplessly. The discipline committee member Jiang Luin was standing at the door to catch the latecomers. She couldn't help but frown at the two of us who were late, especially me, a new student who had just transferred in. Director Wu called me to his office on the way here, so I was late. I explained calmly. Jiang Luin was obviously touched by my innocent look and let me into the classroom. But obviously, the matter was not over yet. Next, I had to face Jiang Qiuo's ridicule. What a good excuse, Zhao Jin. I should have used this reason earlier. Jiang Qiuo patted my shoulder and gave me a thumbs up. I was too lazy to pay attention to him and just said calmly, This is not an excuse. I was really called by Director Wu. You are so good at talking. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Jiang Qiuo continued to tease. I smiled and responded, I'm pretty good at boxing. Looking at Jiang Qiuo's shocked face, I couldn't help but think that he would probably never understand that life is like a play, and sometimes proper precautions are the key to avoiding being slapped in the face by life. On this day, although I lost my bed, I was still able to win a small victory in this small battle. Chapter 16, Showing Goodwill. I rubbed my sore eyes after the morning self-study class. My deskmate Jiang Sua had fallen asleep like a baby halfway through the self-study class. I was also planning to take a nap, but just as I was about to close my eyes, there was a gentle knock on the door. I looked up, half-closed my eyes, and saw the long-haired beauty I met this morning standing at the door. Her makeup was fresh and natural, which made people want to take a few more glances. When our eyes met, she winked at me playfully and then walked straight to my table. She leaned over, and the scent of shampoo instantly lingered in my nose, accompanying every movement of her approaching. I couldn't help but look at her, and saw my reflection in her dark brown pupils. I couldn't help but sigh, secretly regretting in my heart. Why am I not a man? What do you want to talk to me about? I asked, my voice lazy but straightforward. I really want to thank you this morning. Otherwise, I might have been harassed by Wang Ji again. She said softly, putting a lunchbox on my desk. I saw you left in a hurry this morning, and I guess you haven't had breakfast yet? This is the breakfast my mother prepared for me, but I'm trying to lose weight recently, so if you don't mind, I'll give it to you as a thank you gift." She said this in a clever way, as if I refused, I would be disgusted with her. I was a little embarrassed and thought about how to refuse politely. I, I was about to speak, but she interrupted me. "You are not going to use the excuse of I have already eaten to reject me?" Her eyebrows and eyes were curved when she smiled. She was so beautiful. Now everyone around started whispering, especially Jiang Zhaoqing, who was sitting behind me. She was so excited that she almost pinched her desk mate's thigh until it turned purple. "I heard your stomach growling." Li Meiwei smiled softly, her voice gentle. I was indeed hungry, but I felt a little uneasy. After all, I didn't really help her. I just couldn't stand Wang Ji's bragging. If he was talking about someone else at the time, I would have walked away long ago. I really didn't have breakfast. I touched my stomach a little embarrassedly, and then confessed. "But to be honest, I didn't intend to help you at all. I just can't stand Wang Ji's bragging." My honesty obviously stunned Li Meiwei for a moment. She smiled awkwardly. "Anyway, you still helped me. Although it was not your original intention, I did benefit from it." Just as I was about to continue to refuse, Jiang Qiuo, who had been sleeping beside me, suddenly woke up and took the opportunity to interrupt. "Classmate, he doesn't want to take advantage of you, but I do. And it just so happens that I haven't had breakfast either." I glared at him, but didn't stop him. He quickly took the lunchbox, as if he was going to pounce on it and devour it in the next second. "Are you really a reincarnated starving ghost?" I asked him with disgust. Jiang Qiuo didn't care at all. He ate voraciously while boasting. "How can I look like a pig with such a handsome face?" "You may not look like a pig, but you have the temperament of a pig." I hit back mercilessly. "How could my temperament be like a pig?" He was unconvinced. "Just because you almost buried your face in the lunchbox just now." I rolled my eyes. Just as Jiang Qiuo and I were bickering, Li Meiwei stood up and said with a charming smile, "Zhao Jin, I'm Li Meiwei from the third shift. You guys eat your lunch first. I won't bother you anymore." Hearing this, I felt a little uneasy. It was obvious that I was being asked to return the lunchbox to the third shift. After she left, Jiang Zhaoqing pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, with an expression that showed he saw through everything. "She's attracted to you," Jiang Zhaoqing sighed in a low voice, obviously already knowing what was going on. However, I had no time to care about all this. Jiang Qiuo in front of me was eating voraciously from the lunchbox, leaving me almost no room. "That's my breakfast. You should leave some for me." I started to fight with him unwillingly. Jiang Zhaoqing, who was standing by, shook his head as he watched. "Zhao Jin, your behavior is really inconsistent with how you scolded Jiang Qiuo for eating in an ugly way." At this moment, Chao suddenly came over with a small cookie in his hand. "Zhao Jin, tell me the story of you and Li Meiwei, and I will give you this cookie." Faced with hunger, principles no longer mattered. I briefly recounted what happened in the morning and successfully got the biscuits. Alas, in order to fill my stomach today, I didn't even care about the cheap biscuits. Chapter 17. Wang Ji's Revenge. "Are you saying that you cursed Wang Ji? That bastard?" Chao almost laid down on my desk, his face full of curiosity and excitement. "What? Do I have to choose a specific day for me to scold him?" I raised my head and looked at him in confusion. "Although what you said sounds very domineering, I have to remind you that Wang Ji is a gangster. You'd better stay away from him," Chao said in a serious tone. I smiled and replied casually, "Yeah, got it, thanks brother." Is it so easy to make friends? I used to offend the entire rich second-generation circle because I was dressed as a man, had a complicated family background, and a bad personality. I can't blame myself for this. Those people looked down on my background and mocked me openly and secretly as an unwanted, illegitimate child. They were clearly bullying me. If it were you, would you be able to spoil them? Of course not. As a result, I beat up almost all of those rich second generations. The only one who got along well with me was a fat boy, Zhou Yuran. We both came from nouveau riche families, but the difference was that he was isolated by those rich second generations, while I isolated those rich second generations. Apart from that, the only person I could talk to was Sister Chi Ai, a friend I met when I was practicing boxing. Unfortunately, she knew my true identity. After leaving the boxing gym, when she asked me to go shopping or watch a movie, I always refused because I had no idea what to wear to meet her. "Do you think this matter is over?" Jiang Qiuo suddenly wiped his mouth, looked at me with interest, and said, "I have dealt with Wang Ji several times. He is a typical vindictive guy, like a dogskin plaster. You can't get rid of him. He was scolded so badly by you this time. I bet he will definitely not let it go. I shrugged and didn't take it too seriously. After all, I had spent 2 years in a juvenile detention center, and I had seen all kinds of people in that place. I really didn't take a hoodlum like Wang Ji seriously. After class, I took the lunchbox that Jiang Qiu had eaten clean and swaggered to class 3. I returned the lunchbox to Li Meiwei in front of Wang Ji without any hesitation. "Thank you for the lunchbox, it's delicious," I said politely, although in fact I didn't eat a single bite. But looking at Wang Ji's eyes that were almost spitting fire, it was worth saying this. Li Meiwei's face was a little shy. "If you like it, I will bring it to you when I go home next week." "Brother Ji, calm down and don't be impulsive. There are a lot of people here, and it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge," Wang Ji's little follower whispered. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and said, "I will make him pay." I responded to Li Meiwei calmly. "You should keep it for yourself. Skipping breakfast is bad for your health. You have a good figure, and there is no need to lose weight." I really didn't want to have too much to do with her, especially knowing how Wang Ji felt about her. Unfortunately, I was still careless. The boys always like to go to the toilet together, but I can't go with them because of some physiological structure. I usually go when there are fewer people, such as when the class bell is about to ring. Unexpectedly, someone ambushed me this time. Wang Ji and his 2 followers actually waited for me in the bathroom on the 5th floor for 5 whole classes, without even having lunch. Hard work pays off, and I finally arrived after the 2nd class in the afternoon. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. That pretty boy is here, hide." I heard whispers in the toilet. My heart was alarmed. Could it be that someone was really going to attack me? I pushed a few cubicle doors and found that they were all locked. Strange, I muttered to myself. Aren't everyone in class at this time? Is there really someone constipated? Without thinking too much, I found an empty cubicle. Just as I was about to finish, I heard a rustling noise outside. Then, I found that the door could not be opened. In an instant, I understood what was going on. "Who's outside?" I asked loudly, but no one answered. "If you have the guts, come out and fight me in single combat. Don't try these little tricks." I slammed the door hard, but it was obvious that someone was holding it against something. "If you curse me again, I'll pour a basin of cold water on you again." I heard Wang Ji's triumphant shouting from outside the door. With a splash sound, before I could react, a whole basin of cold water poured over my head. The water soaked me from head to toe. I looked up at my wet clothes and was glad that it was not summer. Otherwise, my secret of being a woman disguised as a man would have been exposed on the spot. "How is it? Is it fun?" Wang Ji's laughter came in. I took a deep breath, suppressed the anger that was about to explode in my heart, and said in a voice as cold as the winter wind, "Apologize? You wait." Chapter 18, Bullying and Anti-Bullying. Wang Ji obviously didn't realize he had stepped on a landmine and continued to add fuel to the flames. "Not only do you have to apologize, but you also have to swear that from now on, whether inside or outside the school, whenever you see Li Meiwei, you have to stay away from her. When you see my brother Ji, you have to respectfully call him, 'Hello, brother Ji.' Do you understand?" His younger brother quickly agreed. "Yes, you have to bow 90 degrees. Listening to their smug voices, my anger was completely ignited. Since entering the juvenile detention center, I have never met such ignorant people. Bang! I kicked the door. Wang Ji, who was outside, was frightened and trembled. He slipped and fell to the ground. Before he could come to his senses, I had already broken through the door. Bang! The mop that was originally against the door flew out and hit Wang Ji's head accurately, and he screamed. Looking at his embarrassed appearance, I stared at him coldly. "Do you want to play the game of bullying?" Wang Ji saw me approaching step by step. His face turned pale, obviously frightened. But in order to maintain his so-called dignity, he still prepared to fight back. But I didn't give him a chance. I kicked him. "You probably found the wrong person." Wang Ji was kicked by me and flew out. He slid more than a meter and hit the toilet wall. He almost passed out from the pain. His face was pale, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. That kick completely shattered his arrogant attitude. "Zhao Jin, what do you want to do?" Wang Ji's voice trembled. "Don't come over. My father is the president of a listed company. Our family is very rich. The school library was built with our family's money." He shrank into the corner, fear written on his face. "It's none of my business." I kicked him again, and Wang Ji retched as if he was going to vomit out stomach acid. "Stop it. If you do it again, we will not be polite." His younger brother tried to threaten me. "Oh, I want to see how rude you are." I sneered and continued to kick Wang Ji while playing with my wet hair. At this moment, I looked more like a villain than a victim. The two little followers finally couldn't stand it anymore and mustered up the courage to step forward to stop the fight. but they were just sending themselves to death. I used a little more force and didn't use too much force, but they still chose to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Just then, I heard footsteps at the door. I thought it was another student, but it turned out to be Jiangsua. Zhao Jin, don't stop. When he saw the scene in front of him, he hurried forward and grabbed me. Get out of here, I warned coldly, without even turning my head. If you continue like this, something bad will happen. Just turn around, don't get into trouble. Jiang Qiu said anxiously. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up too. I was so angry that I almost lost my mind. Jiangsua got angry when he saw this, and he pulled my arm and tried to drag me out. Of course, I would not give in so easily, and the two of them actually started fighting. But the toilet cubicle was too small, and there was no room for maneuver. In addition, Jiangsua was quite skilled, so I did not get the upper hand for a while. During our fight, Wang Ji was extremely unlucky. He was already kneeling on the toilet bowl, and Jiang Qiu accidentally kicked him down completely, with his face buried in the toilet bowl and being repeatedly flushed by the water. Jiang Qiu angrily scolded. Have you had enough of making trouble? If you hurt someone, how are you going to explain to Nun Miju later? Do you want to be punished? I didn't say anything, but I loosened my grip a little. I stared at Jiang Qiu, still feeling unhappy. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, Jiang Qiu suddenly made a suggestion with a sly smile. If you really want to deal with Wang Ji, why not take off his pants and take a few photos? Wouldn't that be more effective than beating him like this? I was speechless, and Wang Ji also looked desperate. Jiang Qiu, don't go too far. This is a matter between Zhao Jin and me. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qiu shrugged and said innocently, but I'm Zhao Jin's desk mate and his class monitor. Do you think it's my business? Besides, I'm helping you. If I don't stop you, do you believe that Zhao Jin will force you to eat shit? Wang Ji's face turned pale. Thank you so much for helping me. He would rather eat shit than be photographed. I sneered and gradually loosened my grip, too lazy to continue pestering him. To be honest, although Jiansua's suggestion was disgusting, it was indeed effective. You're such a bitch, I said unhappily. Jiang Qiu patted my shoulder and said, I'm helping you. If you don't find something wrong with someone like Wang Ji, he will cause you trouble in the future, right? Wang Ji, don't you think so? Wang Ji looked aggrieved, but speechless. Although the toilet incident has calmed down temporarily, I know in my heart that it is far from over. A thug like Wang Ji will never give up easily. But no matter what, Zhao Jin, have never been afraid of trouble. Chapter 19. Why help me? When I came out of the men's restroom, I was soaked all over, and I was still thinking about what had just happened. Although Jiang Qiu looked upright, his words and actions were always unexpected. Especially his video. It was too hot to watch. It was really unacceptable. Wang Ji's tearful appearance was a huge contrast to his arrogant appearance just now. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. I had to go back to the dormitory and change clothes first. As for Wang Ji, although he was a bit heavy-handed just now, after listening to what Jiang Qiu said, I felt that it was nothing. The truth behind Jiang Qiu's video was indeed a little hard for me to digest for a while. Wang Ji actually attacked his own sister and took photos? This reminded me of myself. Although my relationship with Zhao Xiaolong was complicated, he never really hurt me. At most, it was just some pranks. In comparison, Wang Ji was simply a beast. I couldn't help but sneer. It turns out that human nature can be so evil. At least Zhao Xiaolong didn't do this to me. I murmured softly. Thinking back to when I first came to the Ji family, Zhao Xiaolong was 17 years old. He was cold to me at that time, but he never did anything too extreme. Although he often threw my toys into the water or forced me to eat some disgusting things, these things were nothing compared to what Wang Ji did. To put it bluntly, Zhao Xiaolong never took his anger out on me because I was an illegitimate child. Thinking of this, I quickened my pace. Although I was soaked, my inner emotions gradually calmed down. Violence can indeed help me vent my emotions for a while, but is this kind of venting really useful? When I faced Wang Ji just now, I wanted to beat him up, but Jiang Qiu stopped me. He was right. If things get out of hand, the consequences will not end well. Now, standing here, I have a little doubt about this kind of ruthlessness. But Jiangsua is really interesting. He looks like a serious student, but his words and deeds are always full of contrast. Just now, he was very serious about making up a reason for Yu Marin to repair the water pipe, and he could talk nonsense without blushing. This made me laugh. Suddenly, I realized that I didn't really dislike his personality. Jiang Qiu's calmness sometimes made people feel at ease. Although he often used jokes to cover up his sincerity, at least at that moment, he was really helping me out. I knew this very well. Zhao Jin. I turned around and found Jiang Sui chasing me out of the classroom. He stood at the end of the corridor, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Did you forget something important?" I frowned and walked towards him. "Forgot what?" He pointed at my wet clothes and said jokingly, "You forgot to thank me. If I hadn't helped you just now, Wang Ji might not have had such an easy time today." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I never intended to let him off so easily. "I know," Jiang Qiu smiled even more brightly. "But I helped you. You should at least show some appreciation." "What do you want?" I raised an eyebrow. "Please treat me to a meal some other day. I'm not picky about food." He patted my shoulder with a smile, then turned around and walked away with big strides. Looking at Jiang Qiu's back as he left, I suddenly felt a little puzzled. This guy is really hard to figure out, but he seems to be a bit likable. But I won't be easily fooled by him. I still have a lot of things to face, and I can't let my guard down easily. On the way back to the dormitory, the images of Wang Ji and Jiang Qiu, as well as those unspoken doubts, were still echoing in my mind. Chapter 20. Monthly exam approaching. During the break, I changed into a camel-colored loose sweater. Although I had just dried my hair, it still felt a little damp. Although this outfit was low-key, it could not hide my height advantage, inherited from my father, much taller than other girls of the same age. I usually walked and talked with a sharp energy, completely different from other girls. "Hey, squad leader, what on earth were you and Zhao Jin doing? You've been gone for so long that even your clothes are wet. Is there something going on?" Jiang Zhaoqing, with a loud voice, suddenly asked from behind, grabbing Jiang Qiu by the back of his collar and pulling him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. "Let go! Let go! I told you, we need to fix the water pipe." Jiang Qiu shouted helplessly. "Fix the water pipe? You must be kidding." Jiang Zhaoqing let go of her hand, his face full of disdain. "Only Yumarin, English teacher, is easy to talk to, so she won't bother with you." "Yes, class monitor, what happened?" The students around me also started to make a fuss. Their eyes fell on me. I looked indifferent and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Everyone could see that my face was as ugly as a salted fish that had been pickled for half a month, so gloomy that it was scary. "Zhao Jin, are you okay? Did that bastard Wang Ji bother you again?" Loudspeaker Chow came over and said in a low voice, "I heard that he and his 2 followers didn't go to class today." I replied coldly, "It's all right now." "Really? That guy actually dared to bully people from our class. Let's go and complain to Nun Miju. He can't mess with the students from the rocket class." The loudspeaker slammed the table, and the sound was so loud that I was startled. But this time I didn't think he was noisy. "No need." I shook my head, not wanting to say anything more. "Zhao Jin, you're just too easy to talk to. Wang Ji is a bully who only picks on the weak and fears the strong. If you don't find a teacher to warn him today, he will definitely get worse next time." Loudspeaker advised unwillingly. "He's easy to bully?" Jiang Qiu laughed so hard that he fell backwards, slapping the table and teasing. "Zhao Jin is afraid that Master Miju will not be able to tell who is the victim after meeting Wang Ji." I glanced at Jiang Sui and didn't bother to pay attention to him. I said to the loudspeaker, "It's okay as long as I don't suffer any loss." Loudspeaker continued anxiously, "That's good, but next time he dares to cause trouble for you, let the teacher handle it." However, Wang Jika on the other side was not so relaxed. Today he suffered a great loss at my hands. I guess this guy never thought that I, a transfer student who looked weak and fragile, could fight so well. If Jiang Qiu hadn't appeared in time, he might have been beaten to death in the toilet. My fists are not for decoration. I never show mercy when I fight. Wang Ji is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He usually acts arrogantly because of his family connections. But after being severely punished by me today, I'm afraid he won't dare to cause trouble to me again in the short term. He knows better than anyone that it will be bad for him to make a big fuss, especially if his strict father finds out. He will definitely be embarrassed. "Brother Ji, we can't just let this go, right? That Zhao Jin is too arrogant. He actually dares not to take you seriously." The little follower cursed indignantly, covering his arm, as if he was still unwilling to be beaten. Wang Ji's face was filled with anger, and he wanted to seek revenge on me immediately, but he knew in his heart that he was no match for me. He looked gloomy and glared at his henchman fiercely. "Shut up. No one is allowed to mention this matter again. Do you hear me?" "Yes, yes, yes." The little followers nodded hurriedly, but they could not hide the anger and unwillingness on their faces. Of course, I won't let her go so easily. Wang Ji sneered and said viciously, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just wait and see. However, he knew in his heart that he would not dare to provoke me easily again in the short term. With Wang Ji's troubles temporarily gone, my life returned to peace. However, the arrival of our class teacher, Lu Xinyan, brought some bad news. Students, clean up your desks after evening study today and move any books that can be moved back to the dormitory. We have the monthly exam tomorrow, so everyone should be prepared. There was a sudden wailing in the classroom. What bad luck! Why is the monthly exam scheduled before the weekend? Sports committee member Zheng Chang shouted bitterly. After the exam, my dad will definitely come after me again. Just then, Jiang Qiu poked me with his arm and asked with a raised eyebrow, How is it, Zhao Jin? Do you want to compare your monthly exam scores? I turned around to look at him indifferently and asked without any interest, Comparison of what? Jiang Qiu smiled mysteriously. Of course, it's to see who did better in the exam. Chapter 21, Taking a Bath. What's there to compare this to? I said coldly, with a calm expression. I've seen the monthly exam papers of number 1 middle school. They're not difficult. There are almost no points to lose on objective questions. For subjective questions, the scoring standards vary from person to person. It's not as interesting as arm wrestling. After listening to what I said, Jiansui didn't think I was exaggerating. After all, in the normal monthly exams for our rocket class, few people would lose points for objective questions. As I said, it is indeed difficult to reflect the real level. Don't worry, Jiang Qiu smiled confidently. What you saw before were only the test papers of ordinary classes. The monthly test papers used by our class are specially made by the grade group for our rocket class. They're almost all competition questions, and the quality is guaranteed. How about it? Do you want to compete? Do you like me so much? How about the loser helping the winner wash socks for a week? Jiang Qiu smiled proudly, and it was obvious that he had already imagined me washing his socks. The more he smiled, the more my hair stood on end. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Jiang Qiu's smile became more and more perverted, leaving me speechless. I didn't mean to agree. I muttered, secretly cursing myself for letting myself be tricked by his cheap provocation. But the words were already out, and taking them back now would seem too weak. Are you scared? Don't regret it. I couldn't help but retort. I knew in my heart that I was provoked by Jiang Qiu, but I still responded to his provocation involuntarily. At this moment, Teacher Lu Xinyan came in with a seating chart, and his voice rang out in the classroom. Okay, everyone be quiet. Jiang Qiu will post the seating arrangement chart on the bulletin board later. I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I didn't have to deal with Jiang Qiu anymore. Zhao Jin, Lu Xinyan turned to me and added, You are new here. You didn't get any results in the last monthly exam, so tomorrow's exam is scheduled in class 13. Don't go to the wrong exam room. Hearing this, I nodded, thinking that this monthly exam might be a bit challenging. The next day, on the eve of the monthly exam, I deliberately turned off the alarm clock and planned to sleep in. Anyway, the exam started at 9 o'clock, and there was no morning reading. Unfortunately, this plan was broken early. It was less than 7 in the morning when a rapid knock on the door woke me up. I tried to pull the quilt over me and continued to ignore the knock, trying to pretend that the person outside didn't exist. But it was obvious that the other party was an indestructible cockroach, and the knocks became more and more powerful. Who is it? I lowered my voice, anger rising in my heart. My voice was still a little hoarse from just waking up, but it sounded unexpectedly soft. It's me, your good desk mate. Jiang Qiu's annoying voice sounded outside the door, with a hint of excitement. Are you sick? Open the door first. I have something to talk to you about. He didn't hear the impatience in my tone at all and shouted happily. I got up mumbling, grabbed a handful of messy hair, roughly straightened the collar of my pajamas, and went to open the door with half-closed eyes. Outside the door, Jiangsuo was wearing sportswear, with the sweat on his face still wet. Obviously, he had just come back from exercise. You'd better have something serious to do, otherwise, I threatened viciously. Jiang Qiu didn't care about my dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he stood at the door and moved closer as if he smelled something special. What are you smelling? I frowned, and when I saw his face almost touching my chest, I immediately slapped him on the head. Ouch! He almost fell down because of my slap, but he still looked nonchalant. Why did you do that? I specially brought you breakfast. He pushed open the door, walked in as if he was in his own dormitory, and stuffed a few buns into my hands. This bastard. I really want to punch him right there and then, but when I think of my current status, I can only hold back for now. I'll find a suitable opportunity to deal with him next time. Jiang Qiu didn't notice my anger at all. Instead, he looked at my big bed in surprise, as if he had discovered some new world. Damn it, Lao Ji. How did you get this bed? Didn't Nun Miju kill you? I was so angry when I mentioned this. I sighed and didn't bother to explain. What on earth are you doing here? Oh, the water heater in our dormitory is broken. I just finished running and want to use your bathroom to take a shower. Jiang Qiu narrowed his eyes and smiled in a particularly roguish way. I refuse. I replied bluntly. Hey, don't be so cold. Do you have the heart to let me take the exam in sweaty clothes? What if I catch a cold, and then I pass it on to you? Get out. I couldn't hold back my anger any longer and pointed to the door. Okay. Jiang Qiu was sensible and ran away quickly, but I knew that this guy would definitely find another chance to bother me. Chapter 22. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Every time Jiang Sua made me about to explode, he always managed to get away in time, not giving me a chance to do anything. This time was no exception. He pretended to get out of the dormitory, but turned around and slipped into my bathroom. With a click, the door was locked. Jiang Qiu, you bastard, who allowed you to use my bathroom? Get out here. I grabbed a heavy exercise book and smashed it directly against the bathroom door. Boom! There was a scream from the bathroom, followed by a chaotic noise. It was obvious that Jiang Qiu had fallen down. I'm not coming out? Who are you trying to scare? Jiang Qiu's exasperated voice came from inside. I stood outside the door, gritting my teeth, my hands itching. This bastard. How dare he enter my bathroom without permission, and even planned to stay there. Listening to the sound of running water and Jiang Sua's pig-killing singing, I became even more angry. Wash my hair, do. Wash my face, do. His voice was like a broken gong, even more torturous than the noise of the decoration team downstairs. I took a big bite of the bun he brought, chewing it expressionlessly, cursing myself in my heart that I should have kicked him out earlier. Listening to this extremely unpleasant song, I couldn't help but shout, "Can you shut up? It's so early in the morning, and the noise you make alone can catch up with a band." Jiang Qiu didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Oh, you are just jealous of my good voice, right? Do you want me to teach you to sing and call me brother?" I couldn't stand it any longer, so I gritted my teeth and cursed, "I'm jealous of you. Why are you so annoying?" He replied seriously, "It's not nice to swear at people. I'm doing this for your own good." His tone carried a fake elder demeanor, as if he was really lecturing me. I was really pissed off at him. I allowed him to come in, so how could I have tolerated such a scoundrel? Not long after, Jiang Qiu finally finished his shower. He came out with only a bath towel wrapped around him, showing off his 8-pack abs, as if he wanted to show them off to me. I had no idea about his body. After all, I had seen it too many times. When Zhao Xiaolong was dating a girlfriend, he often wandered around the house with his upper body naked, working out his abs, etc. I was used to seeing him. Hey, Zhao Jin, what do you think of my body? Do you want to compare? Jiang Qiu was totally unaware of my indifference. Instead, he worked even harder to show off his biceps like a proud child. Better than your mother. I cursed in my heart. The Jiang Qiu in front of me made my fists hurt. He even said narcissistically, "Look, with my figure, it's no problem for me to charm thousands of girls." I was about to complain about him when I suddenly realized something. Why did the towel around his waist look so familiar? After taking a closer look, my face instantly darkened. Whose bath towel are you using? I stared at the bath towel around his waist, and the more I looked, the more I felt something was wrong. "It's yours, what's wrong?" Jiang Qiu said indifferently, as if this was the most normal thing. "Have you asked me? I'm a germaphobe." I was so angry that I was going crazy. This was the bath towel I used to wipe my body, and now it was wrapped around him. I just felt disgusted. "Give it back to me." I stood up suddenly, intending to snatch the towel back. Jiang Sua certainly wouldn't let me succeed easily. After all, he was wearing nothing but a bath towel. While we were fighting, Jiang Sua was as agile as a monkey and actually jumped onto my bed and ran around. "Get off!" I roared. Seeing him stepping on my newly changed bed sheets with his bare feet, I felt like I was going to collapse. "I'm not coming down. You'll definitely beat me up." I gritted my teeth, grabbed the quilt, and pulled it hard. Jiang Sua lost his balance and fell backwards. I took the opportunity to grab a corner of his bath towel and pulled it hard. Swish! The bath towel was pulled off by me, and Jiang Qiu suddenly became a naked man. We both froze. He looked down at himself, and I stood there, not knowing how to react. A suffocating silence fell in the air. About a century passed, and I coughed awkwardly a few times, trying hard to make my expression look calm. Why aren't you wearing any underwear? I asked, pretending to be calm. Zhang Qiu's face turned red, and he immediately hurriedly picked up the bath towel and wrapped himself. Chapter 23, Physical Training. Who wears dirty underwear after taking a shower? I just decided to use your bathroom on impulse. Do you think I would carry underwear with me when I run? Zhang Qiu picked up the towel on the bed and tied it up again. Seeing that I had no intention of attacking him, he was obviously relieved. Although he almost exposed himself, at least he avoided a beating, which was not a loss. I really had nothing to say and was too lazy to continue arguing with him. Take your dirty clothes and get out. I still need to wash up. With a dark face, I quickly kicked him out. After a lot of trouble, I entered the examination room of Class 13 almost at the sound of the bell. The 50 seats were almost full. Even the invigilators were there. I looked around and found that only the second-to-last seat was empty, so it seemed that was my seat. What a coincidence. The person sitting behind me was actually an old acquaintance, Wang Ji. The bruises on his face had not completely disappeared, and he was staring at me fiercely, as if he was going to bite me when I wasn't paying attention. Seeing him, I couldn't help but sneer. What tricks could he play this time? One of the invigilators was the head teacher of Class 8, who was known as the female Tyrannosaurus Rex. She was extremely strict with her students. Wang Ji saw me being late, and a hint of gloating flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the female Tyrannosaurus Rex asked gently, "Zhao Jin, right? Why are you so late? I thought you went to the wrong classroom." I smiled, bowed, and said respectfully, "Sorry, teacher. Something happened and I was delayed." I knew that the school had already informed them that even if I, the seed player of the rocket class, was late, I would not be really blamed. The female Tyrannosaurus Rex actually smiled kindly. "It's okay, you came at the right time. Go sit down, take your time to take the test. There's no rush." Wang Ji saw me being treated so gently, and his face immediately twisted. Jealousy deformed his features. He whispered sarcastically, "Aren't you awesome? How did you get into Class 13? I turned around and looked at him calmly. "I didn't take the test last time, but why are you sitting behind me? Did you just transfer here too?" This sentence successfully angered Wang Ji. He clenched his fists in anger, but did not dare to say anything more in front of the teacher. When the exam started, I glanced over the Chinese test paper and found it was not a big problem. But when it came to the composition part, I got stuck. To be honest, my literary attainments are not high, and I always feel awkward when writing articles. I can handle other subjects, but the Chinese composition gives me a headache. The math test started in the afternoon. As Zhang Qiu said, the test paper was much harder than that of the ordinary class. I responded calmly and solved the questions with ease. Wang Ji, on the other hand, was obviously in a state of collapse. Mathematics was simply a mystery to him. The full pages of alphabetic formulas made him look hopeless. Wang Ji half lay on the table, watching me do the questions, turning his head to look at me from time to time. He must have thought I was pretending, because I hardly used calculation paper, and the answers to the multiple-choice questions were filled directly on the answer sheet. Finally, he couldn't help it, and when the invigilator wasn't paying attention, he quietly kicked the back of my chair and said, "Hey, turn your answer sheet sideways, so I can copy it." I frowned, confused. Wang Ji probably didn't know that the test papers of the rocket class were different from those of the regular classes. If he copied them, he would probably die faster. However, I was happy to help him. So, I put the answer sheet on my left-hand side and lay on the table pretending to rest. When Wang Ji saw that I actually agreed to let him copy, he was overjoyed and thought he had gotten a bargain. His previous resentment towards me also faded a little. The invigilator took a quick look and saw that I had already filled in the answer sheet, so he didn't bother me. After all, they all knew that I was using the rocket class test paper, so there was no chance of cheating. After the exam, Wang Ji was so proud that he thought he had made a profit, but he didn't know that he copied the answers to questions that had nothing to do with him. I was too lazy to tell him the truth, and just waited for the results to come out before seeing his regretful expression. It's the weekend, and I can finally take a breath. I went to the boxing gym early in the morning and started basic training and physical fitness test. Chi AI was very satisfied with my performance and handed me a towel and water. "Great, Zhao Jin, you have met all the standards. To reward you, I will take you to a fun place today. How about it?" Chapter 24, A Temperament That No One Can Accept and Everyone Can Look Down On. She just met the standard. What's there to reward her for? She wants to play in a competition with her level? She's far from it. Coach Chi Rongxing looked at the stopwatch in his hand with a serious face. Although he deliberately put on a stern face and scolded me, I could still see the satisfaction in his eyes. Although Chi Rongxing said so, I know that the test results this time are much better than the last time, especially my waist and abdomen strength has been significantly improved. My punch weight has even reached 800 pounds, which is equivalent to the strength of 5 adult men. The reason why Chi Rongxing took a fancy to me is this strange strength, and this is the result of my lack of formal training. If I can strengthen my waist and abdomen strength and lower body stability, plus my flexibility, my chances of winning will be greatly improved. Yes, I will intensify my training. I responded briefly. Chi AI, who was standing by, heard this and joked, "Why are you so harsh? Zhao Jin is already very good. If you are too harsh, you might scare her away." She rolled her eyes at her father, then turned around, took my hand and said with a smile, "Come on, Zhao Jin, I'll take you to buy some nice clothes this afternoon. I'm tired of seeing you wearing those clothes every time I see you." I pulled my hand away uncomfortably but didn't dodge. I just looked at her helplessly. Buy clothes? I don't have money, and I don't need it. To be honest, I feel very uncomfortable wearing women's clothes when going out. Although Rongxing Boxing Gym is far away from the school, I always feel like I am exposed to everyone when I wear women's clothes. "Don't worry, I'll treat you." Chi AI didn't listen to my refusal at all and pulled me out with a smile. "Besides, we have known each other for such a long time, and I have never bought you a gift. I can't accept your kindness for no reason." I struggled, trying to get rid of her hand. "Who said it's free? I have a small favor that I need your help with." Chi AI tilted his head and said with a smile. I frowned. "What little favor? I can't do anything. I don't need you to know anything. I just want you to stay with me and give me courage." She said in a light tone and leaned on my shoulder and acted coquettishly. I was confused. "What? You want me to be brave?" Chi AI explained with a smile. "You know, I studied journalism and media. This time I made an appointment with the director of the crew of the Echoes of Time. He is willing to give me 10 minutes of interview time, but I'm a little scared. After all, I am a student, so I need you to accompany me to give me courage." I looked at her speechlessly. "Sister Chi AI, you are a junior in college, and I am only a senior in high school. You want me to give you courage? It's okay. I like your temperament of not submitting to anyone. I'm not afraid with you around." She smiled, as if she was saying something that was a matter of course. I felt a little complicated. Did I really give people the impression of being so unruly? "Do you always think I have this bad temper?" I asked. "It's not that you have a bad temper. It's that you have personality." Chi AI said with a smile. "I like your personality. You will never suffer any loss. Come on, I'll let you relax today." We chatted all the way and unknowingly walked to the commercial district. Chi AI's words made me feel a little warm. No one has ever affirmed my character like she has. Even my father and Zhao Xiaolong think that I am naturally wild and difficult to control. "Zhao Jin, I'm going to dress you up beautifully today." Chi AI pulled me into a clothing store with a smile, picked out a haze blue pleated skirt, and handed it to me. "Skirt?" I was stunned. I have never worn this kind of clothes in my life. Seeing my big reaction, Chi AI asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "It's okay. I just don't usually wear skirts." I forced a smile and took the skirt, but I felt complicated. Holding the soft fabric, my mind was in a mess. "By the way, this shirt and cardigan are a perfect match." She excitedly took a few more clothes and stuffed them into my arms, urging me, "Go try them on quickly. I'll wait for you outside." I went into the dressing room with my head held high. Looking at the pile of clothes in my hands, I couldn't explain how I felt. Ever since I disguised myself as a boy, I never thought that there would be a day when I would have to wear women's clothes again. Although I had been mentally prepared, I still felt a little uncomfortable facing my true self. "Zhao Jin, hurry up. I have picked out a few more sets." Chi AI was already waiting outside. I sighed, quickly put on my skirt, tidied myself up casually, and pushed open the curtain. When Chi AI saw me coming out, her eyes lit up and she was truly amazed. "Wow, Zhao Jin, you are so beautiful." Chapter 25, Dressing as a Woman. I was used to seeing myself in training clothes, which was nothing new. I stood in front of the mirror, looking at myself, feeling a little uncomfortable. How about it? Does this dress not suit me very well? I couldn't help but ask Chi AI, obviously not very confident about this outfit. This is the first time I've seen someone wear a JK skirt so cool. Chi AI's eyes almost had stars, and she was in a state of being infatuated. Xiao Jin, you are such a waste. You are so beautiful, but you don't dress up. You live a rougher life than my dad. In fact, I wanted to explain that my daily life was quite refined. I just didn't want to spend time in the gym to dress up. But in Chi AI's eyes, these seemed to be completely spoiling myself. Are you kidding me? I frowned, not quite believing what Chi AI said. Will this thing really look good on me? I looked at myself in the mirror. This cute JK skirt doesn't look suitable for me. Although I look cool and delicate, my temperament is too tough, even a little aggressive. Usually, in order to appear more obedient, I can only lower my eyes, but wearing this kind of clothes, I feel really out of place. You look good, Zhao Jin. Do you have any misunderstandings about your face? Chi AI couldn't help laughing. You are so beautiful that even if you wrap yourself in a plastic bag and go out, it can be said to be fashionable and simple. You're exaggerating. I know what my face looks like better than anyone else. I sighed. This kind of face is a typical face that deserves a beating. It looks fierce, and even the dogs on the street will bark at me. Because of this, you have to dress up well to live up to this face. Chi AI obviously didn't understand my teasing, and continued to pick a few clothes from the hanger and stuff them into my hands. After changing 3 outfits, Chi AI finally picked a short black slim jacket and black shorts for me, paired with high-top Martin boots. This outfit looks more in line with my style, even a little handsome. As soon as Chi AI came out of the dressing room, before she could even speak, the salesperson next to her came up to her and said, "Wow, this dress is tailor-made for you. Your waist is so thin and your skin is so white. It looks amazing when you wear it." I almost couldn't help but want to reply, "That's because you don't have enough experience," but I finally held back. My current personality is introverted, not the kind of irritable teenager who curses at others when he disagrees with something. Really? I think this outfit is amazing too, Chi AI said excitedly. The sales lady continued to recommend it tirelessly. It's really suitable. Most people can't support your figure. It's simply fake. I turned my head and looked at myself in the mirror. Although this suit was indeed a good fit, I was still a little hesitant. Should I really go out wearing this? Sister Chi AI, this dress is too expensive. I'll do it myself. I felt a little embarrassed. After all, this dress costs about 800 yuan. I am not the same as before, although this amount of money was nothing before, but now every penny has to be calculated carefully. What are you talking about? Chi AI patted my shoulder and put on an expression that would not tolerate refusal. I know you are short of money, so I am the one treating you this time. Besides, you are here to give me courage today. How can I let you pay for it yourself? I had no choice but to accept her kindness. Chi AI added, "If you feel bad, just remember to come to my birthday next month." I've even boasted to my classmates that I have a very pretty sister. I didn't react for a moment. Stop dawdling and let's go. Chi AI paid the bill and took me to put on some light makeup and even bought me a wig with a cape. I looked at myself in the mirror and suddenly I didn't recognize this look. What's with that expression on your face? Don't you believe in my aesthetic sense? Chi AI pushed me with a smile. No, it's just, do I really look good like this? I looked at the girl in the mirror in a daze. She had fair skin, watery eyes, red lips, and this outfit. She had a slender waist and long legs. To be honest, this was the first time I saw myself as a real girl. You look so beautiful. Those celebrities would feel ashamed standing in front of you. Chi AI patted me and urged me, "Hurry up, we're going to be late." The entrance of the set of the crew of the Echoes of Time. This is a film set. No unauthorized persons are allowed to enter. The security personnel stopped us. Chi AI took out his press card from his bag and handed it to the security guard. "Uncle, I'm a reporter and I have an appointment with Director Yu for an interview." The security guard checked her press card and stared at Chi AI for a full minute, which made her feel a little guilty. "Any questions?" she asked in a low voice. "No problem, but you know Yi Junlin is the lead actor, right? We have to be on guard against paparazzi." The security guard said, looking at me, "Then she is..." "Little follower. I'm here to accompany reporter Chi." I tried hard to force a gentle smile. The security guard seemed confused by my face, and his attitude softened immediately. "So you're not a fan of Yi Junlin, are you? Who is Yi Junlin?" I turned and asked Chi AI in a low voice. Chi AI looked at me speechlessly. "Do you know what area you live in?" Chapter 26. Visiting the set. Even if you don't pay attention to entertainment gossip, don't you usually watch TV series? Chi AI stared at me as if he was looking at an alien. Why do you want to watch those meaningless soap operas? I asked, not paying any attention to her expression. Is it better than approaching science or the origin of species? My straight woman rhetoric choked Chi AI so much that her face froze. She quickly covered my mouth, as if she was afraid that I would continue. Sister. I call you sister. Why don't you go watch Animal World? I've been watching it. I answered as a matter of course. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Juvenile Detention Center always plays Animal World on time. Over time, I developed this habit and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Chi AI had nothing to say to me and gave me a thumbs up as if to acknowledge it. Okay, Uncle, don't worry, if she's a fan of Yi Junlin, then I am his agent. The security guard let them in reluctantly. You can go in, but don't let me lose my job. I followed Chi AI into the studio. I had expected to see some dangerous scenes, but it turned out to be nothing special. There were just some busy staff, equipment, and people rushing around. I couldn't help but frown. Is this the studio? Why do you have to have me accompany you? Chi AI didn't answer. The stagehand came over to greet us and took us into the indoor shooting site. The director is monitoring the scene. He shot a scene several times, and he's still not satisfied. Be careful when you go in. I found a chair in the corner and sat down, glancing towards the center of the venue. What was being filmed was a scene where a female killer pretended to be a brothel dancer and used the opportunity of her dancing to assassinate someone. After watching it several times, I felt a little sleepy. The actress's dancing made me dizzy, and her lines were read without any emotion. Cut, cut, cut. Director Yu was as angry as a pufferfish, holding a megaphone and roaring. That lighting engineer, how did you set the lighting? The cameraman, why are you positioning so poorly? What the hell are you filming? Even a dog would shake his head when he sees it. His anger woke me up from my half-sleep. I frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. The whole set was in dead silence. No one dared to answer. Everyone just bowed their heads and pretended to be dumb. But when I heard the director say, even dogs would shake their heads when they saw this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. As soon as the laughter came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Especially the actress who played the female killer. Her gaze was so freezing. Everyone could see that the problem in this scene was actually her. She got her lines wrong several times, her expression was stiff, and her movements were wrong, but the director didn't blame her at all but took his anger out on other people. I know that actors like her probably have backers. Zhao Xiaolong also has a similar entertainment company under him. For actors who bring in money, as long as the capital is strong enough, the director will have to give in. As soon as I stopped laughing, the actress focused her attention on me. Apparently, my laughter irritated her. Take a 10-minute break, Annie, and adjust your state, the director shouted. It seemed that this actress named Annie was the culprit who dragged down everyone during the filming. And walked straight towards me, crossed her arms, stood in front of me, looked down at me, and said in a cold voice, "Are you new here?" Without giving it much thought, I stood up and offered my chair. "Sorry, is this your seat?" I didn't know. But Annie didn't mean to let me leave. Instead, she blocked my way, obviously not intending to let me go easily. "You sat in my seat, and you want to leave like this? Did I allow you to?" My eyes turned cold, knowing that this woman was looking for trouble. I suppressed my impatience and glanced at Chi AI, who was still concentrating on the interview. I didn't want this incident to affect her work. "I've already apologized. What else do you want?" I looked Annie straight in the eyes, my voice still calm. However, this simple action made Annie feel provoked. The dissatisfaction in her eyes became more and more obvious. "You dare to glare at me?" She sneered, as if she was not going to give up. In her eyes, I was just a little-known actor who could be used to vent her anger. After all, in this circle, it is normal for veterans to bully newcomers. Chapter 27. Sorry, I'll donate my mouth later. Zhao Jin was so angry that he laughed at Annie's words. Stare at her? It was good enough that she didn't give this woman a slap in the face. She had never cared about the things in the entertainment industry, and she didn't know what kind of celebrity Annie was. But judging from her embarrassing acting skills, she probably wasn't that famous. The entertainment company under Zhao Xiaolong had signed many second and third-tier stars. Just because of her identity as a rich second generation, even top stars had to be nice to her. In her eyes, celebrities were never unattainable. Do you think just saying sorry will get you away with it? Newcomers just have no rules. Annie raised the corner of her mouth smugly, looking arrogant. The assistant beside him immediately agreed. Sister Annie means that you made the stool dirty by sitting on it, so clean it up quickly. Zhao Jin glanced at her and sneered in her heart. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. She didn't want to cause trouble for Chi AI, so she took a few tissues and wiped the stool. Okay, can I leave now? Seeing her cooperation, Annie felt a little better, but she obviously didn't intend to let her go easily. Wait a minute. The chair was wiped, but did you laugh just now? Zhao Jin raised his eyebrows. Why, I can't smile anymore? How about I donate my mouth to you? As soon as these words came out, the air froze instantly, and Zhao Jin's anger was completely ignited. She originally wanted to hold back and not cause trouble, but this woman was obviously endless. How dare you talk to me like that? Annie was stunned. She obviously didn't expect that this newcomer in front of her would dare to talk back to her like that. How about I burn incense and bathe and write a script, rehearse it 8 or 10 times before talking to you? Zhao Jin coldly retorted. She really didn't want to endure it any longer. Anyway, at worst, she could find Zhao Xiaolong and ask him to help Chi AI arrange a new interview subject, which was much better than being angry with this ignorant person. Do you know who I am? How dare you offend me? Annie's tone became more arrogant. I don't know. Zhao Jin answered calmly, with an indifferent expression on her face. She really didn't know this person. Annie's face instantly turned red. It was obvious that the words, I don't know, were a direct slap in her face. Even Yi Junlin couldn't help laughing, although he tried hard to hold it back. After all, he would have to act with Annie in the future, so he didn't want to make things too awkward. Zhao Jin added, next time you ask this question, I suggest you tattoo your name on your face so it won't be so embarrassing. The assistant was not willing to be outdone and immediately supported Annie. Our sister Annie is a rising star with tens of millions of fans. Zhao Jin took out her cell phone and pretended to be serious. Oh, sorry, I really haven't heard of it. Wait a minute, I'll search it. As she spoke, she switched the browser and seemed to be searching very seriously. Annie, a mainland actress, 22 years old, a third-tier female artist. Zhao Jin directly read out the information on the internet, with no concealment of the sarcasm on his face. The assistant blushed and continued with a stiff neck. After we finish filming this drama, our sister Annie will definitely be promoted to a second-tier star. Zhao Jin curled his lips and added mercilessly, it's possible, just like your skin looks like you're 26, even though you claim to be 22. It seems that things on the internet are really not accurate. Annie was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and her face turned red. Although she did make up her age, no one would tell such a thing. But Zhao Jin pointed it out in public. What nonsense are you talking about? And almost shouted. I'm not talking nonsense, Zhao Jin continued calmly. There are still differences between being 27 and 22. For example, your skin is not as tight, your pores are large, and there are fine lines around your eyes. Do you need me to continue? Shut up. Annie was furious and lost her mind. How dare you, a newcomer, offend me like this? Do you know that this crew can only have me and not you? You should be playing Hwan, right? It's not easy to get this role, right? I'll ask the director to replace you right now, believe it or not. Zhao Jin couldn't help but laugh. Whatever you want. Annie turned around and complained to the director in a rage, waving her arms and rushing in front of the director. Director, how dare this newcomer challenge me? This crew can only have her or me. The director was obviously fed up with Annie. He never liked her acting skills, but she was forced in by the investors. Seeing Annie complain, he was about to lose his temper, but he saw Zhao Jin. At that moment, the director's eyes lit up. The girl in front of him was so beautiful, with bold facial features and a sense of aggression, and a capable and cool temperament. Just standing there, she was 10 times more dazzling than Anne. You are from the crew? The director asked puzzledly. He really didn't remember there was such an outstanding actor in the crew. No, Zhao Jin replied calmly. Only then did Annie realize that she had been overthinking things, and her face turned pale instantly. I'm sorry, director. She came here to accompany me. Chi AI quickly pulled Zhao Jin, fearing that the matter would get out of hand. Seeing this, Annie became even more proud. See? This is an unrelated person sneaking into the set. Director, she must apologize to me. The director looked at Zhao Jin and knew what was going on. He didn't like Annie and didn't intend to help her at this time. Instead, he showed a playful smile. Annie, don't be so picky. You are a senior. Why bother with a little girl? I've already apologized. Zhao Jin said lightly, still with an indifferent expression on his face. You call that an apology? Annie started to act like a spoiled brat, trying to take the opportunity to embarrass Zhao Jin. How about I kowtow to you? Zhao Jin's eyes were full of impatience, and he was obviously too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. Annie's face suddenly became extremely colorful, and her colorful expressions were like an overturned palette. Before she could continue to make a scene, Zhao Jin's words once again made her speechless. I know my words are not nice, but I'm just too lazy to change them. Just bear with it. The director laughed loudly, obviously enjoying it. He didn't like Annie in the first place, but today, seeing Zhao Jin teach her a lesson, he felt much better. He narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously becoming more and more interested in Zhao Jin. Annie, don't bother with her, the director said with a smile, his eyes full of the look of someone who was eager to watch the fun. Zhao Jin knew that the director was on her side. She simply let go, thinking that a third-tier celebrity was not worth her serious attention. Chapter 28. Slap 8 at once. Director, Annie stomped her feet in anger. But the director didn't buy her trick at all. He was old enough to be Annie's father. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhao Jin. What's her name? Zhao Jin didn't understand, but still gave an answer. Zhao Jin? What a nice name. Are you interested in joining our crew to play a cameo role? The director looked at Zhao Jin with a smile, like a wolf that had been hungry for several months, coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. No. Zhao Jin had a blank expression on his face and answered crisply. His unkind look made the director feel sick. Director, do you really need to answer so directly? How can he put his old face on this? Is acting so unattractive to young people now? Do you know how many people are fighting for this role? And once you become famous as an actor, you will have endless resources. Besides, you are so beautiful. You should learn to use your advantages reasonably. Zhao Jin wanted to roll his eyes, but he held back out of politeness. The director's pie was too hard to swallow. My advantage is not my appearance. I'm sorry to have let you down. Zhao Jin apologized politely. Director, everyone has their own aspirations. Zhao Jin is not suitable for the acting industry, so don't force it. Annie interjected at the right time. If nothing unexpected happens, the role the director wants to give to Zhao Jin should be the female number 3 Hwan. Although she is only the third female lead, she can't compare with the first female lead who has all the resources like her. But Zhao Jin is simply an outsider, so why is she the third female lead right from the start? Even she had to play supporting roles for 2 or 3 years before she finally hooked up with a rich man and worked very hard to earn the role of the leading actress. And was dissatisfied, but more uneasy. Although she didn't want to admit it, she really couldn't compare to Zhao Jin's face full of collagen. What's more, the character of Hwan is really likable. She was originally a little fox in the mountains who was ignorant of the world and innocent. Later, her inner elixir was dug out. Her immortal fate was taken away. She fell into the devil's way and became the evil concubine that the villain holds in his heart. The contrast between the before and after is huge, which places high demands on the actor's appearance. If Zhao Jin really got the role of Hwan, he would be overshadowed by her if things went wrong. How about leaving a suggestion first? What if you regret it someday? And with your legs like that, it would be a shame if you don't become a model. If you have any ideas in this regard, you can contact me and I can introduce you to someone else. The director said that he really valued talent and really didn't want to miss out on a talent like Zhao Jin. It would be simply unjust for such a gifted person like him not to enter the entertainment industry. The other person meant well, so Zhao Jin didn't refuse and just obeyed and trusted him. Hey, you really don't want to consider it? This kind of opportunity is simply pie in the sky. Chi AI secretly poked Zhao Jin's arm. It's hard to resist such temptation. Zhao Jin is really an amazing guy. He doesn't hesitate at all. What do you think of my temper? Zhao Jin asked back. Chi AI understood that Zhao Jin had a bad temper and was not worldly wise. If she had not known Zhao Jin for a long time and understood what kind of person she was, it would have been difficult for her to develop a good impression of her based on first impression. Later, in order to make Zhao Jin interested in their industry, the director took Zhao Jin to introduce a lot of professional knowledge and even added some more material to the interview with Chi AI. I'm going to the bathroom first. You guys chat first. Zhao Jin apologized politely and left. Looking at Zhao Jin's leaving figure, the director couldn't help but sigh. What a nice girl, so polite. It's a pity that she doesn't like acting. What a pity. Hey, reporter Xiaoqi, why don't you persuade her for me? She is willing to accompany you for the interview. You should have a lot of influence in her eyes, right? How Zhao Jin argued with Annie just now. If bowing is considered politeness, then Zhao Jin does have some politeness, but unfortunately not much. Zhao Jin has always been a person of integrity. No one can change her decisions. And to be honest, you have just witnessed her temper. She was restrained from confronting Sister Annie today, for my sake. Chi AI knew that someone like Zhao Jin was not suitable for the entertainment industry. Compared to her looks, her brain was the real treasure. Many times, Chi AI felt that Zhao Jin should not practice boxing with her father. She should give full play to her brain and devote herself to scientific research in the future without having to face the intrigues in society. Really, the director was delighted when she heard that. She hadn't seen such a genuine child for a long time. Most people in the entertainment industry are snobbish. This has basically become the norm, and the director has long since gotten over it. She's a boxer. If you really ask her to act, I'm afraid the crew's budget will have to be used to pay for her medical expenses. Just now she told me that she wants to be an octopus in her next life. Chi AI half-jokingly. Octopus. Because she said that if she sees someone she's upset with, she can slap 8 of them at once. Director, let me explain this on 2 sides. Zhao Jin randomly found a toilet and walked in without thinking. Only, is the person next door taking a shit? Stinky. If Zhao Jin hadn't taken off his pants, he would have definitely changed the toilet. Zhao Jin, who was holding his nose and making quick decisions, had not yet left when he heard a bass-heavy male voice coming from next door. Hey, next door, do you have any paper? Zhao Jin. Damn. Zhao Jin handed his tissue, overthrew the small gap in the toilet cubicle with disdain. The hand that received the tissue was a hand with distinct joints. It looked very nice. How should I describe it? It's just a little bit worse than me. Someone with a pair of hands like this shouldn't look too bad, right? What a pity the shit stinks. Zhao Jin originally wanted to do good deeds without leaving a name and leave quickly. She was indeed not interested in meeting a smelly man. As luck would have it, they both opened the door of the toilet cubicle at the same time. Eyes met. The words of thanks that Yi Junlin wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. His pupils were dilated, and his facial expression was frozen. Did she go to the wrong toilet? Or did I go to the wrong toilet? About half a minute later, Yi Junlin caught sight of a row of urinals in front of him out of the corner of his eye. The expression on his face became more and more embarrassed, and he didn't know whether he was embarrassed for himself or for Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin looked at the man in front of him with charming peach blossom eyes and a very good-looking appearance. He probably understood what he meant. Sorry, we took the wrong way. Zhao Jin didn't feel embarrassed and said lightly. We have all been using the men's restroom for so many years. Today I just changed my clothes, so it's understandable that I went to the wrong place. Zhao Jin has always been thick-skinned and forgave herself without much care. As for the victim, Yi Junlin, whether or not she is willing to forgive her unintentional mistake is Yi Junlin's own business, and Zhao Jin does not intend to interfere. Anyway, after today, Zhao Jin didn't think she would have any contact with this person again. Be perverted if you want to be perverted. It's not a big problem. Yi Junlin looked at the little girl in front of him with delicate eyebrows and eyes. Unlike Zhao Jin's calmness, the tips of his ears turned red. Chapter 29. Selling you on salted fish. Fortunately, he put on thick enough powder on his face today so as not to look too embarrassed in front of Zhao Jin. Yes, Yi Junlin watched the famous scene where Zhao Jin angrily scolded Annie. He even took a photo secretly when Zhao Jin was not paying attention. Such a pretty sister with such a unique personality. This is the first time that Yi Junlin wants to get to know someone so much since he became a star. It's just that there were too many people on the set before, and Yi Junlin was embarrassed to get closer. He never expected to see her in private, and what he didn't expect was that he was borrowing toilet paper from her in the men's restroom. She must have smelled the strange smell of the reincarnation of grains just now. For a moment, Yi Junlin, who did not go to the wrong toilet, was more embarrassed than Zhao Jin, who went to the wrong toilet. Thank you for the tissue. Yi Junlin regretted what he said and cursed himself in his heart for being a brainless idiot. Why did you bring this up? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? You're welcome. Zhao Jin rolled his eyes at Yi Junlin and turned away. Wait! Yi Junlin shouted subconsciously. What's up? Are you my fan? I mean, to thank you, I can give you an autograph. Yi Junlin felt that Zhao Jin's attitude towards him was a little too cold. Although he is not a movie star, he is a rising star in the entertainment industry. Although he is not a first-tier actor, his traffic is not inferior to that of first-tier actors. Could it be that Zhao Jin followed him to the men's restroom on purpose? Could it be that she is his own crazy fan, a stalker fan? Did you follow me to the toilet? No. It seems that Zhao Jin came first, and he came later. Who are you? I really thought too much. Without the aura of a star in Zhao Jin's eyes, he was just a stinky actor. Sad. Want to cry. I'm Yi Junlin. Yi Jun? Lin? Sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of him somewhere. Zhao Jin fell into deep thought. Yi Junlin almost cried with joy. It was really not easy that he had heard of me. Really? Where have you heard it before? Yi Junlin felt that the sky had cleared up and the rain had stopped, and he was fine again. Zhao Jin's answer with joy. I think the security guard at the door mentioned you when I came here. The one who played in Access to Science, right? Ye Yunin. He knew it would be like this, and sure enough, if Zhao Jin's expression hadn't been so serious, Yi Junlin would have almost thought that this guy was deliberately teasing him. Of course, if the security guard at the door heard what Zhao Jin said, he would be furious and yell, "This is not what I said. It is what you said. Don't try to ruin my job. I'm suing you for defamation. It's from Catch the Murderer. Don't you usually watch TV? I really don't have any hobbies in this area. Also, do we have to stand in a place like this to chat?" Zhao Jin felt that this guy was actually quite good and didn't have any celebrity airs. Sorry. Yi Junlin blushed. The two came out of the bathroom and started chatting as they walked. Miss Ji, what's your name? Yi Junlin didn't know what was wrong with him. When he saw Zhao Jin, he spoke without thinking. He never had this problem before. He actually secretly noticed that Zhao Jin had mentioned her name to the director before, but he was not standing very close to her at that time. Yi Junlin didn't want Zhao Jin to think that he was a pervert who liked to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So he thought that this time he could get to know her again in a legitimate way. I just didn't expect that my mouth acted on its own without consulting my brain before speaking. My last name is Ji. Zhao Jin has become a little insecure because of this. Is it true that being an actor requires no intelligence? I'm sorry, Miss Ji. I don't know why I feel a little nervous seeing you. I wasn't like this before, I swear. Yi Junlin scratched his hair in embarrassment. Zhao Jin laughed awkwardly twice. By the way, you just said that you can give me an autograph, right? Zhao Jin suddenly thought of this. But you don't know me, right? You're not my fan. So why do you want an autograph? Zhao Jin looked Yi Junlin up and down. Although he was a little inferior to himself, he was still a pretty good-looking guy. Moreover, the security guards knew him, so he must be quite famous. Although I'm not your fan, I can see that you're very popular. Even the security guards know you, so I should be able to sell you on Xinyu, right? Zhao Jin asked honestly. Ye Yunlin, you're going to sell me out? Wrong, it's your signature. Zhao Jin curled his lips into a smile, and this smile went straight into Yi Junlin's heart. Mom, I seem to be in love again. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin couldn't help but feel a little sad. She didn't even recognize herself. Sorry, I'm not very good at talking. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Not really, but I thought at first you wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but I thought too much. Where do you want to sign? Yi Junlin came back to his senses and said with a smile. Sign at. Zhao Jin was in a dilemma for a moment. Where should he sign? She didn't have any notebook or anything with her. Sign on clothes? No. The clothes were a gift from Chi AI to her. Sign it? How about this? Let's add each other on WeChat first. I'll ask my assistant to organize my peripherals and then send them to you with signatures. Yi Junlin felt that he had come up with a great idea. Wouldn't it be legitimate to get Zhao Jin's super trust in this way? The director, a man whose body is almost half buried in the ground, can add Zhao Jin's super trust, so why can't he add it himself? Forget it, don't bother. I'm just handing you a pack of tissues. Zhao Jin didn't hate this person. After all, she always felt that getting along with people who were not very smart was quite pleasant. But Zhao Jin really didn't want more people to know her identity as a womanizer. What's more, Yi Junlin was a star. If she was noticed by paparazzi one day, all her efforts over the years would be wasted. Zhao Jin would never allow such a situation to exist. It was the first time that Yi Junlin took the initiative to ask someone for super credit. It was also the first time I was rejected. In the end, Yi Junlin failed to get Zhao Jin's super letter, so Zhao Jin said goodbye and left. Chapter 30. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. On Monday, Rocket class. Zhao Jin arrived at class on time, as usual. But today's rocket class was very different. Most people were drowsy during the usual morning self-study, trying to catch up on their sleep. They looked like unconscious corpses. But today's morning reading class was as noisy as a vegetable market. However, few people were really reading, and most of them were discussing the results of last week's monthly exam. Even Jiang Luin, the discipline committee member who always liked to remember names as a hobby, had no intention of supervising the noise and bustle in the class. Instead, he clasped his hands together and resolutely chose to believe in metaphysics. Jiang Luin's long eyelashes were tightly closed. She was muttering something, and her expression was extremely pious. Is she performing a ritual? Zhao Jin glanced at the mysterious Jiang Luin and asked Jiang Qiu in a low voice. She was also a little intimidated by this disciplinary committee member. She would record whoever she caught. Zhao Jin and Jiang Qiu were both recorded several times in her notebook last week. Do you want to try it too? It is said to be very effective. It is best to kneel down facing west with your hands clasped together, which will make you appear more pious. Jiang Qiu started talking nonsense again. Although everyone knows it is fake, there is nothing they can do except metaphysics at this moment. So the entire rocket class almost became a large-scale practice scene. Zhao Jin, do you want to read the tarot cards? It is said to be very accurate. Jiang Zhaoqing, who was behind, was holding a large handful of cards in his hand, and his tone was full of temptation. It is said? Who said that? Zhao Jin turned his head and stared curiously at the colorful cards in Jiang Zhaoqing's hand. They looked very interesting, but what could be calculated with this thing? It is said that it is said. Who cares who said it? It is not important. Jiang Zhaoqing disliked Zhao Jin for being nagging. She herself was also a half-baked person, so she disliked people like Zhao Jin the most. Why would he like to trace the origin of everything? Is it really accurate? What is the principle? What logic is used to predict the future? Is it purely based on metaphysics? Zhao Jin frowned. Although she was very surprised, she was still quite interested. However, before she finished her question, she seemed to have angered Jiang Zhaoqing. The girl was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she screamed and cursed, "Love doesn't count if it doesn't get out." Zhao Jin, who was happy to be kicked out, was speechless. What's wrong with this girl? Wasn't she quite enthusiastic towards her when they just met? But after only being together for a short time, her true colors were revealed. But my treatment was still a little better than Jiang Qiu's. For example, Jiang Zhaoqing would grab Jiang Qiu by the back of his collar and punch him hard. But she only cursed at me. That's it. I don't know if it's because she has been with Jiang Qiu for too long. Now she can accept being told to get lost. Do you want to take the test or not? It's very accurate. What if it's not accurate? Zhao Jin asked back. That must be because my skills are not good enough. What does it have to do with tarot cards? If you dare to question my beliefs, I will smash your head, Jiang Zhaoqing said. Zhao Jin, isn't this just a card game? How does it have anything to do with religion? But Zhao Jin didn't dare to say it, for fear of being criticized. Jiang Qiu also questioned it. Why didn't you hit him? Zhao Jin planned to drag Jiang Qiu into the water. Didn't I do that? Wait, when did he ever question my faith? Jiang Zhaoqing was confused. Why didn't she remember? Did she remember it wrong? Or did she miss something? How about another hammer? That's a good idea. I would rather kill 100 people by mistake than let one go. Then, Jiang Zhaoqing punched Jiang Qiu hard on the back. Ouch! Jiang Qiu cried out in pain and turned around with a dark face. Why are you hitting me? Did I provoke you again? Are you questioning my faith? Jiang Zhaoqing asked. What kind of faith is this? Do you still have faith? Jiang Qiu was obviously unaware. He asked me to hit you. Jiang Zhaoqing understood in an instant that Zhao Jin was trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife and began to use his essential skills, being able to pass the buck expertly. With that speed, it would be a shame not to become a chef. Facing Jiang Qiu's murderous gaze, Zhao Jin smiled awkwardly. I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. So, you let her hit me? What kind of outrageous logic is this? I'm doing this for your own good. You sound more like a father than my dad. Zhao Jin, are you itching for trouble? No. Are you still a human? I find you are becoming more and more like a dog. Jiang Qiu cursed angrily. This guy must have been a dog in his previous life and was born into the wrong human body. I learned it from you through observation and exposure. Zhao Jin held back his laughter and retorted bluntly. Amidst the noise, the head teacher Lu Xinyan walked in with a pile of test papers and a gloomy face. Oh no, there's murderous intent. The loudspeaker, who was always good at keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, shouted in a low voice and immediately straightened his posture and sat down, pretending that the person who had just tried to pull with the sports committee was not him. Lu Xinyan's arrival instantly made the class quiet. After observing their teacher's words and expressions over the years, the students in the rocket class keenly sensed that their teacher was in a bad mood. Looks like there's thunder today. Bang! Lu Xinyan slammed the stack of Chinese test papers in his hand heavily on the podium. Damn, I got so mad. For a moment, the whole class was as quiet as a chicken. Do you know what our class's average score in Chinese is? 122.4. Since I took over the rocket class, our class's Chinese scores have never been lower than 125. Lu Xinyan suppressed his anger and exhaled through his nose. Everyone in the rocket class. No one dared to answer. They are the best high school in the entire Jianglan city and are also top-notch high schools in the province and even the country. This is the best top class in a key high school. It is no exaggeration to say that the IQ of most people in this class is higher than that of the average person. For a subject like Chinese, everyone is familiar with the pattern of answering questions. Therefore, for this group of people, Chinese language performance can be said to be the subject with the least fluctuations. But this time it was more than 4 points lower than the average score. Everyone was silent. I feel like I performed pretty stably this time, Zhuo Lian, the Chinese class representative, whispered softly. Besides, she didn't think the Chinese language test was that difficult this time. For a test like this, it didn't make sense that the average score would be so much higher than usual. Do you know why? Lu Xinyan asked a question, but no one wanted to answer his question, so Lu Xinyan could only continue. I really didn't expect that there would be 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks in our class. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Crouching dragon and phoenix chick? Who is this talking about? Could it be the class monitor? Jiang Qiu, Zhao Jin, both of you come up here. Lu Xinyan stopped keeping the secret and shouted with a dark face. Chapter 31. Jiang Qiu has always been reliable in this matter of unreliability. Everyone in the class was shocked instantly. It was no surprise that the squad leader was called up. After all, when there were no problems, there would definitely be problems with him. But what about Zhao Jin? He looks reliable, doesn't he? What sin have I committed? It's not enough to meet one person, but I actually met 2 of you. You really deserve to be good desk mates. Your essays are more outrageous than the other. Zhao Jin from a pile of test papers. First came Zhao Jin's. Lu Xinyan took it in his hand and looked through it repeatedly. It is undeniable that Zhao Jin's beautiful handwriting in the thin gold style is indeed amazing. The layout of the entire test paper is very beautiful. If we ignore the score, this test paper is as clean and tidy as he is. Zhao Jin answered very well in the first part and got full marks for the objective questions. Even for the subjective questions, he only got a few points deducted symbolically. The problem came with the composition. 0 for the composition? How did you do that? 800 words, not a single word hits the point. This composition is actually very simple. It is a very common composition based on material. The materials provided are also easy to understand. It is about how the famous astrophysicist Stephen Hawking has uncovered a corner of the mystery of the universe through his unremitting efforts. There is a story about how Newton, who made outstanding contributions to physics, finally discovered the law of universal gravitation through day-to-day deduction and thinking. The material is written so clearly. Normal people's intention is to persist in the process of tempering themselves into steel. But you, on the other hand, wrote about the origin and development of physics? What were you thinking? High school essays should be either descriptive or argumentative. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. What are you writing about? A popular science article? Lu Xinyan shook the test paper so loudly that it made a loud noise. It was obvious that he was very angry. The test paper was shaking and pointing at him, obviously very angry. He must have Parkinson's disease. Zhao Jin took the Chinese test paper with a bright red score of 86 and stood there indifferently. Pucci, Jiang Qiu glanced at Zhao Jin's composition topic and couldn't help laughing out loud. It is actually called History of the Development of Physics. What a simple and clear title. It seems that someone is going to fulfill his promise to wash my clothes, Jiang Qiu said in a low voice. Lu Xinyan also looked at Jiang Qiu at the same time as Zhao Jin. Lu Xinyan's expression was filled with a hint of astonishment and anger, and finally turned into a roar of regret. Jiang Qiu, how dare you laugh at others? Where's your face? In all my years of teaching, I have never seen a lower essay score than yours. Zhao Jin secretly glanced at Jiang Qiu and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Let him show off, he deserves it. Impossible. This doesn't make sense. He scored 0. There's no way my score is lower than his. How can it be a negative score? Jiang Qiu's originally confident expression, after seeing Lu Xinyan's increasingly gloomy face, cautiously tried to test. It's impossible to deduct points. You were self-aware at this time. Minus 20 points. You are really talented. How outrageous must this essay be to get such a score, said a classmate. You can always trust our monitor. No one is more reliable than him when it comes to being unreliable. Teacher, what did the monitor write? Tell us, so we don't have to make the same mistake again in the future. The loudspeaker is just there to watch the fun. Humph. Lu Xinyan sneered twice again. Most people will never step on this landmine. All he wrote was about caring for the disabled. Jiang Qiu, who taught you to interpret the material like this? You. Nonsense. How dare you slander me? Do you know how many teachers laughed at me this morning because of your composition? Your composition has spread throughout the entire grade group. Lu Xinyan was obviously very angry. He had been feeling resentful since he entered the office this morning. Hawking is called a giant in a wheelchair. Where did I write that wrong? Seeing that this person was not convinced, Lu Xinyan was so angry that he laughed. It is true that Hawking is known as a giant in a wheelchair, but this is not mentioned in the materials at all. He wrote about the story of how he achieved research results through unremitting efforts and became a great scientist. Such a simple material composition? Is your brain circuit twisted and turned and fell into the ditch? Jiang Qiu. That doesn't deny that Mr. Hawking is a disabled person. He was not convinced, but he didn't dare to say it. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Sergeant, you're awesome. Loudspeaker quietly gave Jiang Sua a thumbs up. The door is over there. You too. Take your test papers and get out there and stand in the corner as punishment. Let others see how you managed to get such embarrassing scores. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Xinyan pointed at the door and cursed. I didn't cheat. I got the score based on my own ability. What's there to be ashamed of? Jiang Qiu tilted her head and complained to Zhao Jin coquettishly. Jiang Qiu, what are you mumbling about? Lu Xinyan's face turned black. Nothing. Jiang Qiu was startled. His ears were becoming more and more sensitive. It's not the first time anyway. Zhao Jin accepted it well, and Jiang Qiu was even less concerned. He was almost becoming the goalkeeper of the rocket class. He was alone before, but now at least he has a companion. How nice. The two of them were about to roll to the door and stand there as punishment, but were stopped by Lu Xinyan. Wait, I'm so mad at you too. Zhao Jin, your work is not over yet. Go find Director Wu now. She's waiting for you in the office. The Director Wu that Lu Xinyan mentioned was naturally the head teacher of the senior grade group, nicknamed Nun Miju. Zhao Jin. She has changed her bed and hasn't done anything out of the ordinary recently. She's been as well-behaved as a little lamb. Zhao Jin subconsciously felt that Director Wu definitely had no good intentions when he came to see her. You see, I'm useless. Hurry up. Lu Xinyan waved his hand to drive him away. Hey, don't I have to go? Jiang Qiu became anxious as he saw his partner, who was standing in punishment, was about to leave him. Why do you want to go with him? If I don't stop you, you will slap this test paper with 54 points in Director Wu's face. Do you think she will eat you alive? Lu Xinyan sneered. It seems that Lu Xinyan's attitude is not a good thing. Take care of yourself. Old G, I'm going to stand in the corner as punishment. Jiang Qiu turned and left. Zhao Jin. Director Wu's office. This was Zhao Jin's third time here. The first time was for enrollment, the second time was when he was caught in a verbal fight with Wang Ji by Master Miju, and this time was the third time. Knock, knock. Zhao Jin looked at the open office door and knocked twice politely. Wang Ji is here too? Could it be that because I beat him last time, his reaction time is too slow and he is only now remembering to complain? Come in. Nun Miju had a dark face. She no longer had the gentleness she had when they first met and when she sent her to the dormitory building to buy ointment for her. Zhao Jin could clearly feel the murderous intent. So she decided to get close to Wang Ji and find out what he was thinking. What a coincidence, you were here to see Director Wu too. Although he sent this guy to the toilet last week, it did not prevent Zhao Jin from showing goodwill to him. She's just like that, she never holds grudges. Zhao Jin, you're fucking hurting me again. Zhao Jin really didn't expect that when Wang Ji saw her, he looked as if he had seen the murderer of his father, with his teeth bared, as if he wanted to pounce on her and bite her. Zhao Jinjin was really frightened by Wang Ji's appearance. What did I do to you? Zhao Jin was puzzled. Could it really be because of what happened in the bathroom before? But apart from this, Zhao Jin doesn't remember his sins in other places. Wang Ji, how dare you ask? Zhao Jin is a rare talent, as he could make Wang Ji so angry that he cursed in front of Master Miju. You know, the last person who made Wang Ji so angry that he almost lost his mind was Jiang Qiu. Wang Ji, Watch your attitude when you speak. Where do you think you are now? This is school. Nun Miju slammed the table and cursed angrily. Chapter 32. Wang Ji was tricked. Wang Ji approached Nun Miju's majesty, glared at Zhao Jin unwillingly, and shut his mouth. He was cursing in his heart, probably cursing all of Zhao Jin's ancestors. Anyone who hears this will have to say, "Good child, you are so sensible." Zhao Jin, do you want to guess how many points you got in the comprehensive science exam? Nun Miju's smile did not reach her eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Although Zhao Jin felt that there was something wrong with the tone of Master Miju's words. Zhao Jin knows the test papers she has done, whether they are correct or not, and how many answers she has got right. She doesn't think she will be singled out for criticism because of her poor grades. 290 plus, said Zhao Jin. Except for some subjective questions, he will not lose points on the objective questions. After Zhao Jin finished speaking, she saw Wang Ji looking at her even more fiercely, and his gaze was almost solidified. My goodness, it sounds like this bastard might actually be a top student. Why is he a poor student when he also used money to get in through the back door? Damn! The expression on Nun Miju's face was also very intriguing. It was because Nun Miju's expressions were too rich that Zhao Jin felt a little unconfident. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it 290? Then it must be at least 280, right? Nun Miju pulled out 2 test papers, pointed at one of them, which was very beautiful and almost flawless, and asked, "This is yours, right?" Zhao Jin nodded. Whose test paper do you think this belongs to? Zhao Jin looked at the 2 huge, ugly characters clearly written on it. Wang Ji. The whole paper was a horrible sight, with 2 huge red crosses covering the entire paper, which went through the back of the paper and even tore the entire surface. It is obvious that since Master Miju asked this question, it means that this matter is not that simple. Zhao Jin glanced at the 2 test papers, and only then realized that the question numbers on the 2 test papers were connected. Could it be mine too? Zhao Jin asked tentatively. You still know. I was just interrogating Wang Ji, asking him why he stole your test paper. He refused to admit it and said that you were trying to murder him. I almost cried out of anger. Nun Miju glanced at Wang Ji, who was filled with righteous indignation. I didn't expect it to be such a misunderstanding. Fortunately, she had just imagined a lot that Zhao Jin was bullied by Wang Ji, this uneducated and useless guy, when he first arrived, such as snatching his test paper and copying his questions. Teacher Wu, I told you it wasn't me. It was Zhao Jin who handed the test paper to me himself. You still didn't believe it. Now the truth is out. Wang Ji felt that he was more wronged than Dou Yi. What do you mean by giving the test paper to Wang Ji? You want him to take the test for you? Nun Miju felt embarrassed by Wang Ji's questioning, so she directed her fire at the culprit. Zhao Jin was slightly embarrassed and explained with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. I didn't know there were 2 test papers. I thought each person got 1. I had just woken up when the test papers were distributed, so I didn't pay much attention. I won't do it next time. Zhao Jin's apology seemed very sincere, but Wu Ligong was no longer buying it. This again, I won't do it again next time. Ever since he moved such a big bed to the dormitory last time, Wu Ligong knew that this guy was not an easy person to deal with. Which student from a good family could do such a thing? I won't do that next time. That's what you told me last time when you moved your bed to the dormitory. At least I didn't move the bed to the dormitory this time. Zhao Jin argued. She just saw it wrong at most. It wasn't a crime punishable by death. Why was she so angry? Wu Ligong. I almost had a heart attack. Do you know how many points you lost because you missed 1 test paper? With your level, as you said, you can get to 3 60-point questions. It's possible for you to get 290 points, but you just missed 1 test paper. Zhao Jin, can you be more careful? Nun Miju became louder and louder as she spoke, and she became angrier and angrier. At the end, she stood up, slammed the table, leaned forward, and shouted at Zhao Jin in a rage. The saliva was almost spraying on Zhao Jin's face. Zhao Jin had an indifferent expression. She took a few steps back without leaving a trace and stood behind Wang Ji, trying to ask Wang Ji to block some of Nun Miju's saliva for her. Why are you standing so far back? Can I eat you? No. I'm afraid you'll dirty me. Zhao Jin didn't dare to say it. She has a good temper and endures it. Teacher, please calm down. Anger causes wrinkles. Zhao Jin moved forward a little, trying to comfort the furious middle-aged female teacher who was suspected of suffering from menopausal syndrome. Wu Ligong got even angrier when she heard this. You still care about my wrinkles? How can you be so careless? I boasted to teachers from other schools last time that our rocket class has a new strong player. Is this how you make me proud? Zhao Jin. Wang Ji suddenly felt balanced, which was very strange. It turns out that when Nun Miju scolded the students in their rocket class, they were also giving it their all. He used to think that the students in their rocket class were superior to others and that the teachers treated them like a treasure and could not hit or scold them. It turns out that if you do something wrong, you will be criticized to pieces. Suddenly I feel much better. Good scolding. Curse more. He loves to listen. Wang Ji, what are you laughing at? How dare you laugh? Zhao Jin just didn't see it clearly. He just turned around and didn't know the structure of the paper. What about you? It doesn't count that you took someone else's paper, but you still did it? Nun Miju looked at Wang Ji's face and became even angrier. To be honest, appearance can really affect one's mood. Zhao Jin and Wang Ji are standing together. One looked clean and refreshing, with fair complexion and a harmless appearance from hair to heels, while the other looked like a problem teenager with tin-foil perm, slovenly clothes, and a sloppy appearance. Wu Ligong looked very annoyed. Didn't he give me the test paper? You can scold me for that. Hasn't he been vindicated? Why are you cursing again? He gave it to you, and you just did it? Is that a question you can do? Can you understand it? With your grades, you can hardly even do ordinary monthly exams, and you're still doing other people's competition questions. What's your idea? How can I tell that it's a competition question? Wang Ji said unconvincingly. With my grades, I can't even understand the questions. How can I know that he gave me his paper? Wang Ji felt very aggrieved. It was a rare occasion that he did not hand in a blank paper. Who could have expected this would be the result? Wu Ligong. I finally decided to take the exam seriously to prove myself, but you still say this to me? I'm also a victim, okay? Wang Ji was so aggrieved that he almost cried. If you say so, it seems to be correct. Wu Ligong was so embarrassed that he lost all confidence. I began to reflect on whether what I had just said was too much. Although Wang Ji's grades are not good, this cannot be blamed on him. He is also a victim. If Zhao Jin hadn't given him the wrong test paper, he would at least not have gotten 0 points if he had taken the normal monthly test. Wait, that's not right. Wang Ji, you are acting here. Are you taking the exam seriously? So seriously that you copied Zhao Jin's paper? And you even spread your answers all over the exam room? Is this what you call taking the exam seriously? Wu Ligong suddenly remembered this and was so angry that he was confused. Wang Ji. Chapter 33. How can one be so stupid? I'm really convinced. What were you thinking? Zhao Jin is in the rocket class. Don't you know that his test paper is different from yours? You even copied his test paper and passed it around. You two are really great. One of you lowered the average score of the rocket class, and the other lowered the average score of the entire grade group. Did you know that your actions have caused her bonus to be reduced by half? I am really impressed by you two old guys. It's him. He deliberately put the test paper aside for me to copy. Nun Miju was too lazy to even look at this guy, and Zhao Jin looked at Wang Ji as if he was a fool. As a person who has studied in #1 middle school for more than 2 years, he didn't even know that the questions in the rocket class were different from those in other classes. He was so stupid as to copy Zhao Jin's paper. Nun Miju expressed her sympathy, saying that if all else fails, it would be good to go and have a look at her brain. Call your parents. This is too much. Master Ming Miju issued the final judgment. No, teacher. My dad will beat me to death. Wang Ji looked as if the sky was falling, covering his face with an exaggerated expression, which made Zhao Jin laugh. Wang Ji didn't know why Zhao Jin wasn't worried at all, but instead had an expression of wanting to watch the fun. What were you doing before? Not only did you cheat, but you also spread the answers everywhere. You disrupted the exam discipline, which is an unforgivable crime. The reason why Nun Miju is called Nun Miju is because she is so unkind. Wang Ji begged for mercy to no avail and glared at Zhao Jin fiercely, his eyes full of tears. His father will definitely use him as a sandbag. Oh. Zhao Jin is a plague god. Nothing good will happen if you stay with him. Nun Miju knew his father, so he couldn't find someone to impersonate him. Sure enough, the call went through. Before Nun Miju could even say anything, she was already being cursed at by the person on the other side. Teacher Wu, is Wang Ji causing trouble in school again? I know he is not someone you can take lightly. Don't worry, I will punish him when he gets home. The breath that hits you in the face is suffocating. Wang Jiru clasped his hands together in a mournful manner, made a praying gesture, and bowed to Master Miju continuously, begging her to show mercy. Nun Miju just glanced at Wang Ji sideways, ignored him completely, and told Wang's father the whole story. Father Wang, has his son become so stupid? After struggling for a long time, he hesitated and said, "No way. Could it be a misunderstanding? I don't think a person with normal intelligence can do such a thing." Nun Mija glanced at Wang Ji and snorted twice. "I didn't expect that either." Wang Ji. Nun Miju turned on the external speaker, and Wang Ji could hear it clearly. After receiving a positive answer, Mr. Wang fell silent. Zhao Jin couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Zhao Jin, you have the nerve to laugh. Call the phone yourself." After Nun Miju hung up the call with Wang's father, she handed the phone to Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin didn't answer and said, "My dad is on a business trip. He should be in Country F now. It should be around 2 in the morning." "Really? How can I be sure you are not lying?" Nun Miju was not as easy to talk to as Lu Xinyan. "You call first? If you can't get through, we'll talk later." Zhao Jin had no choice but to compromise. Zhao Jin really didn't lie this time. His father was really on a business trip and should be sleeping at this time. "But I didn't expect the call to be connected." But the voice coming from the phone did not belong to Zhao Ming, but the voice of a woman he had never heard of before. The voice is soft and tender, as if the patient has just woken up, with a slightly nasal tone, and is very pleasant to hear. "Wait, who are you looking for?" Zhao Jin's face darkened on the spot, his eyebrows lowered, and he adjusted his emotions. Nun Miju obviously did not notice the change in Zhao Jin. She didn't know much about Zhao Jin's family situation and simply thought that the person who answered the phone was most likely Zhao Jin's family member. "I'm Zhao Jin's Dean of Studies. I want to talk to his father about Zhao Jin's problems." "Ah!" The woman cried out, glanced at the old man who was already asleep beside her, and raised the corners of her mouth. "Boss G is asleep now. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I will convey it to you when Boss G wakes up." The woman's voice was seductive, and every word she spoke was full of charm. "Nun Miju. Everyone is not stupid. This woman calls Zhao Jin's father Mr. G." At this time, Mr. G fell asleep, but she was able to answer the call in time. "What does this mean?" The three people present know it well. Nun Miju looked at Zhao Jin with guilt on her face, and for the first time felt that the phone in her hand was a little hot. She didn't expect that Ji's father's cheating would be exposed so suddenly. Wang Ji's jaw almost dropped in shock. "Fuck, what kind of melon is this? Is this a melon he can eat?" Zhao Jin noticed Nun Miju's embarrassment, took the phone, and signaled to Nun Miju that he would answer it. How could Nun Miju dare not refuse? "Hello, I'm Zhao Jin." Zhao Jin took the phone, turned off the speaker, walked to the window, and spoke. His tone was cold, but there was no sign of anger at all. The woman on the phone panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed down. "It's Zhao Jin. I'm your father's friend. You can call me Aunt Xiao Ming." Although Xiao Ming had not known Zhao Ming for long, she actually knew Zhao Jin. Not only had she investigated Zhao Jin's family situation before trying to get to know Zhao Ming, but after getting to know Zhao Ming, she would often curse his two sons. Xiao Ming's impression of Zhao Jin is that he is young and hot-tempered, a typical spoiled young master from a wealthy family. Xiao Ming was even prepared to be scolded, but she didn't care because she believed that as long as she was nicer to Zhao Jin in the future, she would easily win his favor. Xiao Ming didn't take Zhao Jin seriously. What she was more afraid of was the attitude of Zhao Jin's brother Zhao Xiaolong towards her. So today she wants to test the waters with Zhao Jin first. "From your voice, you should be in your early 20s, only a few years older than me, so there's no need to call you Auntie." Zhao Jin avoided the title calmly. She dared to call herself her aunt when she was in her 20s. She was clearly aiming for the role of stepmother. "Huh?" Xiao Ming on the other end of the phone laughed dryly. She was afraid of waking up Zhao Ming, who was asleep, so she quietly lifted the quilt and got out of bed and continued. "Was it your teacher who wanted to look for your father, just now? If necessary, I can talk to your father for you." Xiao Ming had heard Zhao Ming complain several times about Zhao Jin being a troublemaker, and subconsciously thought that Zhao Jin had caused some trouble at school. Chapter 34. Have you gotten into trouble again? Thank you for your kindness, but I suggest you not to do this. My dad doesn't like others touching his phone, especially without his knowledge. Zhao Jin had a faint smile on his face. The young man stood by the window against the light. The morning sunlight shone through the mottled shadows of the trees onto his body, as if he was coated with a layer of golden light. The slender fingers of one hand tapped on the windowsill intermittently, so beautiful that it seemed like something out of a painting. Wang Ji couldn't hear clearly what the other party was saying, but judging from Zhao Jin's expression, he didn't seem surprised by this sudden bad news. The woman who claimed to be Xiao Ming choked and said, "No, Mr. G is a very good person, especially he takes good care of me." The tea-like words were clearly a roundabout way of showing Zhao Jin how close her relationship with Zhao Ming was. But Zhao Jin didn't fall for her tricks. Over the years, there were countless women surrounding her father. If she was really smart, she should have hidden herself quietly, given birth to the child secretly, and then come to the Ji family to ask for status. Zhao Jin was too lazy to flatter her. If he was as good as you said, why would you call him Mr. G? You and my dad haven't known each other for long, right? He is always more patient with new things, especially in bed. What you said is too harsh, isn't it? Your father and I have a normal relationship. How can you talk like that at such a young age? The other party lowered her voice, and her tone was completely devoid of the previous coquettishness. Although it was indeed shameful that she slept in the same bed with Zhao Ming did not have a wife, so she was naturally not a mistress. Xiao Ming felt that she and Zhao Ming were just like ordinary couples, just a normal relationship. Zhao Jin just listened to the conversation on the phone with a faint smile and did not interrupt the other party. Your mother died early, and he is single now. Even if we are really together, it is reasonable and legal. I know you may feel uncomfortable knowing my existence, but your father and I are truly in love. It doesn't matter if you don't accept me now. I can understand, but I hope you won't stop me from dating your father. He has been single for so many years. You don't want your father to be so lonely forever, right? Xiao Ming's words were so sincere, and Zhao Jin said he was almost moved. Then guess why my dad has been single for so long? Xiao Ming was silent and listened to the voice on the phone continue. Although my dad is almost 50 years old, he looks good and looks like he's in his early 40s. As a bachelor, he will never lack girls around him. Being young is good, but a pretty face will get old one day, but assets won't. Xiao Ming, stop lying to me. He said he likes me. Xiao Ming raised her voice, and it seemed more like she was trying to convince herself than arguing with Zhao Jin. Yes, Zhao Ming is less than 50 years old, owns a Fortune 500 listed company, is quite handsome, and knows how to please women. How could a man like him not find a woman? Then why haven't you remarried yet? He also said that he liked my mother. He said that they loved each other passionately, but he still didn't marry her. I forgot to tell you that I was not born by his wife. I am an illegitimate child. Xiao Ming. My father is not a fool. With his conditions, he can change his bed partner at any time. Why would he choose to marry a woman and have half of the family property taken away from him? Xiao Ming was speechless. This was something that could be easily found out, so she didn't think Zhao Jin was lying to her. But Zhao Jin's words reminded her that if she was pregnant with Zhao Ming's child, she would receive a considerable sum of money even if he didn't marry her. But before Xiao Ming could think it through, she heard the voice on the phone continue. I know what you're thinking. Then guess again. My dad has had so many women over the years. Why is there only one illegitimate child, me? My dad doesn't really like children, and my worthless brother doesn't like having another person compete with him for the family fortune in the future. To tell you the truth, you can't give birth to a child even if you get pregnant, and you can't support the child even if you give birth to it. If you're smart, you should make more money while the novelty is still there. By the way, my dad is the best at talking in bed. Zhao Jin used the most calm tone, but said the most explicit words. He never minds bringing the dirty tricks of his family to light. Xiao Ming. Her heart was in turmoil. If she remembered correctly, Zhao Jin was still a minor. How could such a young child say such a thing? And it was clear and organized, and it didn't look like it was the first time he had dealt with something like this. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Sweet dreams. Zhao Jin hung up the phone first. On the other side, Xiao Ming stared at her phone for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. She somehow deleted the call records and pretended nothing had happened. After Zhao Jin hung up the phone, he was not idle and called Zhao Xiaolong again. In the spacious and bright office, Zhao Xiaolong is handling the matters at hand. He looked at Director Wu's note on his phone and subconsciously thought that it must be that bastard Zhao Jin who was causing trouble for him again. Over the years, every time Zhao Xiaolong received a call from his teacher, he would be scolded. As a CEO, he is usually treated with respect by everyone who sees him in the company. Thanks to Zhao Jin, every once in a while a teacher would call and scold him. When he was unlucky, he had to take time out of his busy schedule to go to school and be scolded, and he couldn't even talk back, not to mention how aggrieved he was. He was a little stressed out. Wrong? Director Wu? Zhao Xiaolong smiled apologetically. I don't know whether I am raising a younger brother or a son. It's me. A cold voice came from the phone. Zhao Xiaolong was relieved at first, but then he thought that Zhao Jin called him using Director Wu's cell phone, and he became furious again. What do you want to do? Zhao Jin, have you gotten into trouble again and want me to clean up your mess? I haven't said anything yet, and you're already rushing to clean up my mess? Do you have any perverted fetishes? Zhao Jin swore that he actually had no intention of confronting Zhao Xiaolong this time. It was simply because his mouth moved too fast and his brain could not keep up. Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Jin, do you really think I dare not deal with you, do you? Zhao Xiaolong couldn't scold Zhao Jin, so he could only go through the process as usual and say something harsh. Zhao Jin didn't care at all. I'll talk about my business later. I'm calling you because of Dad. Dad? Isn't he on a business trip? Just now, Director Wu called him, and a woman answered the phone. Since my accident, weren't all the women around Dad arranged by you in advance? How could there be any who slipped through the net? Zhao Jin's tone was cold. She really didn't like her father being entangled with those women who liked to hang out with rich men, but she also knew very well that her father was just that kind of person, and he probably wouldn't be able to change in this lifetime. Many times, Zhao Jin chose to cover his ears, pretending not to hear, not to ask, and not to interfere. But the premise of all this is that the other party cannot dance in front of you. But today, this woman actually came up to her and showed off her presence, and even boasted that they were in a legal relationship. Although Zhao Jin remained calm on the surface, she was really disgusted and wanted to vomit in her heart. Don't interfere in this matter. I will investigate it and give you a reply later. Your task now is to study hard, Zhao Xiaolong said with a frown. Chapter 35. Is there money to be made from playing in the competition? Okay. Zhao Jin saw that this matter had almost been settled, and the anger in his heart subsided a little. Zhao Xiaolong has always done a good job in handling such matters, and there is no need for Zhao Jin to do anything. By the way, Director Wu has something to tell you about my problem. Zhao Xiaolong. Sure enough, it's late, but it's here. I knew you, this bastard, would cause trouble for me again. Zhao Xiaolong was furious. Be quiet and don't make those unpresentable noises. You're making a fool of yourself for the teacher. Zhao Jin cursed Zhao Xiaolong in a low voice, then turned the phone back to its original external speaker mode and handed it to Nun Miju. Zhao Xiaolong. You can't get on stage? Zhao Jin, you little bastard, if you have the guts, don't go home in your life. I'm going to slap you in the face. Before Zhao Xiaolong could start cursing, he heard an embarrassed female voice that sounded like she was in her 40s or 50s coming from the other side. Zhao Jin, who had disrupted other people's family harmony, or about the man who was cursing on the phone. Director Wu, I'm sorry. I'm Zhao Jin's elder brother. If you have anything you want to scold, just tell me directly. Zhao Xiaolong almost let the cat out of the bag, but he changed his mind and regained his elegant and smiling face in the business world. Zhao Jin suspiciously, and the meaning in his eyes was too obvious. Are you sure this is your brother? Before Director Wu could say anything, he heard the sound of gunfire coming from the other side again. Did Zhao Jin get into a fight at school again? Or did he climb over the wall to skip class? It's not like he had a conflict with his classmates and scolded them until they cried, right? Zhao Xiaolong asked 3 questions in a row, and Director Wu was completely confused. Zhao Jin's expression became more and more weird. Was the man on the phone really talking about the seemingly docile and obedient boy in front of him? And the other party used again? This means that if he was really talking about Zhao Jin, then Zhao Jin had a criminal record. But looking at Zhao Jin's appearance, how could such a well-behaved child like him do something like climbing over the wall, skipping classes, and fighting? Director Wu, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not teaching well and causing trouble for the school. Who is a victim? We should compensate him. Do you need me to go over and handle it? Before Director Wu could say anything, Zhao Xiaolong had already convicted Zhao Jin, and even the victim had come forward. The phone was on loudspeaker the whole time. Zhao Jin was so embarrassed and ashamed that he wanted to stare a hole through the phone. Who could have thought that Zhao Xiaolong would reveal all her secrets in just a few words? The image of a good student that she had disguised herself with great pains. It's not about these things. Zhao Jin is usually very well behaved in school. This time I called you mainly to talk about his attitude towards learning. Before Nun Miju could finish her words, she heard a sneer from the other end. Very well behaved? Director Wu, please don't joke with me. Zhao Jin. Nun Miju. Wang Ji stood aside and watched the whole process. After hearing this, he almost cried with joy. It turns out that family members understand each other. How could Zhao Jin be obedient? He was clearly a male green tea who knew how to act. He acted like a good student in front of Nun Miju, but secretly pushed him into the toilet and pumped him. Ahem, Mr. G. The reason I called today is because of Zhao Jin's attitude towards study. He really didn't get into trouble? Zhao Xiaolong's tone was even happier than if he had won a $5 million lottery ticket. He said sincerely, "After all these years, this is the first time I've received a call from a teacher because of Zhao Jin's attitude towards study. The teaching methods of number 1 middle school are really amazing." Director Wu listened to the true feelings expressed by the other party, and her expression was wonderful. If she remembered correctly, she called to praise Zhao Jin. "Mr. G, Zhao Jin is already in his 3rd year of high school. How can I be assured of his careless attitude towards study? And you parents, don't you care at all about your children's academic performance? I have taught for so many years and taught so many classes of students, but this is the first time I've seen a student in the rocket class give his monthly exam paper to someone else." Director Wu said in a bad tone. Although Zhao Jin is indeed unreliable, his father and brother don't seem to be reliable either. Born in such a family, Zhao Jin not only did not grow up badly, but also achieved such impressive results. To be honest, Wu Ligong felt even more sorry for Zhao Jin. What a good child. Zhao Xiaolong was scolded with a veiled rebuke and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Director Wu. He was definitely wrong in this matter. It's also my fault for not teaching him well. I will definitely punish him when he goes home this weekend. I'll have to trouble Director Wu to take care of the school. Don't worry about the school. I will definitely notify his class teacher and have him correct Zhao Jin's lazy attitude towards study." "Thank you very much, Director Wu. It would be better to ask his teacher to assign him more homework and more exams. If there are any competitions, arrange them for him as well. This will prevent him from looking for trouble." In order to avenge himself for being scolded before, Zhao Xiaolong began to flatter Director Wu madly. Zhao Jin, who was listening to the whole process, tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it. "Zhao Xiaolong, are you a dog?" "Zhao Xiaolong, I was caught doing something bad. My God, what's the difference between this and shitting on the street?" But Zhao Xiaolong didn't care. He had gotten used to being scolded over the years. "Even if I'm a dog, I'm still on the list of the 12 zodiac animals. Unlike you, you're hard to find even in the classic of mountains and seas." This was the first time that Zhao Xiaolong spoke faster than he thought, and he finally won against Zhao Jin. But he forgot that he was talking to Zhao Jinstein, so he cursed. "Is this the first time you see a dog so active?" Zhao Jin wanted to retort, but when he looked up and saw Director Wu's gloomy face, Zhao Jin silently closed his mouth. Hanging up the phone with Zhao Xiaolong, Director Wu stared at Zhao Jin's face for a long while. He looks like such a good kid. How could he be as bad as his brother says? "Zhao Jin, do you want to play a game?" "What? Who to hit?" Zhao Jin was stunned. "What's going on?" Zhao Xiaolong had just finished his report, and Director Wu was planning to put it into practice. "Subject competition. Your grades are very good, but your weakness in Chinese is also obvious. The grade group has studied your test paper, and your answering ideas are excellent. Compared to the step-by-step college entrance examination, perhaps the competition route is more suitable for you. Once you get a national award, you will directly receive an offer from a top university. Even if you fail, with your grades you will not be too bad if you continue to take the college entrance examination." Nun Miju said. This was also the conclusion drawn by the grade group after studying Zhao Jin's test paper and draft paper. "Do you have money to participate in the competition?" Nun Miju. "Are you short of money?" Although Nun Miju didn't know much about Zhao Jin's family situation, judging from the way he dressed, it was not bad. Moreover, his father had enough money to support a mistress. Who would complain about having too much money? Zhao Jin was embarrassed to say that he had no money. After all, it was somewhat shameful to be in a situation where he could barely afford to eat. "I just simply love money." Zhao Jinxiang explained himself. "Yes, the first prize in the provincial competition is 50,000 yuan. The second prize is 30,000 yuan, and the third prize is 10,000 yuan. The first prize in the national competition is 100,000 yuan. The second prize is 50,000 yuan, and the third prize is 20,000 yuan. This is just the prize money from the competition. If you can win a prize, the school will give you much more." Nun Miju explained. "Sounds good. Okay, I'll join in." Zhao Jin nodded. Chapter 36, I don't actually love money that much. "Okay," Nun Miju said as she picked up a large stack of test papers from under the desk, which was roughly estimated to be about 2 centimeters high. "These are the competition papers from recent years. I have sorted them out for you. Go back and write them yourself and hand them to me next Monday." Ahem. Zhao Jin looked at the pile of test papers in front of him. His facial expression almost lost control, and then he said with a fake smile, "What did you ask me before? Ask if you want to participate in the competition?" "Oh, I won't participate. I suddenly feel that I don't love money that much." Zhao Jin said, "Director Wu, my dad often says that he fights for so much money so that I can live a better life. I feel that I cannot let him down." Before Zhao Jin could finish his words, he received a murderous gaze from Master Miju. "Zhao Jin, I'll give you a chance to swallow back what you just said. I know how you call me in private. I guess you don't want to know where this nickname came from. I advise you not to make yourself unhappy." A blatant threat. Zhao Jin. She wants to curse. "Forget it. I can't afford to offend you." "Well, I'm willing to participate in the competition. You're smart." Nun Miju snorted coldly. On the other hand, Wang Ji, who seemed to have no sense of existence, snorted with disdain through his nose. It seemed as if he was disgusted with Zhao Jin for being spineless. "Why are you whining? You too should write a self-criticism and make a fool of yourself in front of the whole school at the flag-raising ceremony next week." Zhao Jin. Wang Ji. Finally, Zhao Jin, let me remind you that although I don't know your family situation, no matter what the situation is, you are almost an adult. You have to be responsible for your own life and not be disturbed by external factors. If you have any questions, you can talk to me privately. Master Miju still gave a worried reminder before she died. He was afraid that Zhao Jin would delay him because of family matters. After all, this kind of situation had happened before. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jin just smiled calmly. "Director Wu, you worry too much. I know what's going on. She's just a bed partner. Given how philandering her father is, she won't last more than 3 months. If she's unlucky, she might not even last a week. For someone as impatient as this one today, it would be good enough if he could hold out for a week. Wang Ji, you'd better be more aware of what you should say and what you shouldn't say. If you dare to talk nonsense outside and affect Zhao Jin, I will never forgive you." Wu Ligong reminded Wang Ji worriedly. Although Zhao Jin acted as if he didn't care much, Wu Ligong didn't completely believe Zhao Jin. This kind of thing is not a glorious thing anyway. What if Wang Ji was not careful with his words and spread the news? Even if Zhao Jin didn't care, others might still look at him with tinted glasses. If this incident affects Zhao Jin's grades, Wu Ligong would never allow this to happen. "I understand." Wang Ji lowered his head. He was punished to write a self-criticism because of Zhao Jin. Although he wanted to think of countless ways to take revenge on Zhao Jin, this definitely did not include spreading the news that Zhao Jin's father had cheated on him. Put yourself in other people's shoes. It was after Wang Ji's father cheated on his wife that he got a stepmother and a younger sister. Zhao Jin, holding a pile of test papers and with a gloomy face, left the office one after another with Wang Ji. Wang Ji couldn't help but keep looking at Zhao Jin out of the corner of his eye. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he patted Zhao Jin on the shoulder and consoled him earnestly. "I understand. Don't worry. Although we have a feud, I will keep your father's affairs a secret." Zhao Jin. Ill? Zhao Jin shook off Wang Ji's hand on her shoulder with disgust. In fact, she didn't care whether Wang Ji said it or not, but less trouble is better than more, and it was better for Wang Ji to have this awareness. "Then, thank you." "You're welcome, I understand." Zhao Jin rolled his eyes at Wang Ji, wanting to say, "You know nothing." But Wang Ji looked like an experienced person and calmly began to comfort Zhao Jin. "You should be more open-minded. I've been through this before. If you have any problem, just look at me. My dad's current wife is a mistress, and she even has a burden. That woman whispers in my dad's ear every day." Fuck. What Zhao Jin actually wanted to say was that her mother was the mistress, but she just didn't get promoted. Zhao Jin didn't know exactly what happened that year, and of course she didn't care. As someone who has been through this, I'm giving you a piece of advice. You must not let her succeed in getting promoted, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Zhao Jin couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your reminder, but it's unnecessary. My dad changes his mistresses more frequently than he changes his underwear." Wang Ji. Wang Ji was stunned by this sentence. Is this something he can say? If we follow this logic, then his father is actually a good man compared to Zhao Jin's father? At least he married his mistress and cared about her a lot? Can it be understood this way? When Zhao Jin returned to class, she was filled with resentment. Holding a stack of test papers, her expression was even heavier than when she visited her grandmother's grave. "Hey, what took you so long to come back?" Did Master Miju punish you? Jiang Qiu was already sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, arrogantly shaking a piece of A4 paper. What's it got to do with you? If you really can't hold it anymore, just go to the toilet and do it. Don't try to make a presence felt here with me. Zhao Jin didn't indulge the other party at all. He started with a steady output. Jiang Qiu didn't care at all. He slapped the A4 paper in his hand on Zhao Jin's desk, raised his eyebrows, and his usually beautiful peach blossom eyes were tinged with a hint of arrogance. Look, I'm ranked higher than you. As promised, you have to wash my socks, so you should accept the loss. Zhao Jin glanced lightly at the report card in front of him. The first one is the class vice president, Song Mi, a pretty girl. Although she is the class vice president, she is actually responsible for handling most of the work in the class. He has more say than Jiang Qiu, the class monitor, and is more liked by teachers of various subjects. The second place is the student committee member, which is expected. Looking down, Zhao Jin found that he was ranked in the 10th place with 626 points, while his good deskmate ranked 8th with 644 points. Oh, by the way, I have another bad news to tell you. Jiang Qiu smiled mysteriously. Just do it if you have to. Stop making all this noise. Zhao Jin sorted the test papers in his hand and roughly counted them. There were about 150 of them. Does that mean he has to do at least 20 test papers a day? I'm going to die. Jiang Qiu crossed his hands and rested them behind his head, leaning his chair casually against Jiang Zhaoqing's desk. Tilting his head, his delicate chin revealed a charming curve. His head was slightly tilted toward Zhao Jin, and his peach blossom eyes were half closed as he looked at the other person. Old Lu said that we two essay nerds would shake our heads after reading it, so he asked us to sit in on the essay class in the second year of high school. Zhao Jin's hands froze as he was packing up the test papers. Does that mean I have to go back to high school and embarrass myself? It's okay. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. I'll accompany you. There will be no accidents with me here. Jiang Qiu patted his chest and promised. You're the biggest surprise, right? Chapter 37, Auditing. Zhao Jin glanced at Jiang Qiu sideways, his eyes full of disdain. No, what's that expression on your face? Why do I feel like you're looking at me like you're looking at an animal? You discovered all this? Jiang Qiu. Zhao Jin still felt a little ashamed about attending the second year of high school, although she was not a shameless person on weekdays. But she still couldn't be as calm and confident as Jiang Qiu, who was not ashamed but proud of it. Look, isn't that Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin? It's their first close encounter. They look so cool. I want to give birth to monkeys for them. Even a whole litter is fine. I want to give them a glow. I'm going to give them a whole earth of monkeys. Oh my god. Zhao Jin's eyelashes are so long. They are longer than my life. Zhao Jin. She wanted to cover her face. Are today's students so fierce and aggressive? At this moment, Jiang Qiu was holding the newly bought New Concept Composition Appreciation and walked with the steps of a senior leader inspecting the countryside with a heroic and high-spirited manner, leading Zhao Jin to Class 6 of Grade 2. Today, their class has a Composition Appreciation class. In fact, this kind of class is not originally in the timetable, but it is held once a week for each class. It is true that Chinese composition is not easy to write nowadays. After all, if you can't understand the composition materials and get the idea wrong, no matter how good your writing skills are, you won't get a high score for what you write, or even a passing score. The school wants to avoid this situation while not wasting students' precious time for professional courses. We can only arrange composition appreciation classes once a week for each class in the first and second year of high school. Zhao Jin followed Jiang Qiu through the corridor of the second grade. It was the end of class time, and Zhao Jin felt as if everyone around her was looking at her. So Zhao Jin decided to distance herself from Jiang Qiu, walking farther and farther behind. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't know the person in front of him. Unfortunately, Zhao Jin's self-deception did not have any substantial effect, as the man in front of him had already started shouting. Hurry up! We'll be there soon. Zhao Jin. There's no need to be so enthusiastic. Why are you so slow? It's harder for you to walk than for a lazy donkey to go to the millstone. Jiang Qiu took 2 steps back and pulled Zhao Jin's arm. Zhao Jin. Oh my god. They are holding hands. The couple I'm supporting is actually real. I'm crying my eyes out. Oh, I can be fake, but the couple I support must be real. Everyone support me. Zhao Jin has always had good hearing. What's more, when these people in the corridor were talking, it seemed that they were not treating the person involved as a human being. Note that this is a school campus, not a zoo, and they are not monkeys. The most important thing is that you guys are just taking advantage of the situation and not even bothering to feed them anything. It cannot be said that they were completely unrestrained, but it can be said that although they lowered the volume, it was only a little bit. Zhao Jin was speechless. What holding hands? Who held hands? Jiang Qiuo just grabbed her arm. How could that be considered a knock? If she pulls Jiang Qiuo's hair tomorrow, won't these people go crazy? Zhao Jin almost escaped into Class 6 of Grade 2. He lowered his head and slipped out from the back and rushed straight in. In order not to attract attention, Zhao Jin even reluctantly chose a seat next to the trash can. But now, even though it is not yet time for class, almost all the students in Class 6 of Grade 2 are present. Class 6 of Grade 2 is a liberal arts class, and most of the students are girls. There is no doubt that they are here for the looks of these two girls. The boys are more here to watch the fun. Classmate, what are you thinking? Aren't you a germaphobe? Don't you mind the smell? That's better than embarrassing yourself. Zhao Jin muttered in a low voice. You don't understand this, you see? If we sit at the back, they can see us just by turning their heads. Are you going to put a trash can on your head then? Then what do you want? I'll sit on the podium. When the teacher is speaking, I'll sit on the table and applaud him. Zhao Jin glanced at Jiang Qiuo coldly with his handsome eyes. He said something indifferent. Why don't you sit in the teacher's arms? What I mean is that we sit in the first row, so that even if they want to laugh at us, they can only see the back of our heads at most. Jiang Qiuo gestured with his eyes to the empty seat in front of Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin, is there a big question mark above your head? Can it be understood this way? Sounds like it makes sense. While Zhao Jin was still hesitating whether to move his, but a boy with silver-gray permed hair, holding a basketball in his hands, came over cautiously. Senior, you were sitting in my seat. Zhao Jin looked up and met a pair of panicked and cautious eyes. There seemed to be a slight tremor in the tone. The other party seems to be afraid of her. Zhao Jin reflected on himself for a moment and thought that he didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary recently. Zhao Jin didn't know that the incident in which she forced Wang Ji to wash his hair in the toilet not long ago had been spread privately in a small circle by Wang Ji's two little followers. You have to know that Wang Ji, although not considered a school bully in the entire #1 middle school, even a school bully has to give him some face. Who makes him rich? But Zhao Jin was truly a godlike figure, and he actually dared to pin Wang Ji down in the toilet and beat him up. The most bizarre thing is that Wang Ji didn't cause any trouble to Zhao Jin afterwards. So without Zhao Jin knowing it, she had become one of the school bullies at #1 middle school. Sorry, where should I sit? Zhao Jin could only stand up and give up his seat. But this simple sentence made the boy in front of her flattered. Oh my God, the school bully actually apologized to him? He was so polite, I was really crying. The teacher has arranged seats for you in the first row, the boy said, pointing to the empty tables and chairs next to the podium. Zhao Jin, why do we have to arrange the position in advance for such a shameful thing? Thank you. After saying thank you, Zhao Jin could only follow Jiang Qiuo to the designated location dejectedly. Damn, it's actually the first row. Not long after, the Chinese teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, who was also the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, came in happily, holding a book in one hand and a cup of strong tea in the other. Stand up. Hello, teacher. Please take a seat. Teacher Wang, the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 2, finished the process. His cloudy eyes looked with rare clarity at the two top students sitting at the podium to his left. He smiled like Mithriya Buddha, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes almost fell to the ground. You too. Teacher, I heard from our class teacher a while ago that your poems and essays are unique. If you were in ancient times, you would definitely be a great poet who would go down in history. So we admire your style and come here to listen to your lectures. Jiang Qiuo's flattery made teacher Wang almost lose his sense of direction. Chapter 38. Staying up late is okay, but staying up late to study is not okay. Zhao Jin even had an expression that looked like he was screwed. Weren't they sent here because their essays were so bad? How come when Jiang Qiuo said it, it became their admiration for teacher Wang's grace and grace? You understand the art of speaking. Really? Then say more. I like to hear that. Teacher Wang didn't feel embarrassed. The two of them actually started chatting in unison. What I said is all true, without any exaggeration. You are a special grade teacher, and you have received many trophies and honorary certificates. Ha! Teacher Wang was so flattered that he got carried away. He smiled so hard that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. The students in Class 6 of Grade 2 were all shocked. When has their head teacher ever been so kind? Okay, enough of the small talk. I heard that you two did quite well in the monthly exams except for Chinese. So before the class officially starts, please share your experience with us. You know, on weekdays, Lu Xinyan treats the students in their rocket class like gold. It is difficult for these teachers to get in touch with the students in the rocket class. These two people came to my door today, so shouldn't I make full use of them? Zhao Jin. I don't have much experience. I'll just learn it casually. Zhao Jin really didn't have much experience. Speaking of hard work, the time she spent on studying was far less than the time she spent on boxing. If you ask her about her boxing experience, she can still talk a little. But for her, learning is actually more about talent. At a very young age, she discovered that knowledge points that seemed simple to her at a glance might take hours or even days for others to understand. Don't be secretive. For example, talk about what tutoring materials you usually use. What time do you study until you return to the dormitory at night? Do you attend tutoring classes on weekends, etc.? Teacher Wang guided carefully. Zhao Jin thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "First of all, my experience may not be suitable for most people. I like to get to the bottom of things, like to find out the ins and outs of every knowledge point, and I also like more challenging questions. I can do difficult questions, and I can do simple questions naturally. I don't have the habit of studying after returning to the dormitory. It's already late enough after the evening self-study. Staying up late will cause dark circles under the eyes and make me feel tired the next day. You can consult Jiang Sua about this. He seems to be sleepy during the day, so he must be studying hard at night." Jiang Qiuo was suddenly called out and smiled awkwardly. "I am a night owl. I can't wake up during the day, and I can't sleep at night. I don't have much experience to share. I can only say that I have basically done all the questions you can find on the market. As for going back to the dormitory at night, I will definitely stay up late, but I can't stay up late to study." Teacher Wang. I just asked unnecessary questions. Canteen. Zhao Jin found a place with few people and shoveled food into his mouth like chewing wax. "Zhao Jin, you bastard. You didn't even say you would wait for me." Jiang Qiuo was carrying a plate of food, walking against the flow of people, and immediately saw someone hiding in the corner. The cafeteria was obviously packed with people, especially at noon. But Zhao Jin seemed to have his own aura. You can always be spotted in the crowd at a glance. Jiang Qiuo finally squeezed to Zhao Jin's table. He just saw the other person eating, and his expression was even more unpalatable than when his grandmother took Chinese medicine. "I have to reserve a seat," Zhao Jin said without raising his head. Apart from his family, Zhao Jin had no habit of eating at the same table with others. But this bad habit was forcibly corrected by Jiang Qiuo in just a few weeks. Damn it, this guy seems to have some serious illness. Not only does he study at the same table with her in class, but he also has to eat at the same table with her. Why doesn't he sleep in the same bed with her? Jiang Qiuo didn't care, but instead glanced at Zhao Jin's plate. "Zhao Jin, why have you become a vegetarian recently? I remember you were a carnivore." Zhao Jin practiced boxing, and even at school, he would insist on doing physical training every day, so his intake of meat was quite large. But the other party seems to have been eating vegetarian food these 2 days. "I have no money." Jiang Qiuo was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know whether he suspected that Zhao Jin had said something wrong or that he had heard it wrong. "Are you kidding me? A rich second generation, like you can also be penniless?" Jiang Qiuo remembered that this was the second time Zhao Jin told him that he was penniless. But this time, Zhao Jin gave an explanation. "My friend's birthday is next month, and I want to send him a birthday present, but my dad has frozen all my cards. That bastard Zhao Xiaolong refuses to give me living expenses and wants me to bow to him. What a joke, it's not like I can't live anymore." Zhao Jin sneered when he mentioned this. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Xiaolong, she wouldn't have been exiled here. Bowing to the enemy? Wait until she starves to death. Now that we are eating vegetarian food, we can't live happily anymore, right? Jiang Qiuo complained. "None of your business. Hey, is your friend your boyfriend or girlfriend? It's his birthday. You're willing to eat vegetarian food to save money to buy him a gift. Zhao Jin, something's wrong with you. Something's very wrong with you. Tell me the truth. Is it your girlfriend?" Jiang Qiuo looked like a dog who had discovered some incredible gossip. He said in a tone that made people want to vomit. "It's a female friend," Zhao Jin explained. Afraid Jiang Sua wouldn't believe it, he added, "She's already in college, and she's 3 years older than me." Oh, Jiang Sua let out a strange cry. A girl who was a junior in college applying for Jinjuan. Zhao Jin, I didn't realize that she usually pretends to be an honest and good student, but she is actually having fun behind the scenes. She is so lucky. If you want me to slam the plate on your face, you can keep talking. Zhao Jin put down his chopsticks, looked up, and looked at Jiang Qiu with a smile on his face. Jiang Qiu pinched 2 fingers together, made a zipper motion at the corner of his mouth, and manually closed his mouth. But before Zhao Jin could be quiet for a few seconds, someone who couldn't sit still spoke again. I have a way to make money. Would you like to consider it? Jiang Qiu asked mysteriously. Zhao Jin looked at Jiang Qiu suspiciously and asked hesitantly, "Is this illegal? Who do you think I am? How could I do anything against the law?" Jiang Qiu almost slammed the table and swore to the sky. "That's hard to say." Zhao Jin choked. "Why don't you go to our compound and ask around? Everyone knows that I, Jiang Qiu, have always been a law-abiding and good young man since I was a child. When it comes to Wang Pa selling melons, Jiang Qiu shouts louder than anyone else, as if he was afraid that others didn't know how good he was." Chapter 39. Little Potato becomes a spirit. Who knew that Zhao Jin just raised his eyes lightly, glanced at the other person coldly, and said calmly, "Whose 5 good youth has learned to pull down people's pants before their hair has even grown out? Well, you were the one who brought it up first this time. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Qiu was afraid that Zhao Jin would start digging up old matters and look for an opportunity to beat him up, so he quickly distanced himself from the matter. "Don't forget to make up for yourself. You were skinny and effeminate when you were little, like a spud that had just been dug out of the ground. Can you blame me for admitting my mistake?" Jiang Qiu remembered that it was the first time he met Zhao Jin. Although the Ji family recognized this son, he was an illegitimate child after all, so they recognized him very reluctantly and only invited some people to the house to hold a small welcome banquet. At the Ji family's banquet, everyone was chatting while drinking. No matter if they knew each other or not, familiar or unfamiliar, they would chat a few words while clinking glasses. Only Zhao Jin, the skinny little guy who should have been the protagonist of the banquet, had no presence from beginning to end. It was as if he had been forgotten by everyone, huddled alone in a corner. But Jiang Sui saw the little potato spirit at first sight. It was thin, small, and white. Jiang Qiu had intended to be funny at first, so he went over to chat with someone. After all, Jiang Qiu has been a chatterbox since he was a child. Little Zhao Jin, who had been a loner since childhood, noticed someone approaching and looked up vigilantly. Be alert. Be on guard. Be wary. Little Zhao Jin's eyes were definitely not friendly. But just that one glance made Jiang Qiu stunned for a moment. Those eyes were beautiful and sparkling, but at that time Jiang Qiu didn't know how to define beauty with beautiful words. "There is only one feeling in my heart. Those 2 eyeballs are like 2 LED bulbs. They seem to glow." Jiang Qiu still remembers the first words he said to Zhao Jin. "You are a woman, right?" Almost blurted it out. At that time, Jiang Qiu stubbornly believed that someone with such a pair of beautiful eyes could not be a boy. "Are you an idiot?" This was their first conversation. Zhao Jin glared at Jiang Qiu, as if he also remembered those unpleasant memories, and his fists clenched again. "Is this the way to make money you mentioned?" Zhao Jin was squatting on the curb of the Jiangqing cross street at this moment, watching the sky gradually darken and the increasing flow of people at the cross street. Of course, there's also a big idiot standing next to him. Shiziji is one of the famous night markets in Jiangqing. As it is close to several middle schools and universities, it is extremely prosperous at night. The streets that extend in all directions are lined with all kinds of stalls selling snacks, toys, everything you can think of. How about it? Not bad, right? Jiang Qiu proudly raised his eyebrows, looking like he was asking for praise. "So what is your strategy? Are you planning to let me beg here?" It's no wonder that Zhao Jin asked this question. Jiang Qiu swore that he would help him make money, but in fact, he came here with nothing, just like himself. People begging for food use a broken bowl? What do they have? Why are you in such a hurry? Not everyone has arrived yet, Jiang Qiu said. Zhao Jin suddenly saw a fat man in the crowd wearing an eye-catching fluorescent yellow vest, riding a shabby human-powered tricycle towards them. Chowlike was still panting heavily when he jumped out of the car. His hairstyle, which he had always been proud of, was now wet with sweat and hung in clumps on Chowlike's face. "A loudspeaker? Zhao Jin, you're here too." Chowlike greeted him, and before the car even stopped, he rushed towards Jiang Qiu and pressed him directly into the grass beside the curb. He was even cursing. "Didn't you say you would help me today? I even bought a lot of extra goods, but you didn't even see a ghost. I packed and loaded all these things by myself. I didn't say I would help you purchase goods. What I meant was to find a helper for you." "Yes." Jiang Qiu used one hand to guard against Chao Like's attack and finally freed up one hand to point at Zhao Jin and said, I found a helper for you. The three of us will work together tonight, and we will definitely make a lot of money. Zhao Jin, you noticed that the car that Chow rode over was loaded with many vacuum compressed dolls. There are big and small ones, and various colors are available. It's just compressed into a bunch of clumps, and you can't tell what it is. Are we going to set up a street stall? Zhao Jin asked. That's about right. We'll put on the rings. $5 a ring, minimum purchase of 10. You take whatever you catch. After beating the man, Chow explained with a refreshed look on his face. The reason for the high price is that their dolls are generally larger, and of course the ring is also large. Even if you can't fit a large doll, it is still very easy to fit a small doll that is 10 to 20 centimeters around your feet. Even if they fail to get the money, they will still give it to you as a token of consolation before leaving. Before, it was just Jiang Qiuo and I working as a partnership. Usually, he was responsible for attracting customers, and I was responsible for watching the stall. After deducting the costs, the remaining money was split 50 to 50. This time, Chow looked at Zhao Jin, who seemed to be not good at speaking, and thought for a while. How about this today, Zhao Jin? It's your first time, so you just need to be responsible for collecting the money. Jiang Qiuo and I will still be the same as before. He will be responsible for soliciting customers, and I will be responsible for watching the stall. As for the profit, we will split it equally when the time comes. In fact, it seems that Chow paid the most, while Zhao Jin paid the least. If they were evenly divided, Zhao Jin would have taken a lot of advantage. But at their age, they have to be loyal even if they are poor, not to mention that they don't earn hundreds of thousands. Even if it is not distributed according to work, Chow will not lose more than 200 yuan at most. We are all friends. There is no need to haggle over such a small amount of money. If you really think about it, Chow didn't suffer any loss. When he worked alone before, it was good to earn 100 yuan a night. When he was unlucky, he didn't even make 100 yuan. But since I started working together as a partner with Jiang Qiuo, after deducting the costs, even if we split it equally, I would still earn more than 200 yuan a day. Chow, a shrewd man, could not fail to see that since Jiang Qiuo joined, the number of girls who came to play with him increased significantly. Most of them came for Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo, with his handsome face that can turn everyone upside down, I don't know if it is really that handsome, but that's how he described it anyway, can smile at anyone as if he has drunk fake wine. She spoke sweetly and had a pleasant voice, which made the little girl stunned. I followed him dazed to patronize their stall. In order to attract customers, Chow also imitated Jiang Qiuo and smiled at the girl. The result was that he was almost beaten up by the girl's boyfriend. They said his smile was too obscene and like a pervert. Who can I go to for justice? When Chow heard this, he almost cried out loud. It would be better to beat him up. Chapter 40, Part-Time Begging. So, with Zhao Jin's face that is as good as Jiang Qiuo's, even if he does nothing, he is still a living signboard just standing there. The three of them quickly used ropes to circle a square area, and then they unpacked the dolls and arranged them in order from small to large, from near to far. However, it was not completely dark yet at this time, and they had not been in this business for long, so the place they could rent for setting up a stall was not very busy. Zhao Jin squatted on the curb board, but the difference from before was that she finally had a bowl in front of her. To be precise, it was actually a plastic plate that Chow gave her to collect money. Chow was actually very surprised that Zhao Jin would appear here. Although Chow was not from a wealthy family, he had been selling second-hand brand-name goods part-time for a period of time since he was a child. What a sharp eye. I first met Zhao Jin. He was wearing all international brands, and he looked like a kid from a wealthy family. So Chow really didn't expect that one day this rich second generation would be able to squat on the curb and set up a stall with him. Of course, Chow is not an unreasonable person. If others don't say anything, he naturally won't ask specifically. As the night deepened and the moon rose above the willow trees, more and more people came to the crossroads. Because it is near the university town, most of the customers here are young people. Zhao Jin had no experience in soliciting customers, so he could only squat on the side of the road in a daze. I don't know where my thoughts have drifted to. She vaguely remembered that when she was very young, she also went out to sell things at a stall with her adoptive mother. I was very young at that time, so young that I can't remember many things clearly. The remaining fragments of memory in my mind flash sporadically. It was a cold winter with heavy snow. A young girl squatting near a barbecue stall was wearing an inappropriate, worn-out, yellowed, and even blackened cotton coat. It was obvious that the cotton coat she was wearing was taken from the woman standing next to her who was breathing out cold air and trying to keep warm with her hands. The woman was thin and looked like she was suffering from chronic malnutrition. The clothes she wore were old styles that had been discarded several years ago, and there were always bruises on her face. Although the little girl looked thin, her face was unusually rosy. I don't know if it was because of the cold or what. Zhao Jin remembered that the woman actually treated her well. Even when she was hungry, she would find ways to buy her fruits to supplement her nutrition. Even if it meant being beaten half to death by that gambler, he was still willing to steal money from that family to pay for her medical treatment. Looking back now, it seems like someone else's life. It has nothing to do with her anymore. The skill of being in a daze. Suddenly, $100 bill fell lightly onto the plate in front of her. Zhao Jin was confused for a moment, and a pair of patent leather high-heeled boots appeared in front of him. Following the direction of the boots, I slowly raised my sight. Standing in front of me was a girl with gorgeous makeup. She had chest-length curly chestnut hair, a polo neck sweater on top, and a short pleated skirt on the bottom. She looked young and pretty and looked to be in her early 20s. She must be a student at a nearby university. The girl originally thought that Zhao Jin looked pitiful as he squatted on the side of the road with a plate in front of him. There wasn't even a penny on the plate. He looked so pitiful, so I gave him 100 out of kindness. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Jin raised her head, the girl's eyes met a face that was unexpectedly handsome and beautiful. It fully embodies a special beauty that is difficult to distinguish between male and female. When they look at each other, the black and white eyes are clear and without any other colors. The eyelashes are very long, and each one is clearly curved upwards, just like a beautiful black phoenix feather. So handsome, it just hit her right in the heart. The girl only saw the other person's lips, which were as smooth as a fine brushstroke, slightly open, and uttered, "I'm not a beggar." The tone was stiff, mixed with a hint of impatience. "Girl, all this?" After hesitating for a while, the girl bent down silently. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I'll take it away now." The girl apologized quickly, and now she is really in trouble. It was just a sudden act of kindness, but I didn't expect to meet a handsome boy. As a result, she treated the other person as a beggar, and now she is being despised by him. But before his hand reached into the plate, it was snatched away by another hand that reached out from the side. The other party took away both the money and the plate. Zhang Qiuo brought the plate with 100 yuan in front of him, looked up at the girl with a smile, and said gently, "No misunderstanding. He is not a beggar. I can be one. It will be the same for you to give me." Zhang Qiuo smiled with a shameless look on his face, but his advantage was that he had a good-looking appearance. The girl became infatuated with Zhang Qiuo again when she saw his smile. Did she have such bad luck tonight? Are handsome guys, a rare species, now commonplace? Are the ones who picked her for her aesthetic taste? But it is true that someone came to her rescue and alleviated her embarrassment. "Beauty, I'm a beggar too. How about you give me some too?" When Xiaolek saw the scene, he immediately came over. Zhao Jin was shocked by the shameless behavior of these two people. "Anyway, for the sake of money, you don't have to lose face at all, right? That's what you mean." These two people looked like they were begging for food, as if they were competing for the job. Xiaolek is not good-looking, and you can hardly tell him apart from the crowd at first glance. Of course, if you look closely, it's still hard to tell. Not to mention that he is now squeezed between Zhao Jin and Zhang Qiuo, two handsome guys who are known to be the most handsome boys in school. The girl came to her senses immediately when she saw Xiaolek's face. Because Xiaolek was too close, she was frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Jiansua thought of big. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Small movements can cause so much damage. Well, I didn't bring much money. It's okay. We usually hang out around here. You can come and play with us anytime you have enough money. Zhang Qiuo tried to smooth things over and put the money on the plate into his trouser pocket. Zhao Jin. This sounds weird, not like something serious. So, you're actually setting up stalls? No wonder the handsome young man just said that he was not a beggar. After all this time, it was still a misunderstanding. We also work part-time as beggars. We have many jobs, and it's always good to have many skills. Xiaolek replied with a smile. Chapter 41, Alternative Marketing. After a small episode, their stall was officially opened. Although the process was a little bit outrageous, the process is not important. What is important is the result. They earn 100 yuan in one go. Zhang Qiuo, did you embezzle the money without our knowledge? Hand it over. Xiaolek noticed that Zhang Qiuo had just been stealing the money by putting it in his pocket. What do you mean by embezzlement? This money is earned by me. Zhao Jin clearly earned this money by relying on his looks. You're talking nonsense. I clearly earned this money by being shameless. Jiang Qiu argued. Zhao Jin. It seems to be really like this. Zhao Jin tilted his head and looked at the two of them. It seemed as if some strange switch was turned on in his mind. It's not that I really care about the $100. I just simply don't want to see Jiang Qiu take advantage of him. Chao gave Zhao Jin a look, and the two of them worked together to successfully defend the ownership of the 100 yuan. The fact was just as Chao had expected. With the joining of Zhao Jin, their business tonight could be said to be booming. Boss, will you give me whatever I get? Chao was still immersed in the joy of getting rich. As a result, his dream of getting rich was soon interrupted by a clear female voice. Chao adhered to the principle of keeping promises in business and said without turning his head, "Of course. Although our stall is small, I have been doing this since I was in my mother's womb. I value credibility the most. As long as you are in this circle, you can get whatever you want. Dash." Before Chao finished his words, he turned around and saw Zhao Jin standing in the circle like an outcast, holding a plate for collecting money in his hand and a big red circle around his neck. The two men's eyes met. Zhao Jin rolled his dead eyes and looked at Chao with a murderous look. The words in Chao's throat circled a few times, but he finally swallowed them. Zhao Jin's expression looks a little scary. Although this person always behaves like a gentle and kind student in front of teachers and classmates, he doesn't seem to intend to spend too much time maintaining this persona. Chao has always been good at judging people. He can always sense the sharpness hidden beneath Zhao Jin's obedient appearance. Zhao Jin has never been an easy person to get along with. How should I put it? He doesn't seem to be very sincere when dealing with people. So Chao was not sure whether this guy would turn against him. Unexpectedly, Chao didn't say anything, but Jiang Qiu next to him noticed the situation here and came over immediately. "Of course, since you've got it, it's yours now." Jiang Qiu snatched the tray from Zhao Jin's hand with one hand and pulled Zhao Jin with the other hand, grabbing his arm and pushing him to the side of the two girls who were putting the ring on. "I'm handing it over to you now, but I'll make it clear that I'll only rent it for half an hour. Remember to return it after half an hour." Zhao Jin. Regarding renting her out, have you discussed this matter with her? Zhao Jin, who was standing next to her, and was even more confused than she was. She was just trying to make a joke. "It's up to you. At least, he can help you carry your luggage," Jiang Qiu said. And then he took the shopping bags of various sizes from the girls, and even the girls who were accompanying them, and stuffed them all into Zhao Jin's hands. "If it can't fit in, just hang it around your neck and act like a tool." Zhao Jin. Was she just packaged and sold off for no apparent reason? Facing Zhao Jin's confused look, Jiang Qiu put his arm around Zhao Jin's shoulders, not caring whether he could do it or not, and hooked his arm around his neck and said secretly, "Brother, here's your chance to make money. Serve the two girls well, and remember to ask them to refer more clients to you. We may be able to develop a new business model in the future. Then you won't have to worry about not making money, and you won't have to eat cabbage sticks every day. So I'm only worth $5? As long as you can coax the girl, I'll raise your price next time. How about $5 for the doll and $10 for you?" Jiang Qiu hit Zhao Jin's shoulder, looking like he had made a fortune, which made Zhao Jin feel itchy. "What should I do? I want to hit someone. Why the hell don't you sell yourself?" Zhao Jin had a bunch of things in his hands and couldn't free his hands to beat this bitch to death. "I should say I'm so angry. I think your suggestion is great. I'll ask Chao to customize a few more high-end hoops for us. With our looks, it won't take us only a few minutes to conquer the entire cross street, right?" Jiang Qiu was thinking seriously, without any intention of joking at all. Zhao Jin. "Oh shit, there's really no offline. Okay, let's go," Jiang Qiu said, and pushed the person directly to the two young ladies. Are you really going with us?" The girl who was trapped by Zhao Jin asked a little embarrassedly. She didn't even dare to look at Zhao Jin's face. Her ears were already red to the tips. "It's okay if you don't want to. We were just joking. Don't mind it." "How could that be? I was just a little surprised that I suddenly had a side job. Since you guys have trapped me, you have to follow the rules of the game." Zhao Jin had his usual fake smile on his face, and because of his good looks, he appeared very gentle and considerate. In front of strangers, she always subconsciously maintains her own personality. "Look how sensible that handsome boy is. Stop bothering his mother." The other girl who was with him looked obviously more lively. "That handsome guy. My name is Wang Qi, and the one who hooked you up is Wei Wei. We are sophomores at the nearby Jianggang University. How old are you this year? Wang Qi, with a clear voice, came over and asked with a smile. Although it was their first meeting, the other party had no doubt about Zhao Jin's gender. First of all, Zhao Jin has the advantage of height. Her height is rare for a girl, but it would be just right for a boy. This second time, Zhao Jin himself is open-minded. 17. You're not an adult yet? You're setting up a street stall at such a young age? Don't your family members give you money? Wang Qi asked bluntly. Well, because I'm rather rebellious. So my family told me to pack up and leave. Zhao Jin said it lightly, as if nothing had happened. Well, this is the first time I've heard such a simple and unadorned reason. Chapter 42. It is said that he has a bad drinking habit. In short, because Zhao Jin worked hard as a bag carrier and also provided additional photo-taking services, the two financial sponsors were so flattered that they wanted to try Zhao Jin 8 more times. Their stall suddenly became very popular, because these two wealthy young ladies posted the photos with Zhao Jin on their moments immediately after taking them. Copywriting for Circle of Friends. Hashtag at the South Alley of Cross Street, I caught a little brother with a trap. I can pet him, hug him, and take photos with him. Hashtag. Hashtag picture hashtag. Hashtag picture hashtag. Hashtag picture hashtag. Zhao Jin appears in every picture. Zhao Jin also cooperated very well and posed with a smile. I have to say that these two people have quite good popularity. They can at least beat Zhao Jin 800 times and still make some turns. Soon, a large number of students from nearby universities were attracted. It didn't matter whether they were accepted or not. The main purpose was to give the young man a performance. Zhao Jin attracted customers purely by relying on his looks. Because the business was so good, Jiang Qiu stopped soliciting customers and just stood in the circle as a mascot. With Jiang Qiu joining, the popularity of their stall instantly reached a new level. There was no way Jiang Qiu had a face that was not inferior to Zhao Jin, and most importantly, he was very smooth-talking and could get along well with others. He made the young lady giggle and shake with laughter. So in one night, because of this alternative marketing method, Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin were basically taken advantage of in turn, leaving Chao like alone to greet the guests and collect money, so busy that he was like a spinning top with its butt spanked, spinning back and forth. There was just one thing that bothered Chao like. I don't accept it. When closing his stall, Chao like loaded the goods while shouting to the sky. This is not fair. When they collected the money, I was standing in the circle too. Why did they only trap you and not me? Am I not handsome? Asked Chao like. This is hard to comment. Zhao Jin didn't know what to say. Is it because your head circumference is too big and our hoop is too small? How about you take some time to customize a large diameter hoop for yourself? Jiang Qiu made a serious suggestion. Chao Li Ku. He wants to curse. Before he could think of the right words, Zhao Jin, who was packing up on the other side, touched his chin and said in a wise voice, It sounds like it makes sense. Your mother. You two were born in the year of the dog, right? Chao like broke down. Because the business was so good tonight, it was already past 10 o'clock when we closed the stall. At this time, the dormitory should be closed when we go back. Zhao Jin glanced at his phone, feeling a little worried. Climbing over the wall is easy. Practice makes perfect, and it has become a common thing for them. But climbing through the window? I guess it's quite bad they live on too high a floor. It's okay, just stay at my house tonight. Chao like counted the results of tonight's work, forgetting the previous unpleasantness in minutes, and smiled from ear to ear. Fuck, we made over 1,100 tonight. How about we go out for a meal tonight and split the rest among the three of us? It's so late. Where are we going to eat? Let's go eat some skewers. So 10 minutes later, the three of them found an open-air food stall in the alley. Zhao Jin followed Jiang Qiu in a daze and found a relatively clean chair to sit down. She hadn't eaten in a place like this for a long, long time. It's quite funny to say. When she was a child, she followed her adoptive mother Sun Hongyu to set up stalls early in the morning and late at night every day. Zhao Jin at that time, eating at a food stall was a luxury. Even though it was a dirty and messy food stall, it would cost 100 or 200 yuan to have a full meal. This was almost a week's worth of food for the entire family at the time, so they could only eat it on very, very important days. Zhao Jin remembered that one time was on her birthday, and the other time was the day before Sun Hongyu sent her back to the Ji family. Poor Zhao Jin was still silly at the time, thinking that Sun Hongyu was simply taking her out to dinner and buying her new clothes. She was so happy at that time. After returning to the Ji family, Zhao Jin never set foot in this kind of food stall again, which he had been unable to get before. because Zhao Xiaolong said that the food in such places was unclean and could easily make people sick, so he never allowed her to eat in such places. As for her irresponsible father, although he didn't care about her, he couldn't even tell whether she was a boy or a girl for so many years. But at least she was never treated badly in terms of material things. So what Zhao Jin ate over the years was either meals carefully prepared by the family chef, who even had special recipes for 3 meals a day, or packed meals from 5-star hotels. Over time, Zhao Jin almost forgot the lively atmosphere unique to food stalls. Now suddenly coming here to eat made her feel an unknown feeling, which was hard to describe. It felt sour and bitter, and I actually thought of that woman. Zhao Jin shook his head. Bad luck. Boss, first give us 20 lamb skewers, 20 lamb kidneys, 3 plates of crayfish, and a case of beer. Chow like had money in his pocket, and his temperament was completely different. He shouted like a local tycoon. If you can't finish the beer here, you can return it. In order to have a good time, Chow like made a big move. Okay, you guys take a seat. I'll be right there. Zhao Jin took out a few tissues from the table and wiped the table. Although the waiters cleaned up the mess after the guests finished eating, the tables in this kind of place were used by so many people every day, and many grease stains had already penetrated deep into the tables. When the waiter wipes the table, he only does what he needs to do to ensure there is no food residue left by the guests on the table. This is considered a good service. Zhao Jin has a bit of inexplicable cleanliness, but fortunately it's not serious and can be cured by just wiping it off. What do you want to say? I can't drink, Zhao Jin said, although she knew it was a bit of a downer to say that she really couldn't drink. Why? Are you allergic to alcohol? Jiang Qiu asked curiously. That's not the case. Zhao Jin picked up a piece of barbecue that the waiter had just brought over, with a hint of embarrassment in his tone. It is said that I'm not a good drinker. You're not a good drinker? Chow like picked up a lamb kidney and put it in his mouth, asking vaguely. It is said? Who said that? Jiang Qiu was also very curious. It is said? How do you discuss these 2 words? Don't you know whether you are a good drinker? How can you just listen to what others say? You should still remember my unlucky brother Zhao Xiaolong. He told me that I like to hit people when I drink too much, and I especially like to hit people on the head with a wine bottle. But I don't believe it. I think he is talking nonsense. But I really only drank that once. Zhao Jin explained lightly. Zhao Xiaolong, who was catching up on a nap in a custom-made recliner in the office, sneezed in his sleep. Half asleep and half awake, he pulled the pure cashmere blanket covering his body closer, rubbed his nose, and thought to himself. Could it be that the secretary turned the air conditioner temperature too low? For Zhao Jin, his first drinking experience was not a good memory. It can even be said to be terrible. Chapter 43, Can't Drink at the Same Table with Dogs. At that time, Zhao Jin was only 13 years old, and Zhao Xiaolong had just graduated from university. At that time, Zhao Xiaolong's good roommate happened to open a bar in Jiangxing. On the night the bar opened, I thought about finding a few friends to liven up the place. Because Zhao Xiaolong used to complain in the dormitory every day that he had an unlucky brother who hated dogs, and he habitually listed all of Zhao Ji's bad habits. Zhao Xiaolong's roommates came to the dinner that day, but also some rich second-generation people in Jiangxing who were about his age. Zhao Xiaolong organized this event partly to liven up the atmosphere, but more importantly to build connections for his roommate. You have to know that places like bars mostly serve young people. With a group of rich second generations in Jiangxing as backers, this bar will have a much easier road ahead. And Zhao Jin, as an illegitimate child, has been living in the mouths of others since he returned to the Ji family. Everyone is more than a little curious about him. So Zhao Xiaolong took it upon himself to force Zhao Jin to attend the drinking party. Zhao Jin no longer remembers the specific circumstances at that time. I only remember that I don't know whether that bastard Zhao Xiaolong was drunk or simply disliked her and had wanted to do that for a long time. So he was instigated by a few of his friends. He pinched Zhao Jin's cheek with one hand and forced a whole bottle of brandy worth more than 50,000 yuan into her mouth. At that time, because of his shameful identity, Zhao Jin didn't dare to offend Zhao Xiaolong, for fear that he would be thrown out like garbage again. I drank half the bottle reluctantly. Zhao Jin had no memory of what happened afterwards. According to Zhao Xiaolong's description afterwards, it was said that after she drank too much, she was completely out of control, didn't say a word, and picked up the wine bottle and hit the person on the head. Because no one was on guard at the time, and everyone was drunk. Zhao Jin succeeded in getting several of them. Including Zhao Xiaolong, all of them had their heads cracked open by Zhao Jin. Later, The matter became a big deal, and the police came. As a result, the newly opened bar of Zhao Xiaolong's unlucky roommate was almost closed down right after it opened. Because of this, her father Zhao Ming lost his temper and gave Zhao Xiaolong a severe beating. He also ordered Zhao Jin not to drink any alcohol again. As he recalled this, he heard Chao wipe his mouth with his hand. He opened a bottle of beer with one hand and handed it to Zhao Jin. "It's okay, we're drinking beer. Besides, even if you get drunk, we still have me and the squad leader. What are you afraid of?" "That's right. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If you really can't help it, drink less and don't spoil the fun." Jiang Qiuo raised a bottle of beer, clinked it with the beer in front of Zhao Jin, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. Because he poured too much beer, some of it flowed down Jiangsuo's mouth to his chin, and then slowly flowed into his chest along his moving Adam's apple. Zhao Jin was mesmerized. With the guarantees from these two people, Zhao Jin's mental defenses were inexplicably lowered a lot. "Fuck the damn prohibition. I'm going to drink. Drink big gulps." While drinking and exchanging cups, Zhao Jin, who had been sitting on the chair seriously from beginning to end, he then looked at Jiang Qiuo on the other side, who was probably drunk and was now lying on the chair with his legs spread out, bragging. "I'm not bragging. The doctor who did the color ultrasound on me was already fascinated by me before I was born." Burp! Jiang Qiuo spoke incoherently and let out a long and winding burp. "From childhood to adulthood, all the women in our compound, from 80-year-old ladies to 8-year-old girls, praise me for my good looks. Even Teddy from the widow Wang's family in the South Courtyard couldn't help himself when he saw me. Speaking of which, Zhao Jin, I found that you look quite similar to Widow Wang. Chao Li Ku. He really knows how to think." The squad leader, who claimed that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, now wanted to take off his pants and show his body in public to let everyone know his charm. Chao really wanted to complain about that boasting, as the small barbecue stall was not enough for him to show his talents. Zhao Jin, who was said to hit people when he got drunk, was now as well-behaved as a little lamb. Only, just now the squad leader seemed to say that he looked like Widow Wang. Zhao Jin didn't beat anyone. Instead of beating him, he supported his chin and looked at the squad leader lovingly. Affectionate? Chao was so frightened that he got goosebumps all over his body. How weird is this scene? Chao felt that if he drank any more wine, he might not be able to control the situation. "We've almost finished eating. How about we retreat?" Chao said while he was still conscious. He was afraid that in a little while the three of them would have to lie here. Chao glared at the two people sitting at the same table with disappointment. Jiang Qiuo's boasting became more and more outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that one dared to brag, and the other actually believed it. "Zhao Jin, do you really believe what he said?" "I don't believe it." Zhao Jin's eyes were clear, and he looked no different from usual, absolutely normal. Now hearing the other party say that he didn't believe Jiang Qiuo's lies, Chao couldn't tell for a moment whether this man was drunk or not. "I just wanted to see the diversity of species up close." "Get out of here. Big Laba, are you still okay? Is this what you're doing? You can't handle it after just a few drinks? If you can't drink, go sit at the same table with the dogs." Jiang Qiuo was completely drunk and began to lose his sense of self-worth. Of course, when he's not drunk, he doesn't have much idea. Chao Li Ku. Who should sit at the same table with the dog? "Let's play cards. I see there's a vending machine over there, and it is playing cards in it," Zhao Jin said. "Anyway, I can't go back for a while." "What's the hurry?" She hasn't touched alcohol in years. Although this wine doesn't taste as strong as brandy, if you drink more, you will still feel light and happy. Zhao Jin took another big sip as he spoke. He felt that he was not sitting in a noisy and crowded snack stand. Instead, he felt like he was walking on clouds, light and soft. Even his consciousness began to gradually become sticky, as if it was coated with a layer of honey, making people linger. Sure enough, wine is a good thing. Zhao Jin thought so. Chao looked at these two guys who seemed to be planning on staying away. A burst of anger. "Oh shit. Why am I the only one who has to make plans for how to get home tonight?" They both weren't panicking at all, were they? Grass. At worst, we can get drunk and sleep on the street together. We are all men, so why should we be afraid of being noticed by others? Besides, to put it another way, even if someone else takes a fancy to them, these two would be the ones in danger. Anyway, he looks like he is just here to make up the numbers in the world. If they're not afraid, why should I be afraid? Okay, I'll go buy some poker. How about the loser drinking 3 cups as punishment? Zhao Jin suggested. Chao like glanced at the several empty wine bottles beside Zhao Jin and was speechless. You said you wouldn't drink, but you drank the most. Zhang Qiu even slammed the table. Is this a fucking punishment? This is a fucking reward. So, what do you mean? How about the loser being beaten by two big men? Zhang Qiu suggested. Zhao Jin raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Zhang Qiu. As expected of him, his words give people the feeling that his brain is not fully developed and his cerebellum is completely underdeveloped. Zhao Jin didn't have time to speak. Instead, it was Chao Like who made the final decision on this idea. Chapter 44. What's the big deal about bullying girls? If you have the guts, come and bully me? Zhao Jin were probably the only ones who were still sober at the table. Even if he couldn't beat Zhao Jin, he could at least beat Zhang Qiu, who was drunk. Anyway, only the person who loses in the end will be picked. The clacking of the beads on Chao Like's abacus was so deafening that even people at the next table could hear it. He is usually crushed in all aspects by the squad leader. This time he finally has an opportunity, and it was he who proposed it. Isn't it time to take revenge and avenge a grievance? Even if Zhang Qiu wanted to settle the score later, he could say that he was drunk and couldn't remember clearly. I'm really an ordinary little genius. After 3 rounds, Chao Like covered his face with his hands, tears in his eyes. I don't want to play anymore. Why is it different from what you imagined? Zhao Jin is fine. Zhang Qiu looked obviously drunk. How could he still beat him? After 3 rounds, he didn't win a single game and was beaten by 6 big opponents. Damn, these 2 guys are both deadly. This guy Zhao Jin, I don't know what he ate to grow up. His grip is stronger than his father's, and he almost knocked his teeth out. Jiang Sui, this dog, is even more of a piece of shit. He actually stood up and slapped him. It is also said that the force-bearing area is evenly distributed. Is this something a human can do? Another 3 rounds of drinks. There was a sudden noise at the table next to him, so noisy that Zhao Jin couldn't hear Zhang Qiu's bragging. It's so noisy. Zhao Jin frowned. Chao Like wanted to cover Zhao Jin's mouth. There were 5 or 6 thugs on the opposite side, and it was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother, what do you want to do? There are so many people on the other side. I want to blow their heads off." Zhao Jin said this sincerely. She was really annoyed. "Shut up. It's 3 against 5. If you want to die, don't drag me into it." Chao Like covered Zhao Jin's mouth and glanced at the gangsters at the next table in panic. Eventually, it was pulled open by Zhao Jin. "Don't touch me, or I want to hit someone even more. It must feel really good to hit someone like you," Zhao Jin said as he looked at Chao Like's slightly sturdy figure. "Chao Li Ku, let me go." There was a sudden exclamation from the next table. The voice seemed familiar to Zhao Jin, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. There was a loud bang next to my ears. "Let go of that girl." Chao Like took all possible precautions and finally stopped the restless Zhao Jin, but he failed to prevent Zhang Qiu on the other side. Zhang Qiu's position was facing the table, and he could see it clearly. The ones who were surrounded by a few thugs and were clumsy were obviously the 2 kind-hearted people who had brought them business before. My goodness, a few grown men actually bullied 2 little girls. It's simply outrageous. This scene immediately touched Jiang Sui's heart of justice. He stood up without thinking, pointed at the other person, and shouted. In fact, at this point, there were quite a few people at the barbecue stall, and many people had noticed the situation here. However, at the beginning, these men just came up to the girl under the pretext of inviting her to drink and did not do anything excessive. Adhering to the idea that less trouble is worse than more, no one stopped these thugs' behavior. After all, no one wants to get themselves into trouble these days. Just turn a blind eye and it will be over. What if the girl is willing? With this thought in mind, I choose to watch the fun with peace of mind. Fuck you. I advise you to mind your own business. The thug on the opposite side was disturbed and pointed at Zhang Qiu with a bad tone, making a clear threat. Wang Qi and Wei Wei then noticed that the people who stood up for them were actually the 2 handsome guys they met when they were playing the ring toss before. Well, there's also a little fat boy. Although he didn't say anything, the hope in his eyes couldn't be faked. "You are so shameless to bully girls. If you have the guts, bully me." Wang Qi, Wei Wei. Is that what you said? Chao Like pulled Zhang Qiu's sleeve, fearing that he would offend someone again. "Fuck, pretty boy. Are you inviting us?" The other party took 2 steps forward with ill intentions. "It's full of gunpowder." Brothers, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Those 2 girls are our friends. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't end well. How about this? We'll treat you to a meal as an apology to you brothers. Chow tried to smooth things over. If the other party didn't have so many people and so much power, Chow would have wanted to fight them directly. A few grown men had nothing better to do than bully the little girl. What a piece of shit. We brothers just need your help. You still want to apologize? What has it got to do with you? Who do you think you are? Bah, you fat guy. The other party was so arrogant that he didn't take Chow and the other three seriously at all. He spat and said with disdain. Chow Li Ku pursed his lips again and again. He clenched his fists, suppressed his emotions, and tried hard to force a smile. So, what do you want? Fuck. Loudspeaker. Why are you being polite to them? I warn you not to harass girls. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Qiu was immediately ignited by the alcohol. He has the kind of temper that says you can scold me, but you can't scold my friends. You little bastard, you have such a bad temper. How dare you hit me? The other party shouted arrogantly. Zhang Qiu and his friends seemed to be students from a nearby university, and students are subject to school rules and regulations. The other party was sizing up Zhang Qiu and his men and didn't dare to really attack. After all, if the matter got out of hand, they wouldn't get anything good. The two sides are at a stalemate. Come on, come and hit me. The other party provoked Zhang Qiu in a despicable way. They knew that Zhang Qiu would not dare to act rashly. I guess he was just using the alcohol to cause trouble for them before. But now that he is sober, he doesn't dare to do anything. Don't be impulsive. If things get out of hand, we won't be able to explain to old Lu. Chow grabbed Zhang Qiu's sleeve tightly and reminded him in a low voice. Zhao Jin, who had been sitting in his seat without moving from beginning to end, heard that sentence. Come and hit me. His eyes lit up uncontrollably. Bump! Zhao Jin suddenly stood up from his seat, and with a wine bottle in his backhand, he hit the man who had just been provocative and insulted him directly on the head. The bottle didn't break into pieces when it touched his head like in the TV series. It just made a crisp sound. The quality of this wine bottle is surprisingly good. There is no problem at all. Zhao Jin looked at the wine bottle in confusion, then looked at the man squatting on the ground with his hands covering his head and blood flowing from his forehead. Silently gave a thumbs up. Good head, the injured thug. This immediately woke Zhang Qiu up. Fuck you. How dare you attack me? Come on, brothers. The war is about to break out. Fuck. Chow wanted to die. It turns out that it's true that people like to shoot themselves in the head when they're drunk. How could I have the privilege to have dinner at the same table with these two? What happens next is obvious. The two sides started fighting directly. In fact, those thugs on the other side were unwilling to fight with Zhao Jin and his men. They wanted to scare them a few words so that they would know what's best for them and leave. After all, although the people at this table look young, they are not good people either. Drinking and playing cards is not uncommon, but slapping someone in the face when you lose is not a good thing. These guys who hang around in the underworld these days still insist on not hitting people in the face. These three people are not polite at all. If they kill their own people, how can we expect them to show mercy when we fight with them? Really? The wine bottle in Zhao Jin's hand started smoking. Zhang Qiu naturally couldn't just watch Zhao Jin rush forward alone. Chapter 45. How is the food in the bureau? While the thugs were not paying attention, Chow crouched down and scurried over to Wang Qi and Wei Wei like a mouse. Let's go. Let's hide first. Aren't you going to help them? Wang Qi asked. They're the main attackers. I will be responsible for the aftermath. I will escort you to a safe place first. Otherwise, I will accidentally hurt you later. Chow's words sounded righteous, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Wow, Zhang Qiu and Zhao Jin are obviously veterans in fighting. He is a model student with all-round development in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. Who would want such a good student to fight with hooligans for no reason? It's good enough that he didn't cause any trouble. In fact, Chow's choice was right. 2-5. Zhang Sua and Zhao Jin were not at a disadvantage at all. Zhang Qiu grew up in a military compound. It is said that he had been training in the army with his family before coming to Jiangcheng. It's no surprise that he can fight. I don't know much about Zhao Jin and Chow but it seems that he is also a werewolf. I just don't know who will win or lose if these two people fight. When the boss saw that something was wrong, he didn't dare to step forward to stop the fight. Instead, he hid aside like a quail and hurriedly called the police. You have to call the police immediately. Otherwise, if these people just walk away after the fight, who will he ask to compensate for his losses? Zhao Jin, be careful. Zhao Jin just turned around in a hurry, and the next second, he was kicked in the butt by someone. I almost fell down. Zhao Jin didn't expect that he didn't lose the battle with these thugs, but was kicked by his own people instead. Zhao Jin. Ping. A crisp sound. An emerald green flower exploded where Zhao Jin had just stood. Fuck. These bastards can't even fight back against someone who's smashing a wine bottle. That's totally unsportsmanlike. Zhao Jin was furious, completely forgetting that she was the one who hit someone on the head with the wine bottle first. But she was drunk, so there was no need to reason with her. Half an hour later, Zhao Jin and his 2 men, 5 thugs, and the victims Wei Wei and Wang Qi, a total of 10 people, all reported to the police station. I just ran into you guys when I got off work at the night shift. Are you trying to bring performance to our team? The police officer in charge of the security at the cross street cursed angrily. You're welcome, Jiang Qiu added casually. Stop smiling at me, another man with a gloomy face cursed. He is already 50 years old. At this age and time, he should be sleeping at home instead of working overtime here late at night because of a few kids. After all, it was already early morning, and the 2 police officers thought that fortunately the situation was not too serious and the store did not suffer any major losses. So they thought of just paying some money, taking a statement, and asking them to write a letter of guarantee. You guys are probably college students nearby, right? Call your contacts and ask them to come and pick them up. The police looked at Zhao Jin, Wei Wei, and the other 4 people. They were young and didn't look like gangsters, so they guessed that they were students from a nearby university. Wei Wei and Wang Qi were easy to deal with. They just called their roommates and asked them to come and pick them up. Even those gangsters contacted their so-called brothers. Instead, Zhao Jin and the other 2 were left alone. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. I still have to interrogate you after I finish the call. The 3 of them looked at each other. No one picked up the phone. What do you mean? Are you planning to go to the detention center? Asked the police officer. Is food provided? Jiang Qiu asked. How's the food? Zhao Jin looked up, his eyes clear, and he looked as sober as could be. So much so that the police officer could not tell at all that she was drunk. Even more angry. Arrogant. It's so arrogant. Uncle Policeman, he was just joking. Chow pulled Zhao Jin back, hit him behind him, and smoothed things over. Without him, this family will break up. Well, let's discuss it. Why are you looking at me? You won't count on me, right? I'm a foreigner. I have no one to rely on in Jiangcheng. Jiang Qiu glanced warily at the other 2 people who were looking at him and began to create a tragic character for himself, not forgetting to blow his nose and pretend. He did come here secretly to repeat his studies without telling his family. His parents probably still think he is studying in Beijing. The only people he knows are those in school, and they are all minors. If you look at me again, I will have no choice but to call Old Lu or Nun Miju, and we will all die together. Zhao Jin. Chao Li Ku. You are so cruel. I can't do it either. My mom has bad legs and feet, and my dad is bedridden. You know the situation of our family, squad leader. It's already this late. I can't let them worry about me. I might as well call Lao Lu or Nun Miju. Chow started to act like a loser, looking like a tough guy and refusing to touch the phone. Zhao Jin, aren't you a local? If you don't want to contact your family, you can ask your friends to come to you. Jiang Qiu suddenly remembered. Zhao Jin. Her head was dizzy, and the words she heard seemed to be floating in the air and not real. However, she doesn't seem to have any friends. Actually, there is one, but the problem is that he is the same age as me and is also a minor. Sister Chi AI is an adult now, but the problem is how should I explain to her that I am now a man? Otherwise, you'd better stay in the detention center. Zhao Jin thought so, until he was pushed by Jiang Qiu. In fact, what Zhao Jin didn't know was that when they were discussing who to call, Zhao Xiaolong, who has been working overtime in the company for many years, has received a call from the detention center. The caller was a police captain from the detention center, surnamed Liu, who had known Zhao Xiaolong for several years. The main reason is that when the Ji family first became rich, they were doing some demolition and loan jobs. At that time, the law was not as sound as it is now, and Zhao Ming made a lot of money. If you make too much money, you will naturally be targeted by villains. The mob couldn't do anything to the instigator, Zhao Ming, who was surrounded by bodyguards, so they set their sights on his son Zhao Xiaolong. When Zhao Xiaolong was kidnapped before, the person in charge of the case happened to be Officer Lu's master. As one of the accompanying personnel, Officer Lu naturally knew Zhao Xiaolong. After that, the 2 of them happened to deal with each other several times. We are half friends. So when Lu Ji saw Zhao Jin, he recognized at a glance that this was the unlucky brother that Zhao Xiaolong had mentioned who was so infuriating that he could not bear the consequences. Since they were all acquaintances, Officer Lu naturally called Zhao Xiaolong first. Poor Zhao Xiaolong. It was already early morning, and he finally managed to get a good night's sleep in the office by wrapping himself in a blanket. Captain Liu? Why did he call? Although Zhao Xiaolong didn't quite understand, he knew that Lu Ji was a very sensible person and not the kind of bad friend who would make harassing phone calls for no reason. After answering the phone, Zhao Xiaolong's face was full of gloom. Really? Grass? He put on his coat, cursing. It was the middle of the night, and everyone in the company had gone off work, including his driver. It was not appropriate for him to call someone so late and disturb their sleep. I had to drive there myself. Led by Captain Liu, Zhao Xiaolong came to the place where they were imprisoned. Chapter 46, Where's My Bird? Considering that the incident was not a big deal, and Zhao Jin was the younger brother of Zhao Xiaolong, who was the son of a major taxpayer in their city. You should know that the reason why Jiangxing's economic development in recent years has been so far ahead of several surrounding big cities is the most important reason because of Zhao Ming. So Lu Ji never sent these people to the interrogation room. I just found an empty office and asked someone to look after them temporarily. At this moment, 8 men and 2 women were squatting on the ground, holding their heads, looking listless. Zhao Xiaolong noticed that everyone was squatting there obediently, except for the unlucky Zhao Jin. He was sitting on the ground. Zhao Xiaolong looked Zhao Jin up and down carefully. Very good. No one was injured, and it seemed that his skin was not even broken. But those thugs had bruises and swollen faces. Hey, who is this young master? Why is he so embarrassed? Zhao Xiaolong sneered. Zhao Jin ignored him and didn't even raise his head. Well, shall you go back first? Xiao Zhao, you stay and help me take the statement. Lu Ji said this. Xiao Li patted his, but happily, and left on the spot. Come on, let's talk one by one from left to right. Lu Ji walked to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water for himself and Zhao Xiaolong respectively. I don't have any tea leaves at the moment, so you have to make do with what you have. No trouble, just plain water will do. Zhao Xiaolong found a seat and sat down. He just watched and didn't intend to intervene. I seem to have seen this man somewhere. Wang Qi secretly glanced at Zhao Xiaolong, who was sitting on a chair not far ahead, and whispered to Wei Wei. He looks familiar to me. Is he Zhao Xiaolong, the president of Jinlong Group? The Zhao Xiaolong, who is known as the youngest entrepreneur. Wei Wei was excited for a moment. She studied management, and her most recent case study was about the Jinlong Group, so she was particularly familiar with Zhao Xiaolong's face. The one you mentioned in your paper? Why does he look so familiar? Doesn't it look familiar? Wei Wei almost tore through the financial reports of Jinlong Group in order to write her thesis. As the general manager of Jinlong Group and the person in charge of various projects, Zhao Xiaolong's portrait was even pasted on the back of the dormitory door. Shoot him with darts dozens of times every day. She was gritting her teeth in hatred while writing the paper, but now that she saw the real person, Wei Wei didn't even dare to raise her head and could only glance at him secretly. Like a thief. Online reviews say that Zhao Xiaolong has a keen economic sense and unique business insights. He is good at seeing the big picture from the details and making the most of small gains. Their finance teachers often use the projects handled by Zhao Xiaolong as classic cases. Any project he takes a fancy to is basically a sure win. Although Wei Wei showed great hatred towards this person when she was writing her thesis, her inner admiration for the strong made her develop a strong interest in him. Who would have thought that one day I would actually be able to meet the real person? Still in this situation. Etc. Jinlong Group? Zhao Xiaolong? Zhao Jin? Wei Wei seemed to have discovered something incredible and covered her mouth in shock. Zhao Xiaolong, his younger brother, selling himself at a stall at the night market? What kind of mysterious and fantastic operation is this? Before Wei Wei could figure it out, the person next to her had already explained everything. Everything else went smoothly, but when it came to Zhao Jin, the last one, things went wrong. This person looked the most sober, but in fact he was so drunk that he couldn't tell east from west. Name? Xiao Zhao went through the process indifferently. Zhao Jin. Age. 10-17. Zhao Xiaolong looked at Zhao Jin leisurely, silently turned on the camera function on his mobile phone, and pretended to casually point it in Zhao Jin's direction. He wanted to take a picture of this exciting scene, then project it onto the electronic screen that covered the entire wall in the living room and play it on a loop. Wait, is this guy drunk? He doesn't look so well-behaved normally. Gender. Zhao Jin raised his head blankly, staring blankly ahead. Gender? Is she a man or a woman? What to do? My head is itchy. What are you daydreaming about? This kind of meaningless question is totally useless. checked the mail option without even waiting for Zhao Jin to speak. Was about to ask the next question. Unexpectedly, this man was half a beat slower and silently untied the trouser string, and his usually cold voice became a little softer. Wait a minute. Let me look for it. Xiao Zhao. What are you looking for? Then they saw Zhao Jin put her hands into her black elastic waistband sweatpants. I searched inside for a long time, but still had no idea what I was looking for. Where's my bird? My bird is gone. I'm such a big bird, and it's gone. Zhao Jin shouted in shock, and the panic in his tone did not seem fake. Puff! Lu Ji, who was drinking water nearby, couldn't help but spit it out. Wow, who could have thought of this? Is this your brother? Zhao Xiaolong secretly. Isn't he quite cute? How could he be as bad as he said? But I found that the other person didn't look at me at all. Instead, he was holding his phone, leaning on the sofa with his legs crossed, and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Even the camera was shaking. It's really gloating. Lu Ji took a look. What a guy secretly filmed the video. I don't know whether Zhao Jin is the one who defeats him, or he is the one who defeats Zhao Jin. Is there any brother like this? Anyway, Lu Ji has never seen it. Zhao Jin is still digging. It looked like he was about to put his head in his crotch. Jiangqiu, please help me look. I can't find it. Zhao Jin's tone was even tinged with tears, soft and sticky. Jiangqiu has been itching to do it for a long time. Let me make it clear that he is not a pervert. He is just simply curious. If this is true, approaching science would have to be renamed Approaching Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin stretched the elastic band of his pants to the maximum and moved towards Jiangqiu. The black pants were like a mysterious creature with a big mouth, attracting Jiangqiu to explore. To be honest, Jiangqiu was really curious. How could this thing be gone? So he quietly leaned over and said, "Let me have a look." Chao curled his lips beside him. He actually wanted to see it too. Zhao Jin is such a stupid guy. Why didn't he invite me? Is it really good to favor some classmates over others? There was a burst of giggles one after another, especially from Xiao Zhao, who was in charge of asking questions. He couldn't suppress the upward curve of his mouth. In fact, he has professional ethics and usually doesn't laugh. Then I turned my head and glanced to the side. Oh, the captain also laughed. That's okay. That's enough. Zhao Xiaolong stopped the increasingly outrageous trend. If he didn't shout, would something restricted be the next? It's so embarrassing. Zhao Xiaolong's code of conduct is, Zhao Jin can embarrass himself in front of him, but not in public. It would bring shame to him as an older brother. Chapter 47. How nice it would be if this was a younger sister. Zhao Jin, do you still remember who I am? Zhao Xiaolong stood up gracefully and straightened his well-tailored suit. Zhao Jin in shiny leather shoes bent one knee and half-knelt in front of Zhao Jin, looking down at Zhao Jin, who was sitting on the ground. Zhao Xiaolong did not hide the smile on his face. Zhao Jin raised his head and looked at Zhao Xiaolong with a dazed look that was rarely seen in normal times. For the first time, Zhao Xiaolong felt that this guy's eyes were watery, big and bright, as if they were filled with stars. How nice it would be if this was a younger sister. Suddenly, this thought suddenly arose in Zhao Xiaolong's mind. Then he shook his head. He must be crazy. How could he have such a perverted and outrageous idea? It's just that such a beautiful pair of eyes are wasted on his face. In fact, apart from his love of beating people, Zhao Jin is a pretty good person when he's drunk. Cute. Bang! Just when Zhao Xiaolong was sighing that his younger brother was not completely useless. Without any warning, Zhao Jin slapped Zhao Xiaolong lightly. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Zhao Xiaolong has never been slapped in the face by anyone other than his father in his entire life. Is this little bastard trying to rebel? Everyone was stunned. What kind of hellish development is this? You look so unlucky. You look like my brother, Zhao Xiaolong. When Zhao Jin was sober, he never called him brother. It was so rare to hear that. Or you're just calling him unlucky. How could Zhao Xiaolong tolerate this? He grabbed Zhao Jin's ear, twisted it a half circle, and then pulled it up. Not even a word about holding back. Zhao Jin was forced to stand up against the wall, protecting his ears while shouting incoherently in pain. You still feel the pain, Zhao Jin? I haven't taken care of you for a few days, and you want to go crazy? Who allowed you to drink? It's okay to hit others after drinking, but you even dare to hit me? This is outrageous. Zhao Xiaolong was so angry that he died. How dare you call me unlucky? Hurry up. Apologize to me, your brother, and say, brother, I was wrong, I won't do it again, or I'll twist your ears off. To be honest, Zhao Xiaolong actually wanted to take advantage of Zhao Jin's confused mind to lie to him, brother, who told him to call him by his full name when he was awake. Let go! Zhao Jin naturally didn't shout. Instead, he grabbed Zhao Xiaolong's arm and bit him without thinking. Oh, grass! Shut up! Zhao Jin, are you a dog? Zhao Xiaolong was so angry that he threw all his upbringing aside and shouted in frustration. How could Zhao Jin give in? How could she let go of the person who bullied her? No one can bully her. Are you going to let go or not? Zhao Xiaolong was naturally not someone to be trifled with. He grabbed Zhao Jin's hair roughly and pulled it back. One leg even pressed against Zhao Jin's waist, pressing him against the wall. He grabbed her hair and forced Zhao Jin to let go. Hey, how can they still fight? Lu Ji was really convinced. There is a 10-year age difference between these two brothers. How could they fight? Lu Ji was furious. I asked you to come here in the middle of the night to solve the problem, not to fucking fight with the suspect. You are a grown-up now. Do you want to have some shame? Although Zhao Jin was drunk and was restrained for a while, he had practiced boxing for many years after all. Just relying on instinct is enough to make Zhao Xiaolong suffer. You know, her talent in boxing is not just her reaction speed and learning ability, but also her innate strength. When Zhao Jin was 13 years old, his punching power had already reached the strength of 2.7 adult men, let alone now. Zhao Xiaolong's waist hard. Taking advantage of Zhao Xiaolong's pain, he grabbed Zhao Xiaolong's wrist with one hand and instinctively pressed down with the other hand. He took Zhao Xiaolong's body and threw it violently to the side. Zhao Xiaolong hard. Kick in the ass. By the time Zhao Xiaolong reacted, he was almost in contact with the floor. Fortunately, Lu Ji was quick to grab some. This will prevent Zhao Xiaolong from going further down the shameful road of no return. You little bastard, if I had known you were going to do this, I should have brought a few bodyguards, put a sack on you, and beat you up. I'll call in a minute. Lu Ji ? Lu Ji was speechless as he grabbed someone who was so angry that he wanted to fight his own brother to death. What kind of hellish statement is this? Is it okay to bring bodyguards to beat up your own brother? Is this a job that a human can do? What the hell are you talking about? That's your brother. He's drunk anyway, and he won't remember anything when he wakes up tomorrow morning. It would be a waste if I don't beat him up. Otherwise, wouldn't I get kicked in vain? Zhao Xiaolong said. Lu Ji, no. You are breaking the law. Not to your face. Lu Ji, is this a question of whether to confront him or not? Zhao Xiaolong was forcibly held down and was about to jump up and kick Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin, who had won a game, squatted on the ground with a wronged look on his face, rubbing his hair that was pulled into a mess by Zhao Xiaolong. The boy leaned against the wall. The corners of his eyes were red and even a little wet. Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong. No. Zhao Jin, do you still have any shame? Are you feeling wronged? Have you forgotten that you kicked me? Zhao Xiaolong sat back in his chair angrily, pointing at his unlucky brother on the ground. My head hurts. Zhao Jin ignored Zhao Xiaolong and turned to look at Jiang Qiuo, who was watching the fun leisurely, pouting with grievance. His expression was just like the heroine in the abusive novel who pretended to be strong after having her heart, liver, and kidneys dug out. Jiang Qiuo. Maybe his brain is broken. This is difficult to comment on. Zhao Jin felt even more aggrieved when he heard this, and his lips pouted up high with the corners of his mouth pointing downwards. Jiang Qiuo subconsciously moved to the side. He felt that if Zhao Jin didn't burst into tears, he would pounce on him and bite him too. If it really doesn't work, you can shave your head. That way people won't be able to pull your hair, and their eyes will be blinded by your bald head. What do you think of this idea? Kill two birds with one stone, right? Jiang Qiuo proposed very seriously. Perhaps he himself did not think this proposal was outrageous. Lu Ji asked those people, tell me, why did you fight? Who beat who? The reason for the fight was simple. Jiang Qiuo raised his hand and answered, report to the police officer. We are all good citizens. Good citizens. Tell me something. So Jiang Qiuo started to throw dirty water and scrupulously. Comrade police officer, please be honest with yourself. The three of us are all students of number 1 middle school. How could students have bad intentions? We just saw 5 grown men ganging up on 2 little girls on the street at midnight and forcing them to drink, right? While making a statement, Jiang Qiuo did not forget to verify with Wang Qi and Wei Wei to increase his credibility. After getting a nod, he continued. The descriptions after that became more and more outrageous. When we saw these 5 hooligans who probably never looked in the mirror, groping these 2 beautiful ladies, a sense of justice arose in our hearts. As outstanding young people of the new era, how could we see such a thing happen? If we hadn't stopped them in time with righteous words, they would have taken off their pants. Maintaining social harmony and protecting the interests of the public are the responsibilities of every citizen. You don't have to thank me for sleeping. This is what we should do. Jiang Qiu raised his chin and delivered a closing statement. Chapter 48. Who says you can't fight your own people? Uncle Police Officer, they are slandering us. They are slandering me. The gangster leader was unhappy and jumped out on the spot. He now started to lie with his eyes open. Are students nowadays so shameless? Shut up. Did I ask you to talk? Go back and study Mandarin for a few more years. And you're still slandering me. On one side are the students who are able to get into number 1 middle school, and on the other side are the hooligans in that area who are always causing trouble for them. Even a fool would know which side they should lean towards. The gangster leader was very frustrated. Is that so? This question was asked to the other 2 parties involved, Wang Qi and Wei Wei, who were also the fuse of the whole incident. Leaving aside the details, it's basically like this. Wang Qi thought carefully and answered. Who made the first move? He. Now the gang of hooligans finally became energized and stood up one by one, pointing at Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin, who was identified, was still dizzy at the moment. He crossed his legs and hugged the pillar next to him. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in his bright and beautiful eyes. He asked me to hit him, so I hit him. When the hell did I? Etc. He seemed to have said at that time, come and hit me if you dare, or something like that. But who the hell doesn't say harsh words when they're arguing? Can you take this seriously? I can testify. At that time, the man did say, if you dare hit me. Then the handsome young man came to his rescue and hit the man with a wine bottle. Wang Qi raised his hand and described the situation with confidence. Rogue! Not to mention whether he asked for it first. Hey, why do you treat me differently? You call him handsome boy and you call me this guy? What? He doesn't deserve the title. Even Teletubbies don't know how to position themselves. Don't you know your own weight? If you didn't look like a rotten garlic, would I refuse to drink a drink with you? Now they were in the police station. Wang Qi was no longer afraid and immediately returned to his normal self. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be frank with you. I'm just that straightforward. Rogue! How can the case statement include personal attacks? Uncle Policeman, he is swearing. The gangster pointed at Wang Qi and started to complain. Who are you calling uncle? I've just graduated less than 2 years ago, so I don't even know who is older between us. Xiao Zhao naturally couldn't stand it either. These hooligans were causing trouble for them every day. Rogue, $. Isn't this simply bullying honest people? Tell me who started it, who hit who? This statement really stirred up a hornet's nest. The hooligans, who felt very aggrieved, started talking and accused Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin of evil deeds. They have been hanging around the cross street area since they graduated from high school and have never suffered such injustice. 5 against 2, they were caught and beaten up. And these 2 are still high school students, not yet adults. Come on, stop acting like you're innocent. If you hadn't harassed the female college student first, would these 2 guys have stood up for justice? Besides, you didn't do anything? You're just blaming her. Lu Ji watched as the 5 hooligans became more and more excited, jumping up and down and making a lot of noise like uncooked toads in a hot pot, and he couldn't help but yell. Unexpectedly, the gangster actually pointed to the sky and swore. Swear to heaven and earth, police comrade. These 2 are obviously martial artists. We wanted to fight them, but we didn't even touch a hair of theirs. That's right, police comrade. We are the victims. You're talking nonsense. What about the footprints on Zhao Jin's butt? Do you dare to say it wasn't you who kicked him? Zhao Xiaolong asked with a dark face. Only their own people can bully their children, and a few hooligans dared to attack Zhao Jin. If this were to get out, wouldn't it make people laugh? In Zhao Xiaolong's opinion, he is the only one who can kick his unlucky brother. No one else can. He will be angry if anyone kicks him. Jiang Qiu raised his hand silently, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The mark on his butt was caused by me. Ah, Xiao Zhao was stunned. Aren't these 2 in the same group? What's the logic? Zhao Jin with a wine bottle. So I kicked Zhao Jin onto the curb, perfectly avoiding the wine bottle and successfully saving him. Jiang Qiu explained. But it was obvious that Zhao Jin had forgotten the revenge of this kick. Her expression now was as confused as her brother's. She hugged the pillar, staring blankly with wide eyes at Jiang Qiu, who was spitting all over the place and describing the situation at that time. I touched my butt for a while and realized that it was no wonder I felt uncomfortable sitting. Zhao Jin, who always seeks revenge, said, "How could she tolerate this?" So he secretly stretched out a leg and kicked hard towards the place where Jiang Qiu was squatting. He attempted to give a kick secretly. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiu was squatting a little far from her. Zhao Jin was thinking about kicking him while holding onto the pillar. So, that leg was like riding a bicycle, sliding on the ground for a long time, but didn't even touch the edge of the person. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaolong covered his face helplessly. This is not his brother. His brother wasn't that stupid. What was even more embarrassing was that Jiang Qiu didn't see Zhao Jin as revengeful intentions at all. Seeing him fiddling on the ground for a long time, he asked sincerely, "Zhao Jin, do you have a cramp in your leg?" Zhao Xiaolong, "Are you the only ones taking action? What about that little fat guy?" Lu Ji raised his head and pointed with his chin at Xiao Like, who had been squatting on the side without making any movement and pretending to be an invisible man. Xiao Like was afraid that he would get into trouble, so he couldn't wait to defend himself. "Uncle Police, I am innocent. I did not do anything. I was mainly responsible for protecting these two beautiful young ladies in the back." "You didn't participate? Then where did the slap mark on your face come from?" Lu Ji didn't believe Xiao Like's nonsense at all. Speaking of this, Xiao Like felt very aggrieved. He pointed at Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin, looking like he had been wronged. "The slap marks on my face were caused by the two of them. I really didn't participate in the fight. They can all testify." Seeing everyone nodding their heads, Lu Ji was a little confused. Asked sincerely, "Aren't you guys in the same group?" "We are in the same group, but there is no rule that we can't beat up our own people, right?" Jiang Qiu answered seriously. Zhao Xiaolong, "Lu Ji, is it because he is too old to keep up with the trends among young people?" Lu Ji had no idea that the slap on Xiao Like's face was caused by him losing a card game before the fight. What these people said was unclear, so they spontaneously believed that Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin slapped their own people a few times while fighting with the five thugs on the opposite side. How presumptuous. "That's right. Who said we can't hit our own people?" Zhao Jin was so drunk that he lost his mind, but he still responded to Jiang Qiu. Zhao Xiaolong covered his face. He came too hastily. If he had known earlier, he should have worn a mask in advance. Wrong. Damn it, he shouldn't have come. Is it because the sofa in the office is uncomfortable to sleep on? Or is the air conditioner set too low? He must have lost his mind to have come all the way to the police station to see Zhao Jin's drunken madness. He was embarrassed by it, but don't think he didn't notice that Lu Ji had secretly glanced at him several times during this period of time. Chapter 49. How dare you talk to me like that, Dad? But then again, if this guy doesn't speak, just looking at his appearance, he is also a very handsome guy. There must be a reason why he can play with his unlucky brother. Isn't this pure idiocy? As expected, where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. I don't know how these two people got together. Zhao Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. You have to know that since Zhao Jin returned to the Ji family, he has offended almost all the children of his age in their circle. The only person who could barely be considered a friend, Zhao Jin treated him with indifference. Zhao Xiaolong looked at Zhao Jin, who was so angry at everyone and had a bad temper that he wanted to punch anyone. He was afraid that he would never make friends in his life. I really didn't expect that I would make two friends not long after arriving at the new school. Although it doesn't look normal, it's better than nothing. Zhao Xiaolong hypnotizes himself. After all, he always felt that Zhao Jin had character flaws, and although he could protect him for his entire life, Zhao Xiaolong himself couldn't help but give him a couple of beatings, not to mention going out into the world. If he didn't take care of him, given Zhao Jin's character, he could be put in a sack and beaten up someday. After all, he had always wanted to do that. It's good to have friends because friends can take care of each other. After leaving the police station, Jiang Qiu and the other two found a small internet cafe near the school and spent the night there. Because Zhao Jin's brother, Zhao Xiaolong, didn't care about them at all after he released them on bail. He drove a luxury car worth millions, treated them to a free breath of exhaust gas, and then drove away. Of course, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Zhao Xiaolong's irresponsibility as an older brother. It was just because when they came out, Zhao Xiaolong casually said, "Call me brother, I'll take you back to school." As a result, Zhao Jin replied without thinking, "How many fathers do you have? How dare you talk to me like that?" Jiang Qiu didn't even have time to cover her mouth. She was also stepped on hard by Zhao Jin, who was extremely vengeful and still brooding over not getting what he wanted in the police station. The result is predictable. A few days later, Zhao Xiaolong found the gangster's base camp, an unfinished building whose developer ran away due to a broken capital chain. Zhao Xiaolong drove directly with a few bodyguards and blocked the people in the unfinished building. Do you remember who I am? Under the straight suit pants, a pair of polished Italian handmade lacquered red leather shoes stepped on the cement floor with a shallow puddle of dirty water. Zhao Xiaolong got out of the car and adjusted the $1 million Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. In fact, he felt that if he lit a cigarette at this time, he would appear more classy. But unfortunately, he doesn't know how to smoke. Aren't you the brother of that guy? The little gangster looked at the situation and began to look at his eldest brother with some uncertainty. He had just complained to his eldest brother a few days ago and was thinking of getting revenge in a few days, but who knew that the other party came to his door before they even started to act? Puffer Fish, right? Real name Zhao Gang, was imprisoned for robbery 3 years ago. Since Zhao Xiaolong dared to come, he must have checked this small gang thoroughly in the car. They were just a bunch of small-time hooligans with no proper jobs who followed the older hooligans and did some petty theft in the nearby area. Do you know me? Heaton is considered the leader of the gangsters in this area. The 5 gangsters who fought with Zhao Jin and others today are his subordinates. Pufferfish was the nickname he gave himself when he first started hanging around. After all, what they did were all kinds of low-profile jobs, and they just thought they were great. In fact, as he got older, Pufferfish knew clearly in his heart that most people in this society seemed to be afraid of him and didn't dare to provoke him. But in fact, everyone looked down on him. When he first started hanging out, he used a nickname because it sounded handsome and cool. But now he's more afraid that people he used to know would recognize him. He used to be a thief and a robber, and now he has money and a dozen or so followers. He doesn't have any other skills, but he has a pair of very sharp eyes. And the man standing in front of him at this moment was dressed in a suit and tie. Not to mention the car he was driving, the equipment on his body alone added up to several million. I don't know. Pufferfish. I don't even know you. So why are you pretending? But seeing Zhao Xiaolong's posture, the Pufferfish instantly turned into an honest man. He took 2 steps forward with a simple and honest look on his face, slightly bent his body, and put on his signature smile, looking non-aggressive. Fudu has never been a kind person, but this face does look quite honest and simple. To those who don't know him, he is just a typical uncle next door. Back then, he relied on this face to deceive many people and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaolong didn't fall for his tricks. People in the business world are much more capable of saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs than those in the underworld. Zhao Xiaolong is considered to be his father. That is, he was cultivated by Zhao Ming, who caused a bloody storm in Jiangcheng because of real estate speculation. When Zhao Ming first started out, he knew all kinds of people. Apart from anything else, he was naturally gifted in dealing with people. His EQ is 800 times higher than Zhao Jin's. Then why are you looking for me? Of course, Pufferfish knew the reason, but he just wanted to test the other party's attitude. Everyone was a smart person, and Zhao Xiaolong was too lazy to deal with such people. After all, it was already late, and he had 3 morning meetings tomorrow. So he got straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. Your men had a conflict with my brother at the crossroads a few days ago. I think they should have reported it to you. It's not a big deal. If it were normal, I wouldn't ask about it, but my brother is in his 3rd year of high school this year, and I don't want his grades to be affected by this kind of thing. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Xiaolong spoke in a gentle tone, looking calm. I'm really not sure. They respect me and call me boss. After all, this kind of thing is their private matter. Even if I ask them to behave themselves, I can't do anything about it if they pretend to obey me, but actually disobey me, right? Although the puffer fish lowered its head, its eyes moved very fast. Although he was not sure about the identity of the visitor, it was obvious that the other party was rich, and very rich. Pufferfish could basically conclude that this man was the richest fish he had ever come into contact with in the first half of his life. Most rich people are very careful about their reputation, so they're used to spending money to avoid trouble. No one likes to mess with this group of people, and they usually won't waste their breath on things that can be solved with money. But unfortunately, his plan today was wrong. Zhao Xiaolong naturally understood Heaton's little thoughts. Wasn't it because he saw that Heaton was rich but didn't want to show off, so he wanted to extort some money from him? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Xiaolong. You may not be familiar with this name, but I think you should be familiar with my father's name. His name is Zhao Ming. Chapter 50. Being late? No big deal. After Zhao Xiaolong said this, the people on the opposite side took a few steps back and started to discuss in a low voice. Who among the gangsters has not heard of Zhao Ming's name? In the past, this man led a group of younger brothers to lend money, seize land, and forcibly demolish houses. He started as a small gangster and built up a kingdom all the way and took root in Jiangxing. Zhao Ming has almost become a legend in the hearts of these people. For them, it is easy to make a name for themselves, but it is very rare to clear their name. Zhao Ming has now become the image ambassador of Jiangxing. I know what you mean. You just want to make a fortune. I might as well tell you that the Ji family is a big taxpayer. The reason why Jiangxing has developed so fast in recent years is that the Ji family should account for half of the credit. The Ji family is not short of money, but they want face. I can give you some things, but you can't ask for them. Otherwise, if this gets out, anyone can come and make a fortune. Will we still be able to do business? Don't you agree? I understand. I definitely don't have that intention. When Puffer heard Zhao Ming's name, his face instantly turned sour. If the young man in front of him was telling the truth, who in Jiangxing would dare to offend the Ji family? I'm glad you understand. Although it was a fight, the ones who got hurt were all your brothers. Here's some money as a token of your appreciation. Zhao Xiaolong gave a look. The bodyguard behind him immediately took out a suitcase from the car. Click! The suitcase opened, and inside was, as expected, bundles of $100 bills. Not much, just $100,000. For Zhao Xiaolong, not even a drop in the bucket, but it was a lot for Heaton and the others. At least with this money, they don't have to set up base in this abandoned building with no water or electricity. Puffer's eyes sparkled as he looked at the money, but he quickly suppressed his desire. Whether he should take the money or not was still a question. Take it with confidence. It's not for nothing. My unlucky brother is always causing trouble. Who knows when he might offend someone again? If you meet him in the future, just help keep an eye on him. Here is my personal contact information. Zhao Xiaolong handed over a gold-plated business card. Puffer hesitated and reached out to take the business card. Black business cards are different from the hard cardboard ones that ordinary people use. Instead, it is similar to a bank card, with even the font in gold foil, slightly protruding from the card surface. It also feels frosted and very comfortable. It was the first time that Fudu received such a high-end business card, which made him feel respected. Understood. We understand what President G means. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. From now on, your brother will be absolutely safe in this area. The reason why Zhao Xiaolong made this trip tonight was, on the one hand, because Heaton was the local tyrant in this area. It is said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. So instead of suppressing him, it is better to buy him off. Besides, the Ji family hasn't been making gray income for a long time, and Zhao Xiaolong is unwilling to spend too much time on things that can be solved with money. Zhao Ming was young and hot-tempered back then, so he inevitably offended many people. Zhao Xiaolong himself had encountered danger several times. Although few people outside knew that Zhao Jin was also his father's child, Zhao Jin was studying outside after all. Just in case, it would not hurt to keep some spies everywhere. On the other hand, he was simply mad at Zhao Jin. This damn kid actually dared to kick him. The next day, Zhao Jin and the other two came out of the internet cafe with disheveled hair and dirty faces. Everyone was so tired last night that no one set an alarm, and it was the internet cafe staff who woke them up. When I looked at the time, it was already past 7 o'clock. WCO, you're late. Chow jumped up from his chair and screamed in a hoarse voice. Zhao Jin shook his head, feeling dizzy, obviously having the aftereffects of a hangover. She didn't really care about being late. Jiang Qiu obviously had the same attitude. He just rubbed his numb face to relieve the stiffness. Being late is just a piece of cake. He has gotten used to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be regarded as a typical negative example in the rocket class. Let's go then. On the way, Zhao Jin was confused for a long time. Nothing happened last night, right? Zhao Jin asked uncertainly. He remembered that he didn't drink much last night, just a little bit, so how could he still have a blackout? Now, there are only some scattered images in my mind that don't form a plot. Oh, nothing. Jiang Qiu led the two of them along the school wall to the north with ease. Number 1 middle school adopts a closed-door teaching system, and the travel management of students is quite strict. Except for statutory holidays, students need a note signed by the class teacher to go out on weekdays. When leaving the school, the security guard will stamp the leave note. When returning, the leave note with the school seal will be handed directly to the security guard for collection. Because among the 3 people, only Chow had a leave note, and Jiang Qiu and Zhao Jin both climbed over the wall to leave the school, so the two of them could not enter directly through the school gate. Can only climb walls. As for Chao, he thought that instead of going through the school gate at this time and being caught and interrogated by the security guard, it would be better to climb the wall with the squad leader and the other two. If he wasn't so strong and could easily fall over when climbing over the wall by himself, he wouldn't have to ask Nun Miju for a leave note every week. But this time, with two people to hold him back, he was fine. That's good. Zhao Jin felt relieved. She also felt that it was no big deal. At least the secret that she was a woman had not been discovered. Everything else is trivial. Besides, Zhao Jin is quite confident in his drinking ability. At least it is much better than Zhao Xiaolong's. It's just a search of the crotch in front of everyone in the police station. It's not a big deal. Jiang Qiu's casual words nailed Zhao Jin to the pillar of shame. What? Zhao Jin was shocked. What kind of devilish star was this? Then why didn't you stop me? Zhao Jin. First, you almost put your head in your crotch and we couldn't stop you. Chao patted Zhao Jin's shoulder to comfort him. They are all men, and when they're drunk, their behavior is a little different from usual, which is normal. What about the second one? Zhao Jin turned to Chao with a stiff neck. Second, I'm quite curious. How could this thing suddenly disappear? Chao covered his mouth with a playful smile, then said with a look of regret. It's a pity that you only invited Jiang Qiu to watch it, but not me. She even invited people to see her crotch. Zhao Jin only felt the blood in his body begin to surge, and his adrenaline soared rapidly. It is morning self-study time, there is no one outside, and their current location is very remote, with no cameras around. Very good. Perfect for any unexpected incidents. Destroy it. Don't look at me like that. I feel like you're going to kill me to silence me. Jiang Qiu took 2 steps back. You are not wrong. Zhao Jin looked at Jiang Qiu expressionlessly. Etc. If Jiang Qiu had really seen it, he would have definitely discovered that he was a woman. But Jiang Sui looked no different from usual. Or was Jiang Qiu acting? Pretending not to notice? Trying to make fun of her? Won't. Even if Jiang Qiu had that intention, it would be impossible for him to hide any signs of it given his poor acting skills. Have you seen it? Zhao Jin's teeth were chattering. Oh, that's not the case. I was just about to help you find it, but your brother stopped me. Jiang Qiu said. My brother? Zhao Xiaolong? He's here? Jiang Qiu. Chao Li Ku. Your brother asked us to tell you that he has deleted your facial recognition and fingerprints from all the houses in your family. He also said that he would not give you a penny before you turned 18, and that you would be left to fend for yourself unless you begged him. After saying this, Chao Li could not help but ask, Zhao Jin, tell me honestly, is your family extremely rich? How many houses do you have? My goodness. I usually knew from the way Zhao Jin dressed that Zhao Jin was most likely a rich second generation. It was not until I met his brother yesterday that Chao realized that my estimation of Zhao Jin was too conservative. I don't know how many properties our family owns. I only know that I have recorded fingerprints on about 8 or 9 of them. Zhao Jin is in a bad mood now. Who can tell her how she offended Zhao Xiaolong again? Why did he deduct her pocket money again? Who stole my life as a rich second generation? There are so many rich people in this world. Why can't there be one of them? Chao shouted to the sky. Zhao Jin didn't bother to pay attention to Chao's madness and directly called Zhao Xiaolong. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. The phone beeped 3 times. Fuck. Zhao Xiaolong blocked me. Why? Well, it's hard to comment. I can only say that your brother feels helpless sometimes when he has a younger brother like you. Jiang Qiu rubbed his hands and said awkwardly. I can only say that Zhao Xiaolong has a pretty good temper. If it were his father, he would have chopped his head off. After all, he was notified in the middle of the night to go to the police station to pick up his brother, who was drinking and fighting. It would have been fine if his brother didn't recognize him. But he was slapped in the face at the beginning, and then he was kicked and bitten by his brother and was scolded before leaving. It's better not to have a brother like this. Yes, your brother is a good man. Chao echoed. If it weren't for his brother, the 3 of them would still be in jail. Why don't you apologize? I think your brother should be easy to talk to. Jiang Qiu suggested. If it were him, he would apologize immediately. Forget about apologizing. As long as the money is in place, he would even kowtow to the other person. Zhao Jin twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and glanced at Jiang Qiu with a fake smile. He blocked me. Oh, that's fine. Zhao Jin. The 3 men successfully climbed over the low wall of the north gate and evaded the patrol security guards with extraordinary ease. Just at the classroom door, I ran into Master Miju, who had been waiting for a long time. Director Wu Ligong was holding a black teaching stick used to scare people and leaning against the door with his hands behind his back. Although his face was expressionless, the three of them could smell a strong, murderous intent from it. Three young masters, please explain. Chapter 51, Sudden Understanding. The three of them looked at each other at first. Then Zhao Jin and Chao looked at each other, and they suddenly took a step back together, as if they had in tacit understanding. He generously gave the stage to Jiang Qiuo, the class monitor. The squad leader is also an official, so why not wait any longer? Jiang Sui took a look. Where are my left and right protectors? Wow, they're really good brothers. When disaster strikes, they all do their own thing. It's clear to them that they are in trouble. It's like this, Director Wu, Chao situation. As the class monitor, how can I stand by and watch my classmates' family get into trouble? Zhao Jin and I thought about using our spare time to help Chao set up a stall and earn some living expenses. Jiang Qiuo's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of a reason. In fact, what he said was not completely made up. They did help set up the stall. Chao family conditions are indeed difficult. Ever since his father became disabled in a car accident, the burden of the family has almost entirely fallen on his mother. Unfortunately, his mother's legs are not good, and she can't do any physical work. Chao is now at the critical moment of his senior year of high school, and he has a grandmother who has to take medicine all year round. So Chao had to take leave every now and then to help her mother run the stall or do some small business on her own to supplement the family income. Wu Ligong knew a little about Jiang Qiuo secretly helping Chao with his business. Although the primary task of students is to study, Chao family conditions are special after all. The school is also trying to help Chao as much as possible. Apart from that, as long as their behavior of using their spare time to make extra money does not affect their studies, they mostly turn a blind eye. Don't be so frivolous. Have I ever told you to be more restrained and not affect others? We don't affect others, do we? We are setting up stalls at the crossroads. Chao said, it's quite some distance from their school. What's going on with Zhao Jin? Why is he with you? He just came to our school, so he should be familiar with the teaching process of your class. What if you two bring him along and end up corrupting him? Him? Jiang Qiuo glanced at the person next to him who looked like a good student and curled his lips. Does he still need me to take care of him? Stop talking nonsense. What's wrong with your face, Chao? Did you get into trouble outside? Wu Ligong saw the slap mark on Chao's face at first sight. It makes his already round and plump face look more three-dimensional. Director Wu, you may not believe this. Chao's face, he slapped himself. Business was so good last night that he made a lot of money. When Chao was counting the money, he was so happy that he slapped himself twice. Chao looked at Jiang Qiuo as if he had seen a ghost. Good job. Next time you talk nonsense, can you please assume that I'm a normal person? Chao really wants to curse. Zhao Jin looked at him as if he was a fool. Jiang Qiuo, do you think I'm a fool? Are you kidding me? Wu Ligong put his hands on his waist and waved the blackboard brush in his hand, making snapping sounds in the air. Jiang Qiuo smiled awkwardly. He hadn't figured out how to write the story yet. What the squad leader means is that I'm going to be scolded anyway. So what if I get away with it? Maybe because he was still hungover and his mind was not clear, Zhao Jin just muttered something. Wu Ligong, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Actually, after we set up our stall yesterday, we encountered a few hooligans bullying girls and a conflict broke out. Zhao Jin immediately made amends. Wu Ligong subconsciously thought that they were trying to protect the girls, which is why they were beaten by the hooligans. Zhao Jin did not lie. At most, he did not tell the whole story. After setting up their stall, they did encounter hooligans bullying girls. It just omitted the fact that they found an open-air barbecue restaurant to drink and play cards. As for accidentally going to jail, that's something I couldn't possibly talk about. In order to protect the girl, they accidentally got into a conflict with the gangsters, which was in line with their teenage values. This casual remark immediately took the moral high ground. Plus Zhao Jin's serious expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Wait, then why are you two fine? But Chalika was beaten. No, I was kicked in the butt by an idiot. While Zhao Jin said this, he did not forget to glare at Jiang Qiuo fiercely. Jiang Qiuo, why does this person still hold a grudge? Even at this time, he still didn't forget to curse him in a roundabout way. Zhao Jin, you're not hurt, are you? Wu Li immediately became nervous when she heard this. These three are the lifeblood of the rocket class. Now is the critical moment of the senior year, and there cannot be any loss. I didn't. I pretended to call the police and scared them off. No, it's too dangerous. You three really are. Wooly still felt scared just thinking about it. What if those hooligans weren't scared away? What if something bad happens to the three of them? Wu Ligong looked at Jiang Qiu and the other three like a protective child. What if he met them again next time? You are not allowed to set up stalls anymore. That won't work. Chalik almost jumped up. His business had finally started to pick up. We are waiting to become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. How could it be cut in half so easily? Director Wu is right. For safety reasons, we won't set up the stall. Zhao Jin readily made the promise. Chao Like's eyes widened. Why us? If I don't set up a stall, what will I eat? Really? Wu Ligong was a little skeptical. But since the other party had already made a promise, it would be bad to keep nagging about it. Chao Like, I understand her family situation. Don't worry, the teacher will apply for a special hardship student subsidy for you. If you have any difficulties in life, just tell the teacher. If you are short of money, the teacher can lend you some. As long as you study hard, you will have the opportunity to pay it back when you are admitted to a key university. Chao Like listened to Wu Ligong's heartfelt words, looked up at the sky, and tried to hold back, but still couldn't help but tears in his eyes. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Chao Like sniffed. Go back. Wu Ligong released the person. After class, Jiang Qiu rarely did not sleep, but glanced at Zhao Jin beside him. No. Are we really not going to set up a stall? Or are we just dealing with Nun Miju? Please. Director Wu understood Chao Like's family situation and was willing to provide help. But I don't understand his situation. The school only knew that he was a repeater, but they didn't know that he was repeating without telling his family. He has no money in his pocket. Chao Like also immediately moved his chair over. It's not just a response. Zhao Jin said. Ah. Chao Like was shocked. He also thought Zhao Jin was joking. I've thought about it. Setting up a stall is time-consuming and labor-intensive and not worth it. We made over 1,000 yuan yesterday. That's a lot, right? Yes. Chao Like nodded. Apart from the meal we had yesterday, there are still labor costs and purchase costs. If we set up a stall, we should also pay a certain amount of venue fees, right? If we divide our net income evenly, how much can we make in one night? Chao Like counted on his fingers. Chapter 52. Big and Small is a rich second generation. The net profit is more than 200, which is quite a lot. Chao Like looked at Zhao Jin blankly. Sometimes his mother couldn't make that much money by setting up the stall for a whole day. Zhao Jin. Is it a lot? Jiang Qiu probably understood what Zhao Jin meant. Zhao Jin lovingly. What good ideas do you have? Let's do live streaming. It's quite popular now. The most important thing is that we have free time. Setting up stalls is a waste of time. Just like what Teacher Wu said, we are in the 3rd year of high school and time is tight. Jiansui and I are fine, but Dalaba, I remember your ranking dropped by 3 places in this monthly exam. When this matter was mentioned, the loudspeaker fell silent. He attends classes during the day and often goes out to set up stalls at night to supplement the family income. His father's health is getting worse and worse, and his grandmother's medical expenses are high every month. At this time, everyone is in the final sprint of the senior year. Dalaba knows very well that it is easier for dark horses to emerge at this time. He is not like Jiang Qiu or Zhao Jin, who have a smart brain beyond ordinary people. He is just an ordinary person. If he continues like this while others are working hard, he still has to spend a lot of time setting up the stall, and his ranking will continue to drop. But apart from setting up stalls, he has tried other ways to make money, but none of them can make more money than this. But live streaming is not that easy. We are all newbies, and we have no fans. Without fans, there is no traffic. If we want to make a profit from live streaming, we have to spend a lot of time on it. Chao Like raised the question. Yes, these are very realistic problems. Do you already have an idea? Jiang Qiu didn't think that Zhao Jin would make an immature idea public. Based on his understanding of Zhao Jin, this man never fights a battle without preparation. Since he can bring it up, there must be a way. I am also a rich second generation after all. Zhao Jin raised his eyebrows and showed an ostentatious smile at the corners of his lips. Chao Like still looked confused. Although we are in dire straits now, we still have some connections. Although Chao Like didn't understand, he chose to believe it at the first moment. Master, please teach me. Chao Like knelt on one knee, clenched his fists, and pretended to bow. I remember that Zhao Xiaolong has an entertainment company under him, which is also involved in the live broadcast industry. I can get a big account with its own traffic base from there, and I don't have to worry about the operation and management of the account, as they will manage it in a unified manner. The only thing we have to do is live broadcast. Zhao Jin said. Chao Li Ke's eyes were already wide open. Fuck you. In this way, wouldn't the biggest problem be solved? It's great to have money. Wait, but weren't you blocked and deleted by your brother? Can your brother give us his account? Speaking of this, Zhao Jin glared at Chao like unhappily, saying that he really had no tact at all. Why are you bringing up something else? That's right, Jiang Qiu echoed, and then turned to ask Zhao Jin in a flattering manner. What's your point? Can I pick something you like? Zhao Jin was silent on the spot. With a dark face, he cursed angrily. I haven't made any comments yet. Can you please stop talking about this? I'll take care of the account. If you want to believe me, I'll bring the contract next week. Zhao Jin was not worried that Zhao Xiaolong would hold him back on such a small matter, even though he might have done something bad to him without knowing it. But no matter how you look at it, it was not fair for Zhao Xiaolong to cut off the food supply. Zhao Jin knew Zhao Xiaolong very well. He just wanted her to give in to him so that he could find a way out. Even if she offended him badly this time, he really didn't plan to give her living expenses in the short term. He wouldn't block all her paths. Otherwise, if she gets pushed into a corner and tells Dad about it, neither of them will be able to escape unharmed. Of course I believe it. Based on our relationship, I would sign an indenture even if you asked us to. Jiang Qiu continued. Zhao Jin glanced at Jiang Qiu with disdain and replied mercilessly. If you really have nothing to do with your mouth, you can consider licking the toilet. At least it can reduce the workload for the cleaners. Jiang Qiu. If we do a live broadcast, what exactly should we broadcast? Chao racked his brains, but he didn't think he had any special qualities. Of course, it's the field you are good at. Areas of expertise? Eating? But I weigh almost 160 kilograms. How can I still eat? Chao said with a bitter face. Although he loved to eat, if he continued to eat, he was afraid that he would get fatty liver. You're overthinking it. The people performing eating shows are all handsome men and beautiful women. I don't think anyone wants to watch a fat man eating anything he wants. Besides, we don't have money to buy food to fill your stomach. After all, the richest second generation among us has fallen to the point of eating cabbage in the cafeteria for several days. Jiang Qiu said. Zhao Jin clenched his fists in itchy hands. Damn this bastard. Can you please stop chewing on a piece of shit? Am I giving you face? Zhao Jin said that one cannot hide the desire to stab someone. If stabbing people was not illegal, Jiang Qiu would definitely be at the top of her assassination list. The three of them discussed it and finally decided that the content of the live broadcast would be learning broadcast, so they could learn and make money at the same time. The basic process is to learn through live broadcast, and you can also interact with netizens to solve difficult problems. Oh my god! Class monitor, this kind of live broadcast is quite popular on the internet. Many students with weak willpower will choose to study with the anchor online just to find someone to supervise them. Chao took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it for a long time, then spoke in surprise. He originally thought that this kind of live broadcast was boring and had few audiences. Unexpectedly, there were many people who had urgent needs. We can give this a try. The three of them finalized the basic rules. Zhao Jin basically spent the next 2 days doing practice questions. Nun Miju was indeed worthy of her reputation. The test papers she gave to Zhao Jin were of extremely high quality, with very few basic questions in them, basically equivalent to none. They are all advanced and difficult questions, and the knowledge points involved are far beyond the types of questions that should be asked in high school. These are competition questions, right? Do you want to participate in a competition? Jiang Qiu asked curiously. Are you participating? Zhao Jin wrote with great enthusiasm, without even raising his head. Jiang Qiu noticed that Zhao Jin was very fast at solving problems, and his thinking was very clear. For many questions, after ticking off the key information, he could get the answer by simply listing his ideas. Well, the answer is very good. It's the kind that makes the teacher so angry that he wants to vomit blood. Zhao Jin didn't pay much attention to the process and skipped many steps, which resulted in many necessary scoring points not being included in the test paper. It can be seen that Zhao Jin had never participated in a similar competition before. If you beg me, I can consider reluctantly accompanying you. I beg you to stay away. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist stuffing all these unfinished papers into your mouth. Jiang Qiu immediately made a zipper gesture to show that he would not fart anymore. Chapter 53 Zhao Jin's Speculation. Zhao Jin is very busy. In addition to attending classes on weekdays, she also has to complete the papers given to her by Master Miju. On weekends, she goes to the club for training. However, she doesn't mind being busy. Compared to the badass lifestyle that young people are proud of nowadays, Zhao Jin prefers to fill her days. Of course, she doesn't mean those meaningless trivialities. She likes challenges, likes to complete difficulties, and likes the short-term joy after overcoming difficulties, such as difficult competition questions, such as high-intensity boxing training that can break through the physiological limits again and again. However, the atmosphere in the entire club seems to be much more depressing today. Zhao Jin noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere the moment he entered the room, and there seemed to be a lot more people in the club today. Everyone was in a hurry, and sometimes even jogged. Zhao Jin changed his clothes and came to the training ground. Unlike usual times, there seemed to be few people in the training ground today. Hey, junior sister, you're here. Here. Zhou Yulong, who was standing not far away, waved at Zhao Jin exaggeratedly. Zhou Yulong became Zhao Jin's apprentice half a year earlier than Zhao Jin, so he is indeed Zhao Jin's senior brother. Is there something? Although they are fellow disciples, Zhao Jin has a bad temper and doesn't like to deal with people. She especially doesn't like people like Zhou Yulong who are noisy and make her ears hurt. Zhao Jin usually prefers not to train together if possible. However, because they are of the same age, the master often compares the two of them. Junior sister, you are finally here. Why do you always check the place? Our master is in a bad mood today. You should be careful. Zhou Yulong kindly reminded her. Zhao Jin looked around. There were basically no people in the huge training ground, and everyone was scattered. He didn't even see the shadow of his master. She didn't understand why Zhou Yulong lowered his voice and spoke stealthily into her ear. Why? You know about the youth championship in Shangrao City this time. We lost the first game, so in the second game, we drew brother Gao Hao from Rongxing to play against Lu Yi from Changha. It is said that Lu Yi is 28 years old this year and plans to retire next year. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be his last game, so he will definitely go all out. He is a very strong opponent. At his peak, he entered the WBA, the World Boxing Championship. Although he was eliminated in the first round, his strength should not be underestimated. We, Rongxing, are like an egg hitting a rock against him. If we lose again, we will be eliminated directly, so our master is in a very bad mood. This is a hell-level opening. Zhou Yulong explained the situation in a rambling manner. Let's go. Master asked me to wait for you here to go to the meeting room together. Zhao Jin followed Zhou Yulong into the conference room through the back door, found a seat at the back, and sat down quietly. The atmosphere in the conference room was even more depressing than outside. It was obviously a very large room, and the entire conference room was clearly full of people, but apart from the game video playing on the multimedia in front, there was no other sound. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yi's game video was finished. What do you think? Qi Rongxing clasped his hands together on the conference table, exuding a low pressure. No one spoke, and everyone lowered their heads as if they were tucking them into their crotches. Are you kidding? Who would dare to speak in this situation? That's a death sentence. If you say something wrong, you will be criticized to pieces. No one wants to be the first to make a mistake. However, Zhao Jin relied on the fact that he was sitting in the last seat and was not a contestant in this competition. He thought that probably no one would notice him, so he quietly looked at these senior brothers and sisters. In order to prepare for this competition, these people had been undergoing closed training in Shangrao City, so this was their first official meeting. Zhao Jin, what are you looking at? Zhao Jin didn't expect that the master would call her name. She was obviously not the protagonist of this meeting. At most, she was just here to visit and learn. Nothing. Zhao Jin replied. Everyone then focused their attention on Zhao Jin's face. In fact, someone had noticed Zhao Jin since he entered the meeting room, but no one dared to pay too much attention to anything other than the game video in this environment. A very pretty girl, who looked young, with a gorgeous appearance, bright eyes, and white teeth. Female boxers are rare, because women are naturally weaker than men, so this industry is mostly a hunting ground for men. Hua Rong is the only female boxer among them. It is hard to imagine that their master actually accepted another female apprentice. The video just shown is of Lu Yi's match last week. He will be our opponent in the next game. What did you see from this video? You can see a ghost here. Zhou Yulong complained silently in his heart. Fortunately, he lowered his head low enough. Otherwise, he would be the one to be pulled up and criticized in public. Master, I'm not familiar with Lu Yi, so before answering this question, I want to know whether this Lu Yi is left-handed or right-handed. Zhao Jin cleared his throat and asked. Right-handed. A senior brother Zhao Jin was not familiar with answered. Why do you ask? Qi Rongxing looked straight at Zhao Jin. Before this, he didn't expect Zhao Jin to say anything. But she must have discovered something by asking this. Lu Yi's right hand may be injured. For a boxer, an injury to the right hand can be a fatal blow. If what Zhao Jin said was true, then Rongxing might not lose. How did you figure that out? Qi Rongxing turned his chair and looked at Zhao Jin seriously. Even he didn't figure it out. Before I came here, senior brother Zhou mentioned to me that senior Lu Yi is already 28 years old this year. He is a very veteran boxer. A veteran boxer will have his own fixed attack mode. This is everyone's habit, and it is difficult to change. Even if you are careful to cover it up, there will be clues. Zhao Jin cleared his throat and continued. I entered the meeting room from the third round. From the third round on, senior Lu Yi's starting position was always left hand in front and right hand in back. This means he is used to attacking with his right hand and defending with his left hand. But I found that the proportion of his punches that were initiated by his left and right hands was almost equal. I did some research when I was free. By analyzing data models of different matches of different subjects, I came to an interesting conclusion. Among the boxers, 68.4% of the punches of left-handed boxers were with their left hand, and 76% of the punches of right-handed boxers were with their right hand. So when people punch actively, they will subconsciously use the hand they're used to. Everyone was speechless. Zhou Yulong looked at Zhao Jin as if he had seen a ghost. Which good person has nothing better to do than this kind of research? Chapter 54, Whatever Can't Kill Me Will Become My Stepping Stone. Zhao Jin didn't know what everyone thought of her. Of course, it didn't matter even if they knew. She didn't care at all and just continued talking. But it's very interesting in the match videos of Senior Lu Yi. He threw punches 50-50 with his left and right hands. People who have this kind of situation are either equally flexible with both hands, or they did this research when they had nothing to do, like me, and then achieved the level of equal flexibility with both hands through long-term training. This is inconsistent with his opening moves every time. What's more interesting is that many times Senior Lu Yi attacked with his left hand first, and then with his right hand, and the positions of the two attacks were basically the same. Assuming that the force of Lu Yi's punch is 1,000 pounds, hitting the stomach will make the opponent retreat 3 steps, then the second punch at the same position only needs 600 to 700 pounds to achieve the same effect. The number of steps his opponent retreated after being punched is not much different. So there is a certain probability that his right hand punch is lighter than his left hand. Just now, senior brother concluded that the opponent is right-handed, so his right fist cannot be lighter than his left hand unless he is injured. There is also a small piece of evidence. Senior Lu Yi looked at his right hand 17 times from the beginning to the end of the fourth round. In the fourth round, which is 16 minutes and 35 seconds in the video, he originally planned to attack the opponent with his right hand, but suddenly switched to his left hand when he got close. When boxing, it is important to accumulate strength. It is impossible for a professional player to change hands in the middle of the fight. Apart from accidental factors, there is about an 80% chance that he has an injury on his right hand. That's all we can see for now. After Zhao Jin finished speaking, he sat down obediently, looking like a good student. She didn't even realize what she meant by what she said. Why? Are you researching this when you have nothing to do? Qi Rongxing was a little excited. Boxers like them have never studied this kind of thing. They train every day and make plans before a match, but I have never seen anyone do this kind of research. Can you tell from the video of just one game that his right hand is injured? Don't they say that knowing both yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles? It's normal to do some data calculations, right? Zhao Jin was puzzled. Don't these people ever study this? Junior sister, will there be any mistakes in your research? Another senior brother asked embarrassedly. I took the error tolerance into consideration when I was making the calculation. The data comes from videos of all provincial level and above competitions across the country in the past decade. People can lie, but data can't. Of course, I understand the concerns of all the senior brothers. To further confirm whether Senior Lu Yi has an injury in his right hand, we only need to watch all his game videos in previous years and compare the data. Zhao Jin said easily. Others in the room were less optimistic. All the videos? How long will this take? We don't have time. Even if his right hand is really injured, we may not be able to win. He is too strong. Yes, he is a player who has been selected for the World Championship. He knows boxing better than us and has much more experience than Gao Hao. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a depression again. It won't waste a lot of time. You only need a dozen computers. If necessary, I can make a motion capture program, and it will only take a few hours. Zhao Jin said. Are you serious? Can you give us the results tomorrow? Qi Rongxing looked at Zhao Jin in surprise. He thought she was a talented player, but it turns out she is just a technical player. Okay, if Junior Sister's guess is true, then we do have a chance to win. Everyone suddenly gained confidence. Even if I can't win, I will definitely try my best and not bring shame to Rongxing. This time, it was senior brother Gao Hao who was fighting against Lu Yi who spoke. He lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and even trembled slightly. It can be seen that he himself did not have much confidence in this battle. Zhou Yulong, do you think your senior brother Gao Hao can win? Qi Rongxing looked at these disciples who were dejected before they even started fighting, feeling very disappointed. He knew that his opponents were very strong and that they had little chance of winning. But what was more terrifying than winning or losing was that these people had even lost the courage to win. Even if we haven't fought, it's possible. Senior brother Gao Hao is also very good. He trains harder than any of us. Zhou Yulong met Gao Hao's eyes and spoke each word in a sonorous and powerful voice. Gao Hao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart after hearing this. He was afraid that he would disappoint their junior brother. Zhao Jin, what do you think? I agree with what senior brother Zhou said. We haven't even fought yet, so why should we lose? It wasn't an impassioned answer. Zhao Jin was very calm from beginning to end, like an outsider watching from the sidelines. But the firmness in her eyes was something that many people slowly lost after being in this circle for a long time. If you were on Lu Yi's opponent's side, would you dare to fight? Why not? You will lose. He will throw you to the ground like a dead dog until you can't get up. You will lose all your dignity and face in front of everyone. Are you afraid of this? Qi Rongxing pointed out the result bluntly. Zhao Jin was a very proud person. She looked like a non-competitive person, but her aggressive way of attacking in the boxing ring, willing to risk everything, made Qi Rongxing understand that she was a person who was proud to the core. I know the result, so there's no need to describe it so specifically. Besides, I have no shame anyway, so I don't care about what you said. He is old, and he will go downhill sooner or later, but I am still young. If I lose, I will fight again, and if I lose again, I will fight again. Sooner or later, he will become my defeated opponent. So why should I be afraid? Zhao Jin even asked back slowly. Those who don't kill me will eventually become my stepping stone. Do you know what I like most about her? Qi Rongxing felt much better after hearing this answer and started asking other people. Seeing no one answered, he didn't care and continued. It's this dog-like temper that refuses to obey anyone. I don't know who I inherited this from, but it's just what I like. You may think that Zhao Jin is a young and inexperienced person who is not afraid of tigers and does not know how powerful Lu Yi is, so he speaks nonsense. But I want to tell you that this guy is really brave. You may not know that I was unwilling to accept her at first, so I deliberately made things difficult for her. Briefly recounted his previous confrontation with Zhao Jin. Finally, he said, she even dared to beat me, and even plotted against me on the field without knowing how to live or die. How many of you have the courage? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression when looking at Zhao Jin changed immediately. I thought such a pretty junior sister would be a mascot, but it turns out she is a wolf. She is just a little girl, and she dared to fight me. You are several years older than her, so why are you so scared? I am not afraid of you losing. I am just afraid that you can't afford to lose. Don't you see that since you were drawn to play against Chang'e's Lu Yi, you have been like dogs that have lost their homes? It's really unlucky. After Qi Rongxing finished his lecture, he no longer cared about these people and left the meeting room angrily. Chapter 55 Review.